How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here with Brian Alvarez for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We're also going to have Shelton Benjamin of Ohio Valley Wrestling up in about half an hour. And we will talk about current news. We've got tons of emails and just get to stuff. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I've been actually out all morning, so I haven't had a chance to look at too much stuff, but I was kind of glancing through the letters. I mean, I don't know why, but I just started laughing at all the Chris Jericho stuff. I don't know why, because it's one of these things. It's like for the last year and a half, it's like this big topic, of Chris Jericho. I mean, it's just so funny to me because it's like
it's a topic that shouldn't be a big topic.
Well, it's not even a topic. I mean, I just find it so humorous because I don't know why I find it humorous. I guess from day one when he got to the WWF, where he all of a sudden, after how many years in wrestling, got this reputation where he couldn't work, even though he'd been working for 10 years, and in every place he'd been, he'd had a reputation for being a very good worker. And, it's so obvious what it is. I mean, it was obvious from day one, and here we are 2 years later, and people are still trying to, put forth the same myth, that was obviously, a political game from the start.
Yeah. I mean, just if you go back and just look at his debut, he had such a great debut on Raw. He had such great interaction with Rock, and it was all downhill from there. And how does that happen? I thought talent was supposed to rise to the top in the WWF.
Well, I will say this. I do think that his interviews have gotten, he's got lame catchphrases.
Yeah.
And he has lame delivery of his catchphrases. His interviews in WCW I thought were far more creative and a lot better. I mean, as far as in the ring goes, in the ring he's not the best worker in the company, but he's a really good worker. And is he as good as Chris Benoit? He's not. He's not as good as Chris Benoit. Not as good as Hunter, but for a guy with his look and his charisma and his crowd reactions when they were treating him seriously, and his interview ability, he deserved to be at the top. And obviously from last summer, he was there. And how bad could his work be? Look at the matches that he's had on pay-per-view. His matches with Benoit are tremendous. His matches with Hunter are tremendous. His matches with Angle at the house shows are tremendous. So, that's a joke that, his work's not up to par. It's great. He's not as good as Chris Benoit. Guess what? Nobody else is either.
That's right.
So I don't know. I was just I glanced through that and I'm just thinking Jesus Christ, we went through all this 2 years ago and everyone knows everyone knows the game. Hunter came in, spread a bunch of stories about him from day one. And it's and you know what? Hunter is a better worker than Chris Jericho, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean it's good for the promotion to hold someone down, as we've seen from WCW, because you know what? Kevin Nash, I can't believe I'm going to say this, has more charisma than almost everybody in WCW. Okay, he's not a better worker than almost anyone, but he does have more charisma, because when he comes out, he knows how to get a pop. Scott Hall actually has more charisma than almost anyone in the business. If you go to the Noah promotion, there are certain, let's go to All Japan a couple of years ago. They had those guys who were the best workers in the world, but you know what? If you keep putting the same guys against the same guys over and over and over again, they could be the greatest workers, greatest talkers, greatest everything. But sooner or later, it's going to get stale. Rock and Triple H last year was a great, great feud. But by the time they were done with that feud, the fact is that Rock and Benoit was a bigger drawing match because people were sick of the feud. Hunter and Austin, at one, did a bad buy rate last year because people had just seen the matchup enough, and they were sick of it. So you need new guys and to constantly create fresh matchups.
Huh? Hunter and Austin got a bad buy rate because people were sick of that match.
Survivor Series, they did a bad buy rate. Yeah, I think that was the lowest buy rate of the year for WWF was Hunter and Austin.
But they couldn't have been sick of the match because Austin had been out for a year.
Well, maybe they were just sick of something. I don't know.
Actually, I don't even know how to explain that buy rate looking back.
Yeah. But anyway. But the two lowest buy rates of last year, I believe, were Hunter and Austin was the lowest, and then Hunter and Rock was second lowest.
Yeah.
And obviously,
Hunter and Rock, that's obvious because they just wrestled so many times.
They just wrestled too many times. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I don't blame. And they had, Hunter and Rock had a great buy rate the month before, but that one was really drawn by Austin. The backlash.
I just have to go back and look at the Steve Austin Undertaker feud. It did fine. They did about 10 million matches, and eventually
then at the end, the last buy rate
plummeted. The last buy rate.
Yeah, the last buy rate they did, people didn't want to see it. Yeah, so that is the reason why you constantly have to create new guys, because the old guys in the same matchups will get stale. Speaking of that, that's sort of going to contradict the next thing I'm going to say. But anyway, All Japan, I said it again. Noah did their semifinal today of the global tournament, and they
swerved us.
Yeah, well, they put Yoshihiro Takayama over, which makes no sense. And then they put him over by DQ, which, if he'd beaten Vader by pin, I would have said, well, it makes no sense, but what the hell, they're trying something. But to put him over on a DQ in this tournament, there's no
the day
way
after a count out.
There is no justification. They're killing their title, and they're killing the foundation of their promotion because people don't want DQs in Japan. I mean, it's so well known. The crowd reacts so violently towards them. I mean, it's almost like, that when I woke up and I saw that result from the match today, it was like, now this is something seriously wrong because, booking isn't that complicated, but realistically it's not. Sometimes it can be, but this is like a mistake of so elementary proportions that anyone who could book this, who would think and go, we're going to put this guy over on a DQ in the semifinals of our World Championship tournament. I'm thinking now that's someone who really has no clue. And it's funny because, Masao is the booker and he's been there for 20 years and he was there during the ups and the downs. And I don't know what it is other than they probably think, well,
you know what? King of the Ring last year.
Well, yeah. Actually, you know what? What I was going to say is they're sitting there going you know what? The number one promotion in the world is the WWF right now. And they do DQs. So why are we stuck in the past not doing DQs, not realizing that it's just a completely different, when they do DQs on WWF shows now, if they do it three matches in a row, you'll hear people groan and everything like that. But the people in the United States are not.
They accept them. It's not so much they like them. Everyone hates DQs, but they're acceptable because there's just so much television and there's so many matches that you can do a DQ every now and then and people will accept it.
Yeah. But over there, those fans won't accept it. So when you know what people don't want, this is a question. Brian, it's hard to book for what people want because no one knows. But when you know something, without any question, because every time they've done a DQ, the reaction's been the same. When you know something that people don't want, okay, what is the purpose of booking that? I don't know.
I think you pointed out a couple seconds ago. It's the whole thing where they see the WWF, or I guess the WWF is like the biggest promotion in the world. It's so successful, and WWF does DQs. But it's like the same thing as if somebody nowadays were going to start a new promotion, and we're going to create a new promotion and get Kevin Nash and all those guys, and they went back and decided we're going to book exactly like WCW in 1998 because it was the biggest promotion in the world. Well, it was the biggest promotion in the world, but the things that they were doing in 1998 led to it being dead today. So just because a promotion is huge, or just because something is working, doesn't mean that you need to copy the bad aspects of it. And I think that everyone would agree that the worst aspects of American wrestling are like the horrible finishes, the no finishes, bad soap opera. So why would you copy that? How can you not know what people want?
Because because obviously what's going on there, everyone there is struggling right now, and they're looking for a formula, and the WWF looks like the formula.
But look at all the formulas in the WWF, and how could someone think, okay, of all the things that the WWF is doing, why don't we copy the bad finishes?
Yeah, I know. No, it was funny, and there is a lot to learn. That's one of the reasons why I like watching all wrestling, is because there's something to learn from all successful wrestling. You can't, you know what I mean? There's so much good about the WWF. There's so much. But that's not one of them.
Yes.
That King of the Ring tournament last year was not something that you copy. Anyway, let's get through. We got a bunch
another one right there. Oh, God. How could they have screwed that up? Till the day I die, I will be thinking that same question.
Yeah.
They really had a hell of a tournament last year, and they screwed it up. I don't know if it was because, we need to elevate Rikishi or whatever, but I don't know what they were thinking.
They're not perfect. No one's perfect.
We'll see this year.
What? We'll find out this year. Power Pro Wrestling will officially be, the Memphis promotion will officially be folded, and we're going to have a press release on that that Randy Hale sent out. Probably we'll read it after the break. But their final television show will be this coming Saturday, and they were actually informed of this past Saturday. That WMC, they had a 3-year contract with WMC, and it was actually expiring, and they were told last Saturday that it would not be renewed. And as far as the future of, maybe, I'm not sure if the press release says something about the future of wrestling in Memphis, but I'll read it and then try to fill in what it doesn't say after reading it. So anyway, we'll have that in just a minute. But they just got the word last Saturday that they were being canceled, and a lot of guys.
So the whole promotion is folding.
The final show of the promotion will be Saturday, yes, because without TV there's no promotion.
Yeah.
So Abu Dhabi. I got my results here. I don't know how up to date they are. Actually, let's see. It looks like we got the okay. In the 143-pound class, the finals look like the finals will be. This will be tomorrow. Hoyler Gracie against Barrett Yoshida. Let's see if there's anybody on this list that I need to go to. Joey Gilbert, who's in the next UFC, won his first round match, then lost in double overtime in his second round match. Those would be the only names that would be. Let's see. In the 167 weight class, the finals are Matt Serra against Marcio Feitosa Souza. Matt Serra will be in the next UFC against Shoney Carter, so he made it all the way to the finals. And let's see who did what here. Genki Suda of Pancras, who's a really fun fighter to watch, got beat 9-0 by points by Rodrigo Gracie, who ended up winning the second round match and then lost to Feitosa Souza. Caro Uno lost in the first round by points to Fernando Vasconcelos. Tetsuchi Kato, who's a judo guy. Uno was in the last UFC and also did the New Year's Eve Pro Wrestling show. He did a great job in that show, too, for his first pro match. He's actually a former judo guy who quit judo. Let's see, Kato lost by choke to Leonardo Silva dos Santos, which sounds like a combination of like 4 different Mexican wrestlers. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, Jean-Jacques Machado won his first round match and then lost to Matt Serra in his second round match. And Matt Serra beat Takanori Gomi in his first match, who was a judo guy. He beat Jean-Jacques Machado in the second round, so he's in the finals. And then, let's see, 191 pounds. Finals are Saulo Ribeiro, who won it last year, and Sanai Kikuta of Pancras. And Ribeiro actually lost in like 30 seconds at the Tokyo Dome show to Yuki Kondo in a no holds barred. Got kneed in the face. But let's see so I know. Let's see, 191. I know Tamara got thrashed. Let's see. Let's look. There's a lot of names in this one. Akihiro Gono lost in the first round. That's let's see. Ribeiro went to the finals. Henzo Gracie lost in the first round by decision to Chris Brown. Kikuta beat Evan Tanner 6-0, and then beat Egan Inoue, who was on the last Pride show. I don't know what the score was, but I just know he won. Let's see. Tamara lost in 1 minute and 2 seconds with an armbar to Ricardo Laborio, who's a Brazilian guy. And Egan Inoue beat a guy named Volodymyr, so it was a Russian guy with a choke in 9:30, and then he beat Laborio. And then he lost to Kikuta. So that's that weight class, and then we still got the heavyweights. Oh, no, we don't. We got 2 more. Okay.
That's a lot of fights in one day.
Yeah, 215-pound weight class. It's Ricardo Almeida, who Ricardo Almeida is scheduled against, I forget who now. I think Ricardo Almeida is on the next UFC. Al, he's on the next UFC, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I also heard an unconfirmed story that Ricardo Almeida is in the finals, except his arm is now in a sling. That may not be correct, but I did hear that about an hour ago. So, which may mean that he's not in the finals. That might mean
he's out of the finals.
Yes, I know. And it may mean he's out of UFC, too. So we'll probably find that out either later today or tomorrow. Against Ricardo Arona.
If he was tough as Shane Douglas, he'd still be working with that.
Ricardo Arona I've seen in rings. Ricardo Arona is a hell of a fighter. He's really exciting. So anyway, see, in that weight class...
Guys, Ricardo Almeida will be fighting Matt Lindland.
Oh, wow. Oh, that'd be terrible to have that fight canceled. Seriously.
A light heavyweight bout.
Oh, Matt Lindland was Olympic gold medalist against a great submission guy. That'd be a great fight. Oh, well. I hope he's okay. Let's see. I hope he's okay even if there's nothing to do with it. Anyway, Higan Machado actually lost by referee stoppage in his first round match to a guy named John Olive Inemo, who lost to Arona in the semifinals. And Tsuyoshi Kosaka from Rings Pro Wrestling lost 5-2 in the first round to Holes Gracie, who actually I'm not familiar with. Then in the heavyweights, it's Jeff Monson. Wow, Jeff Monson beat Tom Erickson.
Holes and Hoist?
What? Holes.
Holes and Hoist.
I don't get it. You're trying to say a joke and I don't get it.
Like Rolls Royce?
Rolls Royce. Okay, I got it. You're right. God damn, that's pretty good. Let's see. It's Jeff Monson against Mark Robinson. Wow, that's a surprise. Okay, so Jeff Monson, let's see. Tom Erickson won his first-round match 2-0 over Roberto Traven of Brazil, and then he lost to Monson. We don't have a score. Mike Van Arsel got leg locked by Marcelo Ribeiro da Cruz in 1:07. Then Sean Alvarez beat Leo Costello Blanco 2-0. Vitor Belfort choked out Hikaru Fukuda, who I think is an amateur wrestler from Japan, in 4:22. Then Mark Robinson, who's a big South African powerlifter who got knocked out by Bobby Hoffman at the last UFC, choked out Valerie Uriskool in 7:32. And Rico Rodriguez beat Yoshiaki Yatsu in a flow with a flying armbar in 2:11. That almost sounds
flying
like
armbar?
Rico Rodriguez is like 240 and he's doing a flying armbar. Then, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like an interesting finish. So Rodriguez lost to Mark Robinson, which has to be, I guess, a minor upset, although Mark Robinson is super strong. And Monson beat Alvarez. So anyway, that's where Abu Dhabi stands. Let me get to poll questions here. What was the greatest pay-per-view show of all time? We only had 5 here. We didn't get a lot of complaints about the 5 we picked. Actually, you know what? We got no complaints about the 5 we picked, which I'm amazed.
That's because you told them not to complain.
Okay.
Although that usually doesn't work.
But that's, I know. Anyway, AAA When Worlds Collide, 23%. The winner, and actually pretty sizable winner, was the 1989, and this is a surprise in many ways, 1989 WCW Great American Bash, 32%. The reason I say that is for a number of reasons. Number one, it was WCW, although it was a hell of a show. Number two, it was 1989. That's like 12 years ago. And considering the mean age of our listenership, which is about 25 or 26, let's say 26-year-old person would be 14 then. I guess they could have watched it.
I did.
But a lot of people didn't. WCW 1996 Great American Bash, 10%. WrestleMania 10, which was with the Michaels and Ramon ladder match and Bret and Owen Hart, 11%. And then WrestleMania 17, which was last week, obviously, 23%. Actually, When Worlds Collide beat WrestleMania by 1 vote, technically. So anyway, that was the behind Great American Bash. So that was the results. Let's see. That's the notes I got. Let's see. Vampiro is going to be starting an EMLL. Let me see if I have a date here on this. Vampiro in the middle of
April
June.
18th.
What? I'd heard May 19th, but it says the middle of June.
Yeah.
Let's see. And it says this is just, he'll be a main eventer, obviously, because of his name. Let me see if there's anything else here. And that's pretty much it. Any other news to get to before we start?
It's all the main stuff.
Okay. Of course, SmackDown tonight with Jeff Hardy winning the Intercontinental from Triple H. Let's see. This is from Dave Drosheff of Alabama.
Did you get my email about the WWF website?
What, you mean as far as the names of the
basically
shows?
I went up there yesterday to make sure that those names were legitimate because I did not believe
and they posted. Okay, well, you can tell the story.
Well, basically, I went to the news page, and there was a thing that said, do not click here something if you don't want to know what happens on SmackDown, like a spoiler warning or whatever. So I thought, well, that's pretty cool. But then on the main page, when you first go into the website, there's a gigantic picture of Jeff Hardy covering Hunter and the words, "Game over, new Intercontinental Champion." And I thought, well, had to spoil it for everyone that went to the website, but it was a nice try.
Well, that's just like anything else, though. Sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
I got an email last night complaining about feedback. They go, why didn't you put a spoiler warning on feedback? Because people were talking about Jeff Hardy winning the title. It had never even occurred to me. I didn't even think about it. But it's spoiled.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, and I'll say this right now.
Who cares? Once the news is out, the news is out.
Okay, once something happens, it happens. Okay. If you're listening, if you're listening to the show on a Wednesday or on a Thursday, and somebody brings up something on SmackDown, we're not going to pretend it didn't happen because it wasn't on television. And thus also, if there's news that happens on SmackDown, now on the main news thing that I write, I ignore the Tuesday stuff because we have the Tuesday stuff put up separately. But if something were to happen, newsworthy based on it on a Wednesday, the news is the news.
Why does something have to be televised? Can we not report on the GHC tournament till it airs on TV.
No one in Japan does that. It's not, and
Well, I'm just saying, it would be the same thing here. Are people going to complain about that? Oh, you reported that Vader lost via DQ. I haven't seen it on TV yet.
Yeah.
Did we spoil it?
Yeah.
I figure once something happens, who cares? It happened.
Once it's happened, it happened. Okay.
Especially nowadays with news everywhere, it's so hard to try and, watch a show that's taped without knowing what happens. Especially if you're looking around on the internet. If you don't want to know, don't look around on the internet.
Well, the one good thing about wrestling, though, as compared to, say, like a real sporting event or something like that, just a real sporting event, that sounds so weird, but you know what I'm saying, is that if you don't click on the internet, you can avoid results of wrestling matches, whereas if it was, say, like a big sporting event that was being tape delayed, you really can't. You can't listen to the radio. Like remember when, which was actually one of the biggest events in the history of television was, the finals of what year was it? 1994, I think? 92? I think it was 94. With Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding. Yeah, it was 94, right? Yeah. So anyway, it's like, they aired that on tape delay. It got like 48 rating or some incredible, stupid number. So anyway, all day on the radio, they gave the results. And it's like, it was really hard to avoid, I kind of didn't really want to know the results, but it was impossible not to. What are you going to do?
You have to shut everything off in the house and close all the
You can't watch any television. You can't listen. So it was, the bottom line was that I knew, and it was fine, and I still watched it anyway. But with wrestling, really, if you just don't click to the internet for 2 days, you can avoid the results. You actually can avoid those results. But
if you're someone who wants to surf around the internet and look for news, don't complain when you find out what happened on a taped show.
No, that's right. You're right about that. Okay, let me just do this one thing. Then we will hit a break, and we will hit some more emails. In today's update on the website, you mentioned the Wrestling Gold DVD. Do you recall any specific matches on this DVD? Since I announced them, I recall most of them. A lot of Jerry Lawler, a lot of Rick Rude, a lot of Randy Savage. Again, different guys, those guys against each other. Bundy was in there. It was that era of Memphis, like 1984. I remember Bruiser Brody Nick Bockwinkel match, Nick Bockwinkel Manny Fernandez match, which was really good. Tully Blanchard, I think, and Manny Fernandez. Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson against Randy Savage and Lanny Poffo. When watching back, the one thing, and I spent it's basically a weekend of watching these tapes over and over, and boy, there was such a difference in, the style of wrestling was just so different. I think I remarked to Brian, right afterwards, I watched all those tapes and saw, almost no missed moves. But then again, I saw almost...
There were no real moves to miss.
Yeah, except for Randy Savage and Ricky Morton, there was nothing that was really all that spectacular. The other thing watching back is that if you look for what you would envision a star being with today's eyes, and you look back at those tapes 16, 17 years, Savage was a hell of a worker. Okay, you could see that, and Ricky Morton obviously was a really good worker, and Bruiser Brody had it. Bruiser Brody could be transplanted with no update and put in today's wrestling scene, and he would be a total superstar. But almost everybody else on those tapes, when you watch them, Manny Fernandez was pretty decent. Tully had the Tully thing going, but I don't know that he would have been given a chance today because of his size and his look, they would have just gone, he's just doesn't got a great body, and he's not spectacular, all this stuff is basic, but, Tully had a thing going, but most of those guys, by today's standards, most of it doesn't hold up, as far as great. Now, if you're into it, just to see it.
Yeah, but if you transplant some of those guys to today, it would be easier for them to have access to a better body.
Oh, of course. And also they would have seen these moves and would have known how to do these moves, and many of them would have been able to do these moves.
Yeah.
This is a Randy Hale statement. There's not much in life that you can say is a sure thing, but one thing you can always count on is that things change. Sometimes they change for the good, sometimes not so good. We all go through changes. I grew up with Memphis wrestling, and anyone who knows me will tell you that it's been my love, my passion, and my dream. Most kids don't get to grow up and live their dream. I feel very fortunate that I've been able to live my dream. Wrestling-wise, the happiest I ever was April 18th, 1998, when Power Pro Wrestling premiered on TV5 in Memphis. Before I started writing this letter, I watched that very first show, and to this day, it gives me goosebumps. I'm very proud of the last 3 years of TV. I'm proud of the product, and I'm proud of the effort we've had from everybody involved in this company. I would have been very happy if Power Pro wrestling would have continued operating like we have been operating forever. I would have been content to retire 30 years from now as the owner, founder, and president of Power Pro Wrestling. But like I said, things change. In April of 1998, I signed a 3-year deal with TV5. I was very confident this contract would be renewed. However, this past Saturday after TV, I was informed by TV5 that the show would not be renewed, and this week's show would be the final episode of Power Pro Wrestling. The major reason given was due to financial reasons and insurance liability issues. It was not financially feasible to continue doing the show. I'll elaborate on that in just a second. Starting on April the 21st, TV5 will begin airing Best of Memphis Wrestling. So that means tapes of old shows. So they're not getting out of the wrestling business. That's an interesting one. As far as Power Pro Wrestling is concerned, let me say this. We worked hard to achieve our dream, and we're not going to sit back and go away. There are other options. We do have a plan. It won't be the same, but sometimes change is good. I'd like to thank everyone who supported Power Pro over the last 3 years. It's been a project a lot of people have worked hard for. It's been an experience that I will always cherish and remember. We'll probably have, by the way, this from Randy Hales. We will probably have Randy Hales on this show probably in 2 or 3 weeks anyway. I'm not sure exactly what date he actually had committed to do the show, and not having anything to do with this. It was just a time frame situation before he was going to do it. And anyway, what that tells me is that they are not giving up on wrestling. Now, there are 2 other companies, or actually neither of them are companies. There are 2 other people wanting to what basically happened with Memphis is this. They were paying, it was the only station that I'm aware of, with the exception of Viacom, I guess, that was actually paying, for the right to broadcast wrestling. I mean, it was the only local station that was doing it. Most of them get it on a barter, and in a lot of cases, wrestling, syndicated wrestling, the company actually pays for the time. But this one, because of the long history of huge ratings that TV5 has gotten from wrestling, the fact that Dave Brown, who's the most popular newscaster, he's a local weatherman, but he's by far the most popular newscaster in the entire market, was part of the show. It's just been one of those things where they'd paid for programming forever because the ratings are so high, and it was tradition that they kept doing. And the people who were around during the heyday of Channel 5 wrestling and all that are no longer with the station. As station management changes, people from out of town came in, and, to them it's like, what do we have this contract? We're paying a couple of grand a week for wrestling. Aren't we supposed to get paid for wrestling? So when the contract ran out, I mean, that was basically the gist on that. And there's also, this is kind of a weird one. There was a insurance situation in that they said that wrestling in that television studio was an insurance liability issue, which is funny because, as Brian, as you probably know, wrestling's been in that exact same studio with the exception of a 1-year break since like 1977 or something. Yeah. But anyway, that's what happened. He was, after the TV Saturday, he was told, 1 week notice, you're done next Saturday. And, probably a lot of people are going to go in because it's of the traditional time slot trying to get it. There is a possibility, that they will continue in the studio with another company, although highly unlikely. I know that one of the proposals, which is Corey Macklin, who's one of the TV announcers, has put together a proposal. And I don't know how, they had a meeting last night. I don't know how the meeting went. And that proposal actually would have been to continue studio wrestling, although they would not get paid for it. They would have to pay for it themselves. And the other proposal, which I don't know if it would be continue studio wrestling or sending tapes, was put in by Sid Udy, who lives in West Memphis and has always fashioned that he could be a booker and a promoter. And knowing that the contract was up. He's got to take
that next step in his career.
He broke his leg and he's 41 years old, so you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not, so anyway, it's not the worst thing. Anyway, let's go to some more of this.
Who would Sid bring in?
That guy, that Johnny Rotten guy. I don't know who else. Yeah, all those local guys are going to go wherever the TV is anyway. Yeah. So it'll be the same. It's going to be the same crew no matter what. Now, I know that, and I don't know which side or where he's aligned, but I do know that Jimmy Hart has talked to Jerry Lawler about, doing stuff in the studio with Jerry Lawler and Hulk Hogan to set up Jerry Lawler-Hulk Hogan matches. Now, I don't know if this will ever happen, but I know that that's...
I wonder if Hogan is aware of this. Actually, probably is if Jimmy's talking about it.
No, I'm sure he's aware of it. If I'm aware of it, and I'm aware of it from many different people, Hogan's aware of it.
Hogan is definitely aware of it.
Yeah, of course he is. Anyway, this is more of this. Even though ECW is filing for bankruptcy, will they still be able to sell and produce DVDs and home videos as a means to bring in future revenue that could pay off their debt? What will probably happen, although there will be a lot of steps for this to happen, is I'm expecting WWF will get the rights to do that stuff. As I think the WWF will end up buying the videotape library of ECW. So at that point, the WWF could put out tapes, but ECW won't get any of that revenue.
It wouldn't go towards paying the debt.
Yeah. I don't think there will be any future things put out by ECW, but I mean, as far as like what's already out there now, they will be able to take in whatever revenue from stuff that's already out there to alleviate the debt, however little they can. I mean, like, some of there's significant amount of pay-per-view money due, and that will be, but I mean, all that money coming in that's going to come in doesn't, they're still going to end up, oh my God, $4.7 million less than they owe.
Mm-hmm. I heard some of those figures on the bankruptcy filing might have been a little bit low as far as what's owed to certain people.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
And it doesn't matter because none of them are going to see any money.
No, because it's what Paul Heyman claims, what the people themselves claim obviously is going to be higher. Because, all those guys never got paid for pay-per-views. Mm-hmm. But then again, I mean, I had seen contracts from ECW, and the way it's worded is you are not guaranteed money for pay-per-views. I mean, it's said that, like, you sort of, there could be money for pay-per-views, but it's not guaranteed, so it's not like he technically owes it. It's sort of like a bonus, and he just never paid anyone any bonuses. That's why, like, a lot of these guys will have, like, hugely different ideas of how much Paul owes them than Paul claims. But that's because they probably didn't read their contract close enough, or maybe maybe some of them are right too. I mean, there's two sides to every story. But I know the contracts that I have seen that pay-per-view money is not guaranteed. I mean, it's sort of like implied, but it's not guaranteed. Let's see. I just listened to the archived Wrestling Observer Live with Max Payne and was curious to know if there's any plans for him to be back on the show once his movie comes out. Oh, when his movie comes out, he'll be back on the show. If we wait for
his movie to come out, he will never return to the show.
But he will be on this show again, I would presume, long before that movie comes out. Let's see. What do you think of this for King of the Ring? Rather than filling the tournament with all the mid-carders and hope to elevate someone, why not fill the tournament out with all the big names? Austin, Triple H, Undertaker, Kane, Benoit, Jericho, Angle, and Rock.
And then have someone elevated in the finals.
And then imagine if Benoit went through Angle, Hunter, and Austin in one night and won the King of the Ring.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that.
Good one.
Imagine that. 3 former King of the Ring, 3 former world
Maybe
champions.
Jericho, too, huh?
That would set up a Benoit-Austin title match for the July pay-per-view, which will be...
Jericho could go through X-Pac, Hunter, and China, and win the whole thing.
Yeah, and would consider Benoit to be a serious contender since, so anyway. Hey, they could do it. They can do anything they want. It's up to them. They're hiring new writers again.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty funny of all the places to look for a new writer. Hotjobs.com.
I couldn't
For all of
believe
you that send us your booking ideas, please go to
hotjobs.com. They're looking for...
And you can apply for your own position in the WWF.
As a writer.
There's clerical positions. A writer.
Probably for WCW.
That's right. You could write for WCW.
I'm guessing, although, I mean, they go through writers really quick. It's a big burnout job, and they're always looking for new young writers. And they're supposed to be young and funny. That's what they want. And it would be good if they know wrestling, but obviously...
That's not a prerequisite.
It's not a prerequisite in some cases. Let's see. I was reading the feedback, and I was wondering, where did this whole Chris Jericho thing get started? He came to the WWF, and he had blonde hair, and that's where it got started. Can you give us the names of some wrestlers who are definitely not going to be part of the new WCW? As far as definitely not, I mean, Vampiro, Mike Modest, Chris Daniels, Luger, Bagwell, I would say have a pretty bad chance. Who else is on the definite not list? Sid Vicious, I don't believe they'll take him. Kevin Nash.
Yeah.
Any other definite nots? It's got to be
Nails.
Nails, Bam Bam Bigelow. Shane Douglas. He goes, I'm very curious about Jamie Noble. Well, I can tell you about Jamie Noble is that he will be given a shot. I can't say 100%, but I can say 99%. I'm sure, and I'll even 99.5%. They're actually doing I shouldn't talk about this, but they're doing talent evaluations, a lot of that, right around now. Let's see. How about WCW Saturday Night with Shane McMahon? This is from Scott Foy.
How about WCW? Oh, did they already do Saturday Night Live? Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Scott Foy, I can't get over those awful names on WF.com. It has to be a rib. Anyway, in addition to some other names, he sent in some names yesterday. Here's a few more names. WCW Mid-Carters of Wrestling. WCW under new management. That WCW show. WCW Damned. Shane the WWF Slayer. WCW The Final Chapter. A Connecticut Yankee in Ted Turner's Court. And WWF 2 Wrestling Fan Zero. And finally, keeping with TNN's brilliant marketing campaign, WCW Pop This. Actually, I got several emails for people suggesting, tongue-in-cheek, of course, the name of the show should be WCW Pop. Let's see.
I like WCW Damned. Really? That's a great name.
Yeah. Who's funnier, William Regal or Kurt Angle? I say Regal. To me? Regal's funnier to me. It's close, huh? It is close. They're both really funny.
I would go with Regal.
Okay. Oh, that's where I went, too.
Especially lately. Angle's had to do too much of the badass deal. And I don't want to complain about that, but Regal's
What was the last match you gave 5 stars to? I think that was Kawada and Masafuchi against Yuji Nagata and Takashi Iizuka from the New Japan pay-per-view in December. Now, this is from Sean, who says, Brian, your response to Sarah's email was incredible. Keep it up.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Rank these guys from best to worst. Hoovy Ray, Sakosa Super Crazy.
From best to worst?
Okay, worst is Sakosis right now. And he's pretty damn good after watching that match he just had Friday night. Hoovy's the most talented for sure of the 4. And Ray and Crazy, Crazy's not as banged up as Ray, but I think Ray, when it comes to comebacks and actual work,
being a babyface.
Yeah, being a babyface, I think he's better than Crazy. So I say Hoovy, Ray, Super Crazy, and Sakosis, but they all can be really, really good when they're on. In fact, awesome when they're on. All of them. Let's see. Who from Ohio Valley Wrestling has WWF developmental deals? Actually, probably 2/3 of the guys there, if not more. Almost the whole crew, except for some of the local guys. Who trained Buff Bagwell? Was it Jody Hamilton, maybe? I really don't know.
No, I have a quick question, though. Is Sheldon signed to a WWF developmental deal?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, then that might be why
maybe
he might not be on the program.
Oh, he's not allowed on the program?
I've been trying to get in touch with him and haven't heard back from him, so.
Oh, I hope he's there.
What about Chris Ford? Can we get him? He just had the dark match.
Actually,
no, until he's signed. If they sign him to a contract like next week, no, but until they sign him, he can come. Yeah, because we had Nova on.
Yeah.
Nova did dark matches. Okay, what are his chances of what are Buff Bagwell's chances of sticking around with WWF or WCW? Not good.
Slim.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go one more and we'll go to a break. I heard that Vince McMahon is going to ship all his heavyweights to WCW and make WWF one big light heavyweight division. Oh, yeah, right, okay. This is from Sanu, who goes, instead of turning Austin, they should have turned Jericho on Austin. It would have been a fresh program with Austin as a face, and Jericho's getting boring as a face. They should turn him heel. They could have done that. I've been saying they should turn Jericho for a long time, but now they're so weak on the babyface side that they probably shouldn't, but he is stale as a babyface.
But there's no point of him being a babyface unless he's going to be a top babyface, because that's what they're short on.
Yeah.
They have no intention of pushing him as a top babyface, just turn him heel.
Yeah, that's true. If they're really not going to give him any chance, that's true. Let's see, are Joey Matthews and Christian York going to start right away with WWF or be sent to Memphis or OVW? I would guess they're going to be sent to Memphis. Let's see, how did the WWF go about airing SummerSlam 92 in the United States? I don't get that. They just did.
It was from the UK.
Yeah. Yeah, so?
So he's wondering about the time delay.
Well, they aired it on tape delay. They aired it like 17 hours late, is what they did. Could London be ruled out as a possibility for WrestleMania 18? Yeah, pretty much.
They're not doing a WrestleMania on tape delay.
No, especially not in this day and age with the internet and everything. They really won't. Because you got to remember, 92, really, it was pretty darn hard to get those results before the show. And in fact, what's funny is I got the results before the show and they were all wrong. So what did it matter? That's how
Someone
bad.
sent you fake results?
No. Someone who was there, and they just, they forgot, there was a DQ finish and they didn't know which guy went over, things like that. But I mean, everyone had.
Did you do it for the hotline or something?
I don't know if I did the hotline by '92. I don't remember when I started doing the hotline. I don't think so. But anyway, I just think, actually, I know I did the hotline. What am I saying? Definitely had a hotline. No, I don't. Forget this. I don't think I did. Anyway, it's '92. I don't remember. It's like 10 years ago. And it was just like one card. But I do remember that in the Warrior
Savage... How
different
it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, SummerSlam could have aired on tape delay, and nobody would have known.
And nobody knew. That's right. And you know what?
There was no hotline.
Well, can I tell you something? On the original WrestleMania, the first WrestleMania, it aired on a 3-hour tape delay on the West Coast, and they pretended it was live, and nobody knew the difference, and it was already over when we started it. And the second WrestleMania, the New York and Chicago aired on tape delay on the West Coast. We got LA live, like the rest of the country got New York. I think it was New York, Chicago, LA. Okay, and we on the West Coast got LA, New York, Chicago. Was it in that order? I think it was LA, Chicago, New York, maybe. I don't even remember now. And it was funny because they were like flipping over, they would have different things said. So there was actually problems in doing it that way, which is one of the reasons, by the way, why they've never done a 3-city WrestleMania again, because it wasn't a total mess, but it wasn't pretty good either.
And then look, like 10 years later, Pride results up on the website pretty much 5 minutes after each match takes place. You can watch Abu Dhabi. 5
minutes. 5 minutes. I had that Pride stuff up, literally like a minute after the finish of every match. I mean, I was up there in the middle of rounds updating that thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I wonder what's going to be like 10 years down the road.
Oh, we'll be able to watch everything live that we want. We'll have a zillion stations, and we'll be watching. I've been still
Except
waiting.
Me, I'll still have 30.
No, but we'll be. We'll
in
be
fact, by then I might have 10.
You'll probably try
upgrades.
You'll try to fix your box, and you won't have any.
I know.
Yeah. Let's see. Have you ever thought of being a WF booker? I can't say I've never thought of it, but I've never thought of it for more than about 5 minutes. This is from Dustin, who says, on his show today, Eddie Goldman said that Pride was the most corrupt martial arts organization in the world. Eddie doesn't like Pride. Would you agree with that statement?
It depends on what you mean by corrupt. And if you're talking about fixing matches and stuff like that, it probably is the most corrupt martial arts organization in the world.
Yeah, because they do work matches.
Yeah.
But, it's a question like, worked or fixed? It's like, to me, it's just like, to me, Pride is just another form of pro wrestling because they're out there trying to draw wrestling fans, not martial arts fans. That's why they use wrestlers, and they got to protect the wrestlers. Because if they got beaten, thrashed really bad, nobody would want to see them anymore. So it's just a pro wrestling organization that does a lot of real matches. It was really what it is. It's not it is a martial arts organization that does fake matches. Also, but it's both. It's neither fish nor fowl. So so is that bad? I mean, maybe it's good that it's like the only professional wrestling organization that actually has real matches, and it's the least corrupt professional wrestling organization. I don't know.
Everyone gets
Although
paid.
It's probably not that either, though. Let's see. Last night I attended the IFC show. It was a great show. If you're ever in Central California, you can catch IFC. I highly recommend it. They're great shows. Yeah, that's usually if it was in midweek, then it's going to be pretty tough for me to go. Though Fresno's not that far. I mean, I remember, when they had the fights in Fresno one night. I don't remember what it was, but they had fights in Fresno, and a whole bunch of guys were fighting, and they came over to my house like at 4 a.m. that night. It's like, I think they called from Fresno and said, we'll be over in like 3 hours to watch like fight videos. So I was like sleep on the couch, and then at 4 a.m. the bell rings, and there's all these fighters.
Dog starts barking.
The dog starts barking. Yeah, I remember that. That was quite a night. Why did WCW let so many wrestlers use their real names and not give them gimmicks so they could protect the characters they made? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Does WWF own the rights to the Sting character? No, Steve Worden does, if I'm correct, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And what does Noah mean? It's the guy with the boat, right? Seriously. Yeah. Let's see. What the hell is the WWF doing? The Hardy Boys in an angle with Austin and Triple H. What about HBK? WWF has sucked lately. Hey, HBK, don't blame the WWF for him.
He'd be right there, but he screwed up.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Brian asked about Jericho injuring people. What about potatoing China, and then guys got upset about it because he went backstage and wouldn't apologize? Is that true? Is that true?
I never heard the story about him not going back and apologizing.
I never
He
did
gave her a
either.
black eye. There's a lot of people that get black eyes in wrestling. Vince gave his own son a black eye. I've got a black eye.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah.
How can you have a
happens
wrestling match and
It
never
happens
get a
all the
black
time.
eye?
Yeah. Regal got one from Al Snow, right?
Yeah, Regal got one from Al Snow. Huge black eye.
Yeah. Vince got one from Bret Hart. Oh.
Well,
I know, that doesn't count.
Bret was stiff.
Yeah. I'm 16 and I saw Bash at the Beach in 1989 live. I've been watching wrestling ever since. I think I'm one of the select few wrestling fans my age like that. So he saw it live, so he was 5 years old. It's still a hell of a show. That was a hell of a show, though.
Saw it when he was 5, and he was still a fan afterwards.
That was a great show. Why wouldn't you still be a fan after that show?
Which
if every
show?
show was like that, if every show was like that Bash show in '89, there would be much more wrestling.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
You were thinking Bash of '91?
I was thinking about the Beach show.
Oh yeah, well I could see that. Brian, you know, we never talked about this. Okay, were you riding waves during the Sting and Ming match?
I think I saw that match.
Okay, I was riding waves, so maybe that wasn't it. 'Cause people are like sure that we've actually met, and I was thinking, you know, there is a possibility. No,
I think I may have given Dave a flyer for the newsletter at that beach.
Okay,
but I would not have known who he was at the time.
Okay, I did get a flyer for your newsletter at that beach. Absolutely,
but I wasn't the only person giving those things out. I had lackeys with me.
Okay, well, I may have met a lackey then.
We've never met. Why is it hard to believe? Why would we lie about that? Because of the one day that I lied that I was at your house?
Don't worry. He did it again. Vince Russo isn't going to WoW. He swerved us. He's booking Noah. That's pretty good. Let's see. He's from Harry Simon, who's coming up with the Let's Screw with Bret Hart trivia. Oh, my God. He goes, am I right in thinking Barry Windham was one of the wrestlers who boycotted the morning after Montreal Raw? No, the only guy I think who did was Mick Foley. Wasn't that right? And
Wasn't
Owen Hart?
Mick Foley and one other guy? I thought one other guy did.
Owen Hart.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone else. Neidhart was there. So
this was kind of like the WCW did. There was about 16 million people on Sunday night who were boycott.
Everyone on Monday morning after that match was not going to go. But you know what? Actually what happened was a lot of them called up Brett and said, like, we're not going to go. And he told every one of them, go. Don't give him an excuse to fire you. So I mean, the only one, and I mean, he told that to Foley too, but Foley still wouldn't go. And, so those were the only two who didn't go.
Vince would have been an idiot to fire anybody, though. They could start. WCW could have done the invasion. Well, they wouldn't have because they screwed up, but they could have done the invasion all over again.
Well, they tried with Rick Rude and Davey Boy and Neidhart. They got them all, and boy, that. Although I will not blame ever. I will never blame them for WCW for not pushing Davey Boy and Neidhart because they were absolutely unpushable at that time.
Yes.
Let's see. What is the new WCW going to be like if none of the top stars get a buyout? Time will tell. We don't know. What did you think of the Vince Russo skit on the Torch? I haven't read anything on the Torch website in like months, but Bruce Mitchell asked me to read that, so I did. And actually, I read everything on the Torch website last night since I was already up there. But it was very funny. Can you imagine what a healthy and happy Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels would add to the world of wrestling today? Yeah, you know what? The happy and healthy Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, I would enjoy wrestling a lot because those guys were great. Let's see. This was the exact quote, by the way, from... God, we're talking about Russo again. Do you know what the Miss WCW contest has badly produced what it was? Beat Raw every minute for 7 minutes when they were head-to-head, and the contest ran smack up against the return of Steve Austin. Amazing, isn't it? So that's the exact quote. So the thing we were told yesterday was untrue. Let's see. Would it be easier for someone to start up a promotion on another English-speaking country and then get television and bring it to the United States? No. We're not good at accepting foreign products compared to other countries. What feud was the Funk Briscoe or Flair Steamboat for the 90s? Misawa Kawada. Let's see. I just want to say I really enjoyed the Who Wants to Beat the Crap Out of Shawn Michaels trivia.
That guy got some hate mail, too. I'll have to put that up.
What?
Harry, for that trivia.
Yeah.
Some people were very angry about that. Even Even the idea of creating that.
What, the Michaels one? The Michaels one was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Well, they didn't like it.
Why?
Because he was insulting Shawn Michaels. Yeah, but it's the greatest wrestler of all time.
It's all tongue-in-cheek. So, I mean, well, he's not the greatest wrestler of all time.
I think it's our readership. You know how they are about Shawn Michaels. I shouldn't say that, but, same thing with all the young guys on the show that come on and, idolize Michaels.
Even if Shawn's the greatest wrestler of all time, that doesn't mean you can't tell jokes.
That's true.
Does it?
People were offended.
Especially when they're all true. I mean, it's not like...
I know, that's the whole thing.
I mean, you didn't make that up. I mean, hey, it's like, hey, none of us ever say Shawn Michaels was a bad wrestler. I mean, even the people who hate his guts the worst can never say that because then you're just like branded idiot. You know what I mean? If you say something stupid as that. Okay, this is to take it one step further. This is from Richard Sullivan. Dory Funk Jr. and Jack Briscoe wrestling for the Mid-Atlantic title in 1983 were actually better matches than the Funk-Briscoe NWA title classics of 10 years earlier, even though both were past their prime by that time, and neither was one of the top 10 workers in the world by that point. I would compare it to the Wright brothers flying a DC-9 or 747 and doing a good job at it, but still not having the reflexes of a younger pilot with more experience flying a modern aircraft. Let's see. Any chance of having Dusty Rhodes on the show soon? Yeah, I hope so. Let's see. Well, let's go to the phones. We'll start with Jack in Nevada. Jack, what's going on?
Not much, Dave. First time caller, long time listener, though. I first want to say that, Brian, I enjoy your sense of humor a whole lot. You make the show, in my opinion.
Wow.
I think so, too.
Anyways, I wanted to ask you what you thought of WCW's chances if they don't get any of these guys that are tied up in these Time Warner contracts. Like Booker T and DDP and Goldberg, whatnot.
Well, they're going to probably end up with Booker T.
I can't even say right now. I think it's going to take like 3 weeks of TV, because if 3 weeks of TV go by, they don't have any of those guys, and fans are chanting their name, the ratings are low, I'm sure they'll do something.
Because I sent in a letter, basically talking about, Kidman and Awesome, and a guy like Lance Storm could easily be like, I think, the next Bret Hart. Do you think they could, headline?
No, not yet. I mean, now, if they worked with headliners and had really great matches in due time, I think they could, but right off the bat, absolutely not. They're not over enough for people to accept them as headliners.
Do you think, though, that, like, guys like 3 Count and the Young Dragons could pull off the TLC kind of matches we're seeing now as far as tag teams go?
Oh, we've already seen them do it. Remember they did it at Starrcade or whatever? They had their match was tremendous.
And they'd actually get the push, with Vince behind them.
They'll have a better chance of getting a push now than they did then.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, they will, because there's not as much. There's not. Well, first of all, there's nobody on top to hold anyone down, so everyone sort of got a chance. And also, the political structure's greatly changed, and for the better too.
Plus, if anything, with the way the TV is set up now, with no competition, they're doing so many replays and everything like that, that if there's a tremendous match, we'll see a ton of it on the next show. Just replays and everything.
You know what's interesting? Now, here's an interesting one. If somebody went out there and just had this killer match on Saturday night, would they show us clips on Monday? Because they got to use Monday. If they don't use Monday to drive Saturday, and they really try to keep them that separate, it's going to be tough. They got to use Monday and Thursday to drive Saturday, at least at the beginning. Well, not even at the beginning, always.
Maybe they could do like the old. Remember the NWO used to do those deals where they'd pay for commercial time or whatever. They'll have to do something like that, because they can't just have Jim Ross go, well, let's take a look what happened on WCW Hard On this past Saturday night with the Young Dragons. They'll have to do a deal where, Shane McMahon buys commercial time and airs a commercial, and then they're back to Raw again.
Well, maybe Linda just makes a ruling. I'm the CEO, and I'm giving them like 10 minutes of time to promote their product every week.
Yeah, it has to be something like that. They just can't have Ross talk about it.
But they've got to drive it. I mean, hey, they use they try, and it hasn't really succeeded, but they try to use Raw and SmackDown to drive XFL. I mean,
yeah, but XFL isn't supposed to be considered like a rival organization.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they could just do the Linda McMahon thing I said. It's not a problem.
Yep.
Did you hear anything about the house show match last night with Jerry Lynn Crash, Holly, and Dean Malenko? My cousin told me it was spectacular. I just heard that. That's all I've heard. Let me see. With such a lack of wrestling shows nowadays, I've been forced to dig into my tape collection to find entertainment. Watching old tapes, several questions spring to mind. Any answer would be appreciated. Everybody always lists Ric Flair's greatest opponent as Ricky Steamboat or Sting. Nobody says Sting.
I don't think anyone says Sting except Ric Flair in the worst promo.
Flair said on that last show just because he was building up a match. Everyone always says Ricky Steamboat. After rewatching several of his matches with Ronnie Garvin, I have to say Ronnie Garvin should be up on any list of his best opponents. Yeah, Ronnie Garvin and Ric Flair had a different kind of match. They just beat the hell out of each other, and they were great matches. Almost all of their matches were awesome. I don't think he was a good choice as NWA champion. No, he was a horrible choice, actually. In Flair's rematch, after losing the title, the crowd cheered for him way more than Garvin. Yeah, absolutely. Can you explain who was the booker that gave Garvin the NWA title and the reason he was picked for the spot? The booker was Dusty Rhodes, and maybe we'll get Dusty on and give the answer. I think that, what it was that it was Starrcade coming up, and they really didn't have a program for
Remember when Dusty asked, what's the Dusty finish?
Well, that was a classic. But when they were building up a Starrcade in 1987 on pay-per-view, which they ended up barely getting on pay-per-view, but that's another story. They were just looking for a quickie title switch for Flair, and I think that they didn't want to beat any of the, like Dusty was the top babyface, Nikita, Koloff was around, I forget who else was around, but they had a list, and I think that they just didn't want Flair to beat anyone clean, but Ronnie Garvin they figured he could beat clean, and he was like number 7 babyface at the time, but him and Flair did have a really big, good program of matches, so it wasn't like he was totally undeserving in people's eyes. I mean, so they went with Ronnie Garvin, and the crowd, everyone loved Ronnie Garvin when he was wrestling Ric Flair until he beat Ric Flair. And the minute they saw Ronnie Garvin with that world belt, with Ric Flair's belt, and they realized this guy is no Ric Flair, and he got booed every night, everywhere. And it was so bad they actually stopped doing world title matches after a week into that reign because, they had him defend against like Ivan Koloff and Big Bubba Rogers because they knew that he couldn't draw as a main eventer. And actually it was a really bad situation because the ratings in that quarter dropped 25% on WCW. I don't know if it was called Saturday Night. I think it was called World Championship Wrestling then. When they switched the belt from Flair to Ronnie Garvin. I mean, that's what the belt meant in those days. When the belt was on the wrong guy, people wouldn't watch wrestling and people wouldn't pay for tickets. And attendance went down. Everything went down. Although the Starrcade match, in Chicago was a sellout and Flair got it back. Let's see. Where do we have? Do you remember what you thought of those matches? I mean, the matches were very good, no doubt. How come Jimmy Snuka and Bob Orton didn't have matches in the first WrestleMania? I think they couldn't trust Snuka, and Bob Orton was doing a broken arm gimmick. I don't remember if he was. I think he may have been hurt at one point. They were serving as glorified managers of the main event, but they were very good workers and really over. I don't understand why they didn't have a match on the card. I think they didn't want to make that main event into a 6-man tag. Might have been part of it, too. Watching old world-class tapes is really sad, yeah, because everybody in that promotion, and not just the Von Erichs, when you watch those old world-class tapes, I mean, the ring announcer, everyone's dead. The referee, it's really, okay. Okay. It's hard to see the Von Erichs not be reminded of the dark cloud around that name. I heard a story that Fritz Von Erich sold 8x10 promo photos of David and Mike at their funerals. Have you heard the story? That is not true. What it was I was at and this is actually something that the family has denied, but it is true because I was at the show, at the David Von Erich Parade of Champions, which was a wrestling show in April, which was about 2 or so months after David Von Erich died. It was, in fact, it was a show we talked about a couple of days ago with Ric Flair and Kerry, where Kerry won the title. They were selling photos of David at that show, which I thought, when I was there, I was going like, this is kind of weird. And people were buying them like crazy. But they did not sell photos of him at the funeral. That is not true. Let's start with Wes. Wes, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going really good.
Hey, the thing about Ronnie Garvin, though, back in '87, they kind of built him up that whole year with the Jim Cornette, the Fireball incident, and then during the summer, Jimmy and Flair had that program, Ever Precious, and then he came and knocked him out in the pool. So, and they did give him a full year build-up.
Yeah, he just wasn't the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I remember, Jimmy actually, that showed how good Ric Flair was. Ric Flair even got decent matches out of Jimmy.
Yeah.
Man, Jimmy was terrible then. I mean, Jimmy had a good act, but I mean, God, he didn't do nothing in the ring by then.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to ask you in terms of going back to that Flair final interview on Night when he brought up Vince McMahon Sr. I thought that when Buddy Rogers left, I thought they were out of the NWA then.
Okay, here's the deal.
They were back in briefly.
That was more than briefly. No, what happened was in '63 they were out of the NWA until I'm thinking '72. The whole reign of Bruno Sammartino, the first time they called him World Heavyweight Champion, and they were not members of the NWA. And then the NWA got really strong, and Mushnick got Vince Sr. into the NWA. 71-72 was when Dory Funk Jr. was world champion, I remember. And then Vince Sr. remained in the NWA from 72 until, I'm guessing, 82 when he turned the promotion over to Junior, and, Junior went against everyone. So during that, in 81, Vince Sr. was in the NWA and probably had a hand in deciding the champion, even though, Vince Sr. almost never booked the NWA champion. I mean, that's why
it's so confusing. I don't ever recall looking over any old results ever seen an NWA champion.
Yeah, Race defended the title a couple of times in WWF cities. I mean, and there were some race Dusty Rhodes, race Bob Backlund, title versus title matches at the Garden, but very rare. And but if you look at the programs from Madison Square Garden and some of the other arenas in the WWF, they would actually list like Bob Backlund as WWF champion and Harley Race as world champion, even though Harley never actually, or almost never, would appear.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I was kind of a bit confused on that. Also, in regards to the WCW and everything, I don't particularly like how they've done it so far, but, I mean, with Shane McMahon in particular, I mean, with the whole thing back on Raw a couple of weeks ago at WWF New York, I mean, it just didn't have the same, considering they own it, they would have kicked him out of the building, but considering that, I just didn't think it had the same impact as when Scott Hall came down on Nitro, but, that time, and, when Nash came out the next week and shoved, the guy running the company, Eric Bischoff, down it, but, I mean, did y'all view that the same way, or is that just me, maybe,
No, the other one was more dramatic.
I think it's more because in, like, the last 6 years, there's just so much more information about wrestling out, and everybody knew. I mean, everybody who was really following it knew that this was going to happen and that there was going to be some sort of angle when it did. But, I mean, I think that casual fans that watched that, like, reaction that we got from people that were there at Nitro when it happened, it was like their jaw dropped when Vince appeared at the beginning of Nitro. And I think that for a lot of casual fans, that's how it was. But, I mean, for me, it was like, it was just nothing. I mean, it was something, but as far as, like, a big angle, I just knew it was a big angle because of what it was, but it didn't really strike me as, like, the Scott Hall thing did.
Well, I mean, it's, we just don't know because it's all how it plays out.
Yeah.
And, we haven't even seen the first TV. They haven't even planned the first TV. I mean, this is a work in progress, and that's a very dangerous term because the last work in progress,
WCW's been a work in progress for years now, unfortunately.
I mean, it's going to depend on how the casual fan looks at it. I mean, if the casual fan buys it, it'll be just fine, but if they don't, it won't. It doesn't matter what, like, the 2% of people that know everything that's going on think about it.
Yeah, do you think that maybe he purchased it? Do you think he was surprised Bischoff didn't get TV? Because, I mean, the only reasons he would have done it would be to do it in an interpromotional angle, but not having the big names, obviously it's going to be hard. And the other reason would be to keep, the talent, the 24 they got, and some of the other guys away from Bischoff. Did that enter his mind, you think?
No, I don't think so, because I think that I think they knew the television landscape when they started negotiating for it. Okay, they didn't know that Bischoff was going to strike out looking for TV, but when they signed the contract, Bischoff had already struck out. So when they made the decision about
the fact that they were negotiating before the shows got canceled really kind of tells you something about what Vince knew, or maybe what Vince had
that the shows were going to get canceled.
Yeah, because if the shows never got canceled, why would they be negotiating? Because they knew
he couldn't take it. He couldn't take it.
So something must have been up there.
So Vince McMahon may have had a hand in those things being canceled, in that was the only way he would take it. It also tells me that they really didn't want to sell it to Fusion. Even though they made that big announcement, they did that press conference, and, said that, like, the deal's just about done, which, Fusion didn't even want that press conference. That was Brad Siegel. But then when Brad Siegel went to, the WWF, and, when those negotiations reopened, I mean, I know, it's funny because, you get told things, and you just kind of, they go through your head. And then a couple weeks later, you start thinking about things that you'd heard. And one of the things I heard was that Stuart Snyder had been told, this is way before the Fusion thing fell apart and any of that news came out, that the people who were negotiating, from the Time Warner side, had told Stuart Snyder that they were not going to sell to Fusion. And that's why they were opening up negotiations to WWF. And,
Why would it really matter who they sold to, though?
I think that they felt that, because the Fusion deal, I mean, you've seen the deal, it was a certain amount of money, not a big amount of money up front. It was like $5 million up front and then $2 million every year.
And
I think
payment deal.
the payment deal, and I think that they felt that after, after 1 year they'd never get any money, and that these guys would go bankrupt on their air. And the other way, at least
they got
wrestling's
the money up
gone.
Front.
Wrestling's gone, and even if it's not all up front, the whole point is, the WWF's not going out of business.
It's coming from the WWF, which isn't going to die in a year.
Yeah, or 2 years. Yeah, they're getting all their money, and and also with Fusions, TBS was going to maintain a stock in the company, so they would be on the hook for God knows what. And I think they just wanted this thing gone. And with WWF, they sold it 100%. They didn't sell 87%, like was the deal to Fusion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my last question was, is there any word on when maybe that MattRats.com promotion might be on TV? I know on their website they've got some poll that you can vote for what station. Some of them are laughable, like ESPN's on one of the ones. But have you heard anything when they might, in terms of...
Is that how easy it is?
They should vote. They should vote for NBC in prime time on Thursday after Friends.
Yeah, why not?
They're going to vote for something. Yeah. I mean, as the big competition for Survivor.
So you don't know when?
No, they don't have any TV deals. They're so far from that.
I don't think there's going to be any TV soon.
And you don't think?
I mean, if Bischoff couldn't get it with Fox, who's going to take
what does it tell you? What's Matt Rat's going to get?
Yeah. So I guess they'll be doing webcam.
There's going to be a lot of webcams. You know what, though? If they have, what the hell is Jason Hervey's company? Mandalay behind them. That webcast may last for a while, so. But don't expect
if they're willing to do it. And the thing is, if there was a way, who knows what technology is going to be in 5-10 years?
Yeah, down the road, it may not be a big deal to have it on the internet, because everyone may have, little internet TVs or whatever. Who knows how it's going to happen, but as far as, network TV, anything like that, or cable TV...
Yeah, you'll get the stuff on demand, and you'll get, who knows where technology is going to be. Of course, it's not going to be like this next year, though.
No, they'd probably be out of business by then. Well, I appreciate the comments, guys. Thanks.
This is from Mike, who says, didn't Kane boycott the next day after the Bret Hart incident? No, he did not. This is the things that are being said today in the dressing room about Chris Jericho. I'm not going to say who said them. Anyway. Hey, Vince, WCW needs someone really charismatic, like Chris Jericho. He's not getting enough of a chance here. Hey, Vince, I think Chris Jericho should be in another program with Chris Benoit. Hey, Vince, Jericho doesn't need to be pushed anymore.
That one's true.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Vince, Jericho doesn't need to be pushed anymore. He's too old. He should help elevate the up-and-coming young stars like X-Pac and China. Hey, Vince, if there's anyone in our company who can get a good match out of Kane or The Big Show, it's Chris Jericho. Hey, Vince, Chris Jericho needs more television time. We should make him host Sunday Night Heat. And, hey, Vince, Chris Jericho hurts people in the ring. China wouldn't lie about anything.
Speaking of people hurting people in the ring, China is brutal.
Yeah. Let's see. This is actually, I know this is tongue-in-cheek, but I got to read it anyway. This is like someone who's, I bet Dave's not going to, I want Dave to read this and it sounds stupid, but it's just too funny for me. Because I'm 13 years old, so I'm not familiar with Japanese wrestling. Is this Champion Carnival thing I read so much take place at an actual carnival? The answer to that is no. Let's see. How good a worker is Brian? A lot better than you think. He's a very good independent worker. If Fox wants to get lower ratings than the XFL, they could air an hour-long special like When Animals Attack. They could use the best of, as if there's ever anything good coming out of that show. They could air clips of Vince Russo's WCW tenure called When Work Shoots Go Bad. Let's see. As for pushing the WCW Saturday Night Show on Monday, why not have Shane steal television time with a 1 or 2 minute pirate satellite feed? This would also push the Vince Shane storyline, promote the WCW product at the same time.
What I thought was kind of, I thought there were two good things they've done so far. The first one was Monday when Jim Ross is in the room with Vince McMahon and he goes, yes, I've also talked to my lawyer. And he goes, if you fire me, I may go work for your son Shane in WCW. And everyone popped huge. And it was like, even if he never goes now, at least Jim Ross saying that is giving some legitimacy to WCW, like it is a viable alternative. Because that's what they need to do. I mean, it's not like Jim Ross would say, or like Vince would go, if I fire you, you're going to have to go to WCW. And Ross goes, oh my God, no, not that. He's actually putting it over as something that's okay. And then I completely forgot what the other thing was.
No, that's good, though. That's good. Because I have a different opinion from most of your listeners. Bret Hart, I feel, is a better wrestler than Shawn Michaels. I mean, I think everybody would say that Bret Hart was a technically better wrestler than Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels was the more spectacular of the two. I mean, as far as which one you think was better, it's a matter of taste. It bothers me that he isn't as highly regarded. In some ways, he's more highly regarded. In some ways, he's not. If Bret had been an ungrateful, pig-headed prima donna like Shawn Michaels, he could have bailed on Vince with a WWF belt. In the words of Kurt Angle, Shawn has intensity and intelligence. I don't know if he has intelligence. He definitely has intensity. But he lacks integrity. He wouldn't be the only one. Let's see.
Hey, the other thing was SmackDown, when Vince is talking about, I don't have Shane under contract, and he has that concerned look on his face, and I thought, Vince is going to be able to reenact everything that happened in 1996 when he suddenly realized, I didn't have Lex Luger under contract. I didn't have Medusa under contract, and so on, as guys jump ship.
Well, no, Medusa was fired.
Oh, that's right, she was fired.
Medusa was fired and then she showed up on the other show. I mean, Medusa didn't jump. She got fired first. Luger, he had under contract. There was just a loophole. And I don't know what the loophole was, but obviously there was one because he was telling, he was going to sue Luger.
Was he under contract? I thought it was something like his contract expired like Saturday or something.
No, Luger was under contract, but there was some loophole in the contract that Luger's lawyer got him out of on some technicality that they didn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a contract technicality. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. You mentioned that the ring announcer for World Class was dead. I think that was Ralph Pulley. How did he die? I think it was AIDS. How did Rick Stewart die? I think that was AIDS too. I could be wrong on both cases. That's how Rick Stewart, I'm pretty sure that's how. I'm pretty much sure. I think Ralph Pulley too. I think they both died of AIDS. What is the relationship between Phil Mushnick and this Mushnick guy you were talking about who was friends with Vince Sr.? None. Let's see. I heard Billy Gunn is trying to buy out Road Dogg for 2 hours and use him sparingly for 5 minutes a month so he can carry his ass again. That's a good one. Let's see. Stan Chavez. I just went back and watched the Great American Bash of 1989 and 1996. 1989 was so great. Then I got to 1996. I remember liking the show more when it aired. The show wasn't as good as I thought. The football player stuff was stupid. Actually, it was great that night. Benoit Sullivan was really cool, and the post-match angle with Arn Anderson tore down the house. Ray and Dean Malenko was so goddamn good. The funny thing was they spent 3/4 of the match on the mat. The Giant versus Lex Luger was awful. Page against Bagwell was weak. Big Bubba was and a partially shaved John Tenta was god-awful. Conan and El Gato was pathetic. The Steiners against Fire and Ice was the Steiners' worst match ever. I think you need to take that pay-per-view off the best list ever. The promos on the show backstage.
Hold on. What happened with John Tenta again? Why did he only shave half his head? I vaguely remember this.
Because he wanted everyone to know how humiliated he was. I forget. There was a reason. The promos on that show backstage were horrible. I thought that I was in a time warp, and I didn't realize how much better the promos actually got. Arn Anderson was in top form, though. Let's see.
Are we going to get Tenta on this show?
I've never heard. I don't know.
I think I sent the info to Al. I'm not sure if I did, though.
I did send an email and never got a response.
Okay.
I know why the WWF won't let their guys do the show. I've been listening to every one of the shows from that short period, and when there were tons of WWF guys on, and I figured out why they wouldn't let them back. Because they were all really good and no harm was done. But then came Kurt Angle. Go back and listen to the show, and he basically tells you everything that ends up happening. So it's Kurt Angle's fault. He did hint that he was going to win King. But who didn't know Kurt Angle?
He also hinted that he was going to be a badass by summer.
Yeah, well, summer of 2004. Let's see. Oh no. I don't even want to read this. Call me stupid, and I'm about to. I truly believe in less than a year and a half, ECW will restart on cable. Okay. There we go.
That's not as good as the email I got from somebody that wanted to know how much it would cost to buy ECW because he thought he could round up enough money.
Yeah. Let's see. Have any wrestlers ever changed their name to their character name? Buddy Landel and Ultimate Warrior, they have. His legal name is Warrior, Jim Hellwig. Mm-hmm. There's probably a lot of others, actually. But those two pop into my head. What is with the lack of Edge and Christian interview time? They were doing such a great job. Did one of the writers who was doing their segments quit? Or is it just a case of Triple H think that ENC are a threat to him as the top heel tag team? Yeah, they did get that word out that they were like, what was the word out? That they were, they hogged the writer and they were kiss asses. And, as soon as they started getting
Why
over
would
there.
It matter, though? Because if one writer's fired, like nobody else knew what the idea was going to be when he's gone, and someone else couldn't just step in. Like every writer has their own secret ideas they don't share.
Yeah. After what happened
How much
on
would
Raw
it cost to
Smack-
buy and restart ECW? Do you know how much it would cost to run per month or year once it has been purchased? I might be able to get enough money.
After what happened on Raw and SmackDown with the Hardys going over, do you think it's too much too fast? How old are they, like 23, 24? Oh, God, how old are they right now?
I think Jeff's young. Wait, Jeff might be 23 now. He's young.
I think Jeff's 23 or 24. I think Matt's about 27, but I don't have the ages right in front of me. I mean, winning the Intercontinental title from the number 2 man in the company would sure make them cocky. Hopefully it doesn't. They've
I
gone
don't
from
think Hardys have had so much of a problem with that.
No, I mean they've gone from
Especially
nowhere
Jeff.
to superstardom. They've gone from nowhere to superstar, both of them. And no, I mean believe me, 85% to 90% of the people in this business, if they had been on a run like the Hardys, where they come out and get that deafening applause every night after, you know what I mean, it would go to their head. And I think that those guys are the exception.
Yeah, they're real humble.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to Steve in Arizona. Steve, what's going on?
What's up? You guys do a great job, and you make my work a whole lot more bearable. I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
And listen, a couple quick questions. Who do you guys think, and maybe this is a little too general, but is the best worker in the business today?
In the whole world?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, whole world. Maybe Benoit.
How about you, Brian?
Benoit's up there. I don't know. I would say like Kawada, but he's been injured and.
Kawada, yeah, you know what? I would say Kawada ahead of Benoit because those matches that Kawada had that I've seen. Yeah, I would
he
say
hasn't been
Kawada
going
and
night
Benoit.
in and night out.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, he does wrestle every night, and he doesn't. And believe me, he sure doesn't wrestle good people.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's true.
And he did get a 4-star match at Tenryu, who was 50+ years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd say Kawada and Benoit.
All right. Have you guys heard of an indie wrestler, and I don't even know if he's active anymore, named Mike Vallely out of California?
I don't know the name.
Okay.
No.
All right. And one more thing. Do you think that the push the Hardys are getting is going to change the possible main event for Backlash? I mean, to me that just seems so. It just seems so. I don't know. A lot of people I think are saying the same thing, but it just seems so. I don't know, anticlimactic. Something like Hunter and Austin versus Kane and Taker.
I mean,
I just hope they don't have like the big man mindset, and that's what they end up doing. But it was like one of those deals where, they did Hardys against Hunter and Austin on Monday, and it's like they kind of fell into something that they really didn't expect.
Yeah.
And Jeff gets his win tonight, and I think they could build it up and not do bad at all. Because remember, they had that pay-per-view with what was that pay-per-view where we didn't think it was going to do too hot because it was like Rock and Benoit headlining. And
Fully Loaded, and it did just fine.
Did fine. I think it
awesome. It did just fine. Yeah, with
so
Rock and
I think
Benoit
they could do something with that, and I really think they should, but I kind of don't think they will.
Yeah, no, that's a shame. It's a shame because I really think getting somebody new over like the Hardys as far as main event status, especially at a pay-per-view, whether it's the pay-per-view after WrestleMania or even just Raw.
Okay, now, how would you do that? You would go Hunter, if you go Hunter and Austin against the Hardys, I don't really like that one because there's nothing really there. Now, if you did I could see Hunter and Jeff Hardy, and then Austin against, but the problem is then who does Austin go against?
Yeah, because I don't think Matt would be.
No, Austin and Matt, he's definitely not ready for that.
No, you're right.
You could do Austin and Lita and have Lita beat him.
Oh, yeah.
And then she'll strip, right?
But see, all you really need to do is have, if you need a tag match, you could have the tag match set up Hunter and Jeff for the next pay-per-view, and then you got 4 weeks to figure out something to do with Austin. Put something in.
Well, you could always do.
You wouldn't necessarily have to have the Austin match come out of that bout.
Well, you could always do Austin with Benoit if you had enough time to, really push it hard. But, 3 weeks is not enough time because Benoit hasn't been pushed hard enough as a babyface yet.
Yeah.
But 7 weeks,
you don't necessarily
I think
you can start tomorrow. You don't necessarily have to start after the next pay-per-view's over. Just a slow build, and then after the pay-per-view's over, start, picking it up a little bit.
Regardless,
they've been great. Austin and Benoit have had great television matches already.
Yeah.
I just hope that I hope that's not the main event because
That was the plan, though.
Yeah, I know, but hopefully it'll change. Anyway, you guys take care. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, the other reason why I think that they're not going to change is because they already have the next pay-per-view main events booked, and they're stemming from this one.
Yeah.
So that's Austin and Undertaker. I heard Terry Funk a number of years ago say there would only be 1 or 2 main companies. I think he actually said that like in 1976. And that's why he sold his Amarillo territory. What do you think he would say about wrestling 10 years from now? Maybe you can get him on and see. Al, have you talked to Terry Funk or anything?
The last time I spoke to him, he says, I'm going to check my calendar and I'll get back to you. And, well, he might have forgotten, so I'll have to call him back.
Okay. More WCW show ideas. WCW minimum wage wrestlers. WCW Valley Wrestling. Oh, that's bad. WCW Saturday Stasiak. WCW Sunday morning. WCW Shotgun Saturday night. WCW Sold Out. So let's see. Potential taglines to help the new WCW. Luger-free television.
How about WCW Hate the Game?
Yeah. WCW, the world's most expensive wrestling angle. Hey, we still get Kiwi. See the future WWF mid-carders before they're in the WWF. If you're at home late on a Saturday night, you're probably a wrestling fan anyway. See WCW run into the ground by that other Vince. Not actually WCW, but an amazing likeness, and please watch. Oh, some of this is good. Do you think Steen can be of any use in WWF? He's very outdated. I don't even know how he survived in WCW with his hitting his chest and saying, "Showtime, folks." I think he'd be booed like Kurt Angle, and slurs would be yelled at him by the audience. I don't know.
Look at what that WCW name has caused. That name, there's something about the name. It's not even the same organization anymore. They got 24 of the wrestlers, but that's it. And this name, till the end of time, will be the butt of jokes.
Yeah, let's go to Gerard.
They didn't help with their own poll.
Yeah, no, they didn't, because they're the ones who started this. What's up, Gerard?
Not much. You guys?
We're doing great.
Hey.
That's good. I have a question. Now, you're probably going to laugh, but let me ask it anyway.
We don't laugh at our callers.
Do you think, even for a short time, it's possible that Hulkamania could run wild like it's never ran before?
Like it's never ran before?
Yeah. I've just...
No, he's trying to make us laugh. Of course not.
Even say you go back when Vince was naming all the WCW guys, Hogan's name got a pop. When Big Show came out as Hogan, everybody was chanting Hulkster. I think that there's a lot of people my age, I'm 24, who grew up watching Hulkster being the hero, who would, like to see him back, even if it's for, a little while.
I think there's a chance that Hulkamania could run wild again, but to say it could run wild bigger than ever, there's no way.
Absolutely no chance.
What about Hogan coming back and dethroning Austin from the side of Vince?
Never happened. No, that one won't happen.
But with the vitamins and the prayers, anything can happen.
Yeah, as far as taking him back for one show, if he were, under the right circumstances, I could see that. As far as full time, that's going to be tough for a lot of reasons. You just don't want a cancer in, gnawing away at your federation that's making so much money.
That's understandable. And one more thing, I think that for the new WCW, they have to do what they can to get Flair, just to start it off, not wrestle, just maybe a Shane's side or something.
I just hope that the "We Want Flair" chants start up again.
Because
then they'll be stuck.
Yeah, they can get him. It's just a question if they want him. They can get anyone they want. It's not like they're going broke. It's not like they can't afford like Bill Goldberg's contract. They can get him. It's just do they want to pay for him? And it's a strict business decision. And I can understand why. I can understand why they wouldn't want to break the bank. If I was in Vince's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
If I was in Vince's shoes, I probably would work on getting Flair, and I would probably realistically say I wouldn't get Goldberg at the beginning, and if I needed to, then I would get him. But I would wait. I would wait to see if I needed him. Because it's a lot of money, and you're breaking a salary structure at the same time, if it's worth it in the long run between this angle making and not making it, then it's worth paying him.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't sign him first. I would kind of sit back and see, okay, how's this going?
Watch that first show. We'll know so much after that first show airs.
Yeah, the first 3 weeks. Because the first show, you know what, Brian? The first show they may get a fluke good rating like XFL too.
I'm not saying so much about the rating. I'm talking about crowd reactions.
Well, yeah, a little bit.
Like, what if there's a Goldberg chant all night that first show?
Well, then you're going to be influenced.
What about We Want Flair chants? Remember those?
I think if you end up with Flair, it'll be a strong foot to start off on if he's there.
Well, it's at least a guaranteed great interview on the show if he's motivated. Because when Flair's motivated and really wants to do a good interview, he's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, that's about it.
Did you see the EMLL? You probably didn't because I don't know if you started watching it yet. It was only 2 or 3 weeks ago. When no, it was longer than that. I saw it on tape. That's right. But anyway,
I have a comp tape from the whole year though, so I can see it.
Okay, so now it was the segment where they took Emilio to the beauty parlor and had his hair done.
I didn't see that one yet.
Oh, that was so classic. Or the one where they brought him to this menswear place and they had him trying on all these suits and he comes out in this really snazzy suit. Some of that stuff at Los Guapos was so campy.
Some of those
terrible.
skits are so funny. I don't even know what they're saying, but they're just hilarious.
Oh, they're just yeah. So but anyway,
when Porky got thrown into the big fountain, he just gets attacked on the street by two of these luchadors in their masks, I might add.
Oh yeah, on the street walking. He's just walking down the street. Yeah, the two heels that. Yeah. Well, what was I going to say about Scorpio? Okay, Scorpio Jr. God, how am I going to say this story? Scorpio Jr. He actually lost his mask, and I was sure he would never lose his mask because Scorpio Jr. is like one of the ugliest human beings I have ever seen. It's like some guys. Yes. Some guys. I was thinking, because I'd met him many times. Okay, and it's like this guy is never losing his mask, and then he went and did. But anyway, his father, Scorpio Sr. This is a true story. He used to wrestle in Los Angeles, and he used to feud with Chris Adams. Okay, and they used to bill it as. Chris Adams was billed as the handsomest man in wrestling, which if he ever did that gimmick today would be like death. But anyway, that's what they used to bill him as. Actually, when I was a kid, they used to bill a guy named Paul Diamond as the handsomest or sexiest man in wrestling.
Was this like a babyface role?
No, these were total babyface roles, to draw women and stuff.
Wow.
Oh, the Chris Adams push in Los Angeles. I mean, they used to have a Chris Adams fan club, but you could only join if you were a girl. Things like that. Oh, I'm just thinking like if they try to push a guy like this. Actually, you know what?
That'd be a hell of a gimmick for a heel.
Oh, that's a great heel gimmick today. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So they used to feud him with this guy Scorpio Sr., not Scorpio Jr., the father. And Scorpio's to feud with Chris Adams, he was billed as the ugliest man in the world. And before he ever came, Chris Adams actually brought up, did a promo, for Scorpio Sr. and said, I was wrestling in Mexico. And, Chris came to Los Angeles from wrestling in Mexico. And goes, so those of you fans here in Los Angeles, I just want to warn you ahead of time, he is the ugliest man in the world. And that's where he got his nickname. So anyway, Scorpio. So anyway, his son, God.
Genetically.
His son was not good looking to begin with. And then their whole family, they're very prone to acne. And then, Scorpio Jr. started doing those other things that give you more acne. It's because he had a great body. Okay, he had taking, eating chocolate, right? So anyway, I just remember watching like Scorpio wrestle in Tijuana. This is Scorpio Jr. now, and he would. This is so gross. He would like bounce off the ropes and like these.
Oh, I remember this. Oh, please.
You read about this?
Button? Yes.
Okay, these zits would pop.
Turn my headset off while you tell a story.
Okay, that's it. No more Scorpio stories. I got to read.
You can tell a story. I just don't want to hear it.
Okay, I just did. This is from Todd Martin, who was actually, I think, just about the best letter writer we have, and he goes, I was listening to your show on Tuesday, and I really took offense at the way you in an email said it was a double standard that women can kick men low, but men can't attack women, and implied there was something wrong with this. Of course there's a double standard. When there's widespread rape and violence toward men by women in this society, then we can start worrying about that being portrayed. When there's widespread rape violence towards men by women in our society, then we can start worrying about that being portrayed. Men and women are physically different. Don't let the male-oriented fantasy world of pro wrestling delude the very serious issue of mistreatment of women in the world. If anyone tries to say that violence by women towards men is going to have the same negative repercussions as violence by men towards women in pro wrestling, they're either completely out of touch with reality or kidding themselves. You know what? You're right. You're really right, because There's also the thing of what's taught to be okay by watching wrestling, as far as treatment of men by women, and also as a male-oriented business, there's a certain view of women, of portrayal of women as sex objects that is not there in men in pro wrestling. Segments like the one with Lita on Monday shouldn't be banned under any circumstance, but they should be treated with more caution than Linda kicking Vince low. Okay, what was the time the Pride Show was on? It was on 6 o'clock Friday. I know that there's lots of replays still this month, so check on DirecTV. Let's see. In one of the Indiana Jones films, at one point, there's a German soldier doing a German suplex. So that's cool.
Wow.
Better than a Belgium. Let's see. What else do we have here? It's more on TSN. Let's go to Chris in Toronto, since we're talking about TSN. How you doing?
Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Doing really good.
Good. What's up, Chico?
Hey.
Hey, I had a couple quick questions and a comment. Won't take that long. What's with the Jericho bashing today? I missed the first part of your show, but I heard you basically beat the shit out of him.
Brian got some letters from people who are trying to justify that nobody's like holding Chris Jericho back. He just stinks.
Okay.
Yeah, check out the feedback section on the website. It's all up there.
Is it up there now?
Yeah, for the past 2 days. It's up in the feature section.
Cool. I'll check it out. The second question I had: how come the Law guys can seem to get all like any WWF guests they want, and you can't? Is it like a personal thing or what?
Probably.
It must be, because I mean they get anybody they want.
You know what's so funny about that is like. Yeah, probably. No. Actually, from a technical standpoint, what I was told is that because we're on the web and not on radio, okay, this is what I was told, that certain people in the WWF see this show as competition for what they do themselves. However, since the Law is on regular radio,
are we running opposition to Bite This anyway?
No,
I don't even know what time that show's on.
Okay, but the thing is, well, they just consider it. They consider like they don't want their guys doing website interviews, although they do interviews on our website. So I mean, in a sense,
but the justification there is Alex is doing those for the newspaper column, and he just puts them up on the site. So it's not exclusive to our site.
And the justification of the Law is that they're on regular radio. Although the Law does not have an easy time getting most WWF guests. They can get some, when they're up in Canada, and they're not. There's obviously no ban on them. But for a long time, actually, they couldn't get any, and now they're kind of softening it. But I think a lot of that is Toronto and Carl DeMarco and things like that. Whereas,
so he got some stroke.
Yeah, the difference is like there are people who, obviously a lot of people in WWF who know me, but it's not good politically to go to bat for me. Where it's not, so it's a lot less politically bad to go to bat for Jeff Merrick. I don't even ask anyone to, so it's not like but because they can't.
Okay.
It's like I got 20 years of negative stigma for some of those people, not all of them.
What can you do, right?
What
can you do? I guess not much.
Yeah.
Anyway, just a couple of quick, questions or comments before I get out. Dave, I asked you like a month ago if you're coming in the chat room. You've never shown up. Are you coming?
I tried one day and I couldn't figure it out.
Are you serious?
But
it's simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian
should be able to help you. He comes in all the time.
Yeah, I know.
And just secondly, that WCW naming contest.
Yes.
I checked out the site yesterday, the WWF site, but they don't give you the results when you vote.
Yeah, I know.
What do you guys think of WCW Hotbox hosted by Kim Page? Just a thought.
You get her.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, sure. Everyone can get her. Anyway, guys, I'll let you get on to your next calls, man.
I knew there was a joke in there somewhere.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Let's see. This is from A&M from Stony Brook, who said, like, on last week's show when you were asked about great amateur wrestlers, you forgot Jumbo Tsuruta, who was 7th in the 1972 Olympics. Well, actually, the person asked about active wrestlers, I think, because, I would have brought up, or maybe not, I don't know. But, yeah, Jumbo Tsuruta. Jumbo Tsuruta was amazing. He was in the Olympics 18 months after starting amateur wrestling. I mean, if you really think about that and understand amateur wrestling, that's just like, it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
What a incredible natural athlete that guy must have been. Let's go to Chris in Long Island. Chris, what's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good.
I just want to say hello to everybody in the Observer Lab chat room, too. Also, the question I had was one is about Mexican wrestling, one's about the Jeff Hardy situation. A friend of mine wants to know what the exact difference is between EMLL and CMLL, if any.
Not really anything. I mean, CMLL is what they call it on television, but EMLL is like the actual name of the company, I think.
Oh, okay.
But they're used, like the belts are called CMLL belts. The names are used interchangeably. There might be like, I mean, at one point there was like a CMLL promotion and an EMLL promotion, and they actually traded talent. But I think that now they're just interchangeable names.
Oh, okay, because he also said too, because he has a dish, he gets to see the EMLL show. He said something about like does AAA work with EMLL at all, or are they rivals?
No,
they don't work.
They're bitter rivals.
Okay, because he seemed to be confused because he could have sworn he saw some people from AAA on EMLL shows.
Well, it's a 3-hour block, and it's half AAA and half EMLL.
Oh,
okay. Well, but there's certain well, actually, that's not true, because most of those guys. Well, I mean, there's a Mosca Sagrada in both promotions, so that could be where you're thinking of something, or maybe there's like a mini of a maxi in like switch back and forth based on jumps and things like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure either. So okay.
Mini Chico.
Oh boy.
He said there was a minis match the other day. I think you mentioned it.
Mini Chico better have really one leg.
Mini Chico's going to work like Jim Hellwig. No, the minis match that I saw on Tuesday night was on AAA was just awesome.
Yeah, he said something about it being really good. The thing with Jeff Hardy, do you think the reason that somebody was saying something about, do you think it's too soon? But with guys like Jeff and Matt Hardy, especially Jeff, if they ever have intentions on pushing this guy to be anything, given the style that he wrestles, they know their window of opportunity might be kind of small because of, and like seriously, yeah, because the way he wrestles, they don't have the time to wait maybe 4 or 5 years to give this guy a shot if they, for whatever reason, they think he was ready now, whether it's on the mic or with the character. So
I don't think that much thought was put into this as much as it just sort of like happened, and it's like, okay, let's go with it.
Right.
I don't think that it was like this careful thing where they're sitting there going like, well, Jeff's only got 3 years left, so we got to give him his main events now. I think just sort of like, let's put this match on TV, see how it goes. Then they went. It was like, wow, this went better than we expected. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say how he's going to do for interviews because he's never really been tested. I mean, I thought he did good on Monday, but it's not like he's been out there looking horrible for months.
That wasn't like an 8-minute interview. That was like 3 lines.
That's true. Yeah. He hasn't been tested as far as like cutting an actual promo and getting the crowd going, which I mean, the little bit of talking they did in the ring, they haven't shown to be anything special when it comes to that, but I guess given time, they could always work on that. So, also, the other thing I was going to ask was, as far as this, are they really going to, I mean, this is WWF, so we know with their polls, they kind of, do whatever they want to do, but are those, of those names, are they going to actually leave it up to the fans, or are they just getting an idea? Because, they're just going to go with whatever they want, right?
They're going to pick the name that they're going to pick. I don't think, if they said on the website, like, this is the actual thing, whoever gets the most votes wins, then they're doing it, but this one I think is just for fun.
Yeah, but look at all the old, 900 line contests that they did. Just because they said that this was going to be legit didn't mean that it was.
Sure, yeah. I couldn't believe that name hard on that they would actually consider it. I'm thinking to myself, they get enough trouble as it is with all of these, PTC.
I don't know if it was supposed to be hard on or if it was just supposed to be WCW hard on Saturday night.
But what do you?
The point was, I'm sure that's why they did
that out. That's not a play on words. Come on.
But if anyone says, I'll just go, oh no, it's just WCW hard, but it's on Saturday night.
I don't know. I guess they were looking to just kind of mess with people.
If TSN calls.
Yeah, because TSN now they have to. Don't they have to apologize? You said they have to apologize.
Yeah, they got to apologize for not editing out some of those terms that Chris Jericho used for Stephanie McMahon.
But I heard from people that's the same station. They played the Marty McSorley thing where he kind of I don't even know the exact incident.
Oh, well, everyone's seen the Marty McSorley thing a million times.
Yeah,
the stick to the head. I've seen that everywhere.
But they play that, but they won't allow certain levels of violence from wrestling.
If Marty McSorley, you got to say Marty McSorley didn't do it to a woman.
Oh, so their thing is only if it's women.
Not that if he did, they would probably still play it. But
yeah, if he attacked some female fan, I'm sure they would show it. If for some reason he snapped on a female fan.
Yeah, but he'd also be in jail for it.
He'd be in jail.
Yeah. That's why they would show it. They would go you'd get the repercussion aspect. I don't know.
I presume it was a news story too, and not just something on a goofy wrestling show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I had. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we are totally out of time right now. I want to thank everyone for joining us. Tomorrow, we're going to be on tape with Nova, so I can tell you it's a really good show because it's already happened. And Monday we'll be back live, and we'll be talking about whatever's going on this weekend. Easter's a pretty quiet weekend overall, although couple big Japan shows on Saturday and Sunday.
We can talk about Easter.
We can talk about Easter? We can do that too. Okay, we'll see everybody Monday at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez here, and we'll be catching up on a lot of weekend news. We haven't been here since Thursday live. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Anything special over the weekend? How's your weekend?
Well, Friday we didn't have the show, so it was kind of boring, but got a lot of work done. Saturday, wrestled down in Oregon. That was pretty fun. Tony Bourne had his annual show at the Elks Club, so we went down
Tony
for that.
Bourne. Wow. I haven't heard that name in years.
He's still around. He does a show every year. So did that and then did another show right afterwards, so that was fun. And then Sunday, Easter, saw lots of family members and ate a lot of food. There's family members all over the area. We're like the clones, so I got to see everybody.
I went to an independent show Saturday in Vallejo, California, with All Pro Wrestling, and that was interesting. I don't know. I think it was just an independent show. I mean, it wasn't particularly good or particularly bad. I think that watching it, the one thing that really sprung into my head was, and judging from the crowd reaction, it's very tough. It's very difficult to get a crowd into a match, but as far as like getting a crowd into a match, it almost seems really imperative that your basics are decent enough. In fact, the one thing that I think, like, I was watching this, and one of the things was the building was really cold. So when you get a building really cold, people don't make as much noise. It's just the reality. So there's very little heat. Almost to the point where, they did the UPW, APW invasion deal.
As an actual heat in the building, like Fahrenheit?
It was very cold. Yeah, I mean, it was, I was wearing a sweatshirt and everything, and I was, like, kind of cold. I don't know what it was in the building, but it's probably like 60 degrees, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and people are just kind of, kind of cold and I don't know. But, like, the UPW guys were doing this interview, and it was kind of like they were invading, and they really weren't getting any heel heat. And finally, Rick Bassman says something to the effect of, you won't even support your own promotion. You can't stop. And then they still didn't react. And the only real reaction early in the card was when one of the baby faces turned heel. So, of course, everybody cheered him. And he was talking about how bad the promotion was, and they cheered him more. And about the only thing was Robert Thompson. And about the only thing that sort of got them stopping to cheer him was when he just goes, he was talking about Michael Modest, and he just goes, all you people, when it comes to Michael Modest, you have all these excuses on why he didn't make it, and the real reason that he's never made it is because he isn't good enough. And then it was kind of like, ooh. And then they started cheering him again about a minute later, because when he went on his rant about everything else. And but his match actually got heat because there was the only match where, like the blows were stiff and things like that. And a lot of the undercard guys were doing a lot of nice moves, but they're, like they would throw these weak chops that made no noise. And you could just see that, like, the crowd was, they did a nice move. The crowd was appreciative of the move, but they were reacting to moves and not into the match at all. And the APW-UPW match, when one of the APW guys turned on Donovan Morgan, and, they just killed him. It was it should have been mega heat, and the people didn't react at all. But anyway, I don't know how much I want to get into on that show. But the one thing that I thought from watching the show when it was over was that there's a lot of moves in wrestling that have been invented that are really cool. And now everyone is doing them. And by everyone doing them, they're like not really
special
so cool
anymore.
Well, there was like a girl, cheerleader girl, who did a cheerleader gimmick, and she's not a wrestler. She's although obviously she's trained a little bit, but she's a valet. There's the valet of the Ballard brothers, who by the way have improved a lot. Ballard brothers and Prototype, I noticed a big improvement, and then Frankie Kazarian too. Watching the show, from the last time I'd seen those guys, which is only a couple months ago, but the Ballard brothers cheerleader, I think her name was Cheerleader Melissa, whatever her name was. She did a plancha, and she did a Hurricane Run off the top rope, and it was almost as if the crowd reaction to it was, God, if she could do it, we probably could do it too. Rather, and to me, it was like, okay, so when then the guys do it, it's like, well, we've already seen a girl do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's just sort of a thing on, when I saw that, it was like, almost like it was I hate to use the word exposing the business, because this is such a horrible word to use because it's so stupid and it sounds so old-fashioned. But I think that, like, exposing the move.
Or protecting the move.
Well, don't expose the move to show that, like, you can have a manager or a valet do this cool move, because if they can, then what's so special about, like, a cruiserweight guy doing it?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, that was my little speech from that show. Let me see what else we have here. Not a whole lot of wrestling news. Stu Hart's out of the hospital. His situation, from what I gather, was not nearly as serious as it was made out to be. He did not have pneumonia. He did have fluid in the lungs and near the heart. I believe he's out today of the hospital. He was in the hospital since Thursday. What else was going on? Just XFL. I don't know. I mean, the ratings were slightly up. On the overnight, they did a 2.0 on Saturday night and a 1.2 on Sunday for the playoff semifinals, which they're up slightly from last week. I think they're both up like 0.2. But for the playoffs, I think that they were certainly hoping for a lot more. And then also the crowds.
The funny thing is the rating got so low that even going up like 0.2, they're going to do the press release going XFL ratings are up 20%.
I don't think they can, because the number is so embarrassing for a playoff game that I don't think they can brag about that increase. If it was like last week of the season and they did this, they would have. In fact, they did that one week when they did. When they go up like 1/10 of a point, they bragged like they're up 13% or something like that. But the final last Sunday's UPN number was 0.34. That's what they ended up at. But as I sent you that article where they were talking about, if we weren't on NBC, nobody would be talking about how bad our ratings are, because our ratings on the other stations are still good. And I'm just thinking, like,
they're great. A 0.34.
What ratings is he talking about?
The funniest one was the whole UPN article talking about. I think we talked about this on Thursday. How it's doing better than the same time slot last season or whatever, when there was no programming in that time.
They didn't have any programming. It's not doing better or worse.
It was up infinite percent.
Yeah. Anyway, so they did not draw well in Los Angeles or Orlando for the semifinals, which is also kind of sad. And then the worst part is that the championship game is going to be in Los Angeles. It's Los Angeles, San Francisco, and they only did about 8,000 people legitimate at the Coliseum. They claimed a lot more than that, a little bit more than that. But to go back, I mean, if they're going to have that championship game and have 10, 11,000 people at that Coliseum. Oh well. I guess I don't know what else to say about it. Let's see. New Japan is in the news. In this country, saying that they're preparing an IPO. There's actually, as far as I can tell, there's no news in their country about it. So I'm trying to find out what they're saying in Japan about it. Let's see. We got a Raw lineup. Let me see.
Actually, looks like a hell of a show.
Yeah. Jeff Hardy against Triple H for the Intercontinental. They may do Steve Austin against Matt Hardy as well. I'm not sure about that one. Edge and Christian against Hardcore Hollies for the tag team title, which was the match they were supposed to have on SmackDown. Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho, which probably be a hell of a match. Regal against Benoit. I just hope that those two matches that we just mentioned get 5-6 minutes rather than like a 2 minute because they're going to end with the run-ins. Yeah, they're going to end with a run, so just give them a little bit of time before the run-in. Bubba Ray Dudley against Justin Credible.
If they're leading to that tag match with Angle and Regal versus Benoit and Jericho, there's got to be a run-in in one of those matches.
Oh, there's going to be a run-in.
I don't encourage it, but I just know there's going to be.
No, I mean, there will be in both of them. I'm just saying that I hope they get some time before they get there. So, on paper it looks like a good show. A lot of the WCW stuff is going to be taken care of this week. Jim Ross is going to Atlanta, I think Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, to meet with wrestlers, potential front office people. There's a lot to talk about that. They're going to be running the TV tapings on Saturday night as a regular thing, because the feeling is that they will have a very difficult time drawing on Wednesday and an easier time on Saturday, and they don't want empty buildings. So it makes sense. I mean, I think it's the right move on that account as well. The feeling within the company is that the guys like even Booker T probably will not be ready by June the 9th because they won't have the contracts worked out. I mean, they hope that they will, but they are thinking they probably won't. That first show, there's a game going on right now between Time Warner and WWF. And what it is Time Warner, I don't know if you've heard about this, but they have offered, in the last couple of days, they have started offering people buyouts at 50 cents on the dollar, which most of the guys are very cold towards taking. And I think that what their deal is that they want WWF to pick up the contracts, feeling that at least some of the big contracts WWF will be forced to pick up because by June the 9th, if they don't have any stars on that show, they're going to go in there in that weak time slot, do a bad first rating, or do a bad first show without star power. Because people will tune in expecting Bill Goldberg and Ric Flair, and then not, if the biggest stars are Lance Storm and Mike Awesome, could be, it's not the way to start, put it that way. So that's the WCW side. The WWF side is that they are not going to they're not going to buy any more contracts, and they can start without Booker T and DDP and Ric Flair, and they don't need any of them. They're going to make it go somehow.
50 cents on the dollar is better than, I would have thought they would have offered like 33 if they were going to play that game or something. There was so much talk about like 30 cents on the dollar or whatever. And...
It was only 30 cents on the dollar for Goldberg. That was the only one because of how much money it was. The other guys, the talk was some 40%, some 40 cents and some 70 cents. So, and I don't know who's what. I only know that two guys have gotten offered 50.
God, for 70 cents, why not take it?
Well, for 70 cents, you would take it. If you were going to get, a pay, you get 70 cents on the dollar and then a paycheck from WWF as well. You would. But the 70 cents guys would be the real low-end guys.
Yeah.
So anyway, everything's kind of in a holding pattern, but I expect that, some decisions.
I'm sure they'll have a big star on that show. I mean, even if something happens and on, June 8th, nothing has worked out, they'll put somebody from the WWF that's a fairly big name over there. They're not going to go into that first show with nobody. Billy Gunn.
Well, Billy Gunn will probably end up there.
There's just no way. Especially the first one.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I think they better have a good first show, though. We've already seen with the XFL, especially with that time slot. When I was at that independent show on Saturday, I talked to a bunch of people. None of whom knew what was going on as far as this thing goes. And then when I told them that time slot, you should have seen the facial reactions. It was like, it's doomed. And that surprised me because I just figured, these are hardcore wrestling fans. They're gonna find it and watch it. And it was like when they heard Saturday night at 11, it was like, oh my God. Let's see. Poll question. Where do we have it? Do you think there will be a second season of the XFL? A, yes. B, no. We've actually been getting, what's the word I'm looking for? Tampered with poll results. Actually, we're having I'd say probably in the last week, because we usually get a certain number of results, and we've been getting 500 more than usual on some days, and they're all voting the exact same way, so I kind of just say, if one person wants to vote 500 times, it doesn't really mean anything in the final end of a result, So anyway, that's what happened.
Why would you waste precious moments of your life skewing with the Wrestling Observer Live IATA poll?
I don't know. How long does it take to vote 500 times?
I don't know.
So anyway.
I never tried to vote. I'd think a while.
Okay. Well, it was Easter.
I guess that's true.
Okay. Any more news to talk about before we see?
Can we talk about the Noah Championship?
Yeah, we can talk about that. Mitsuharu Misawa won yesterday over Yoshihiro Takayama. They did draw a sellout at the Ariake Coliseum. Misawa got his jaw realigned or knocked out of alignment by a real stiff high kick. Then Saturday they had the Budokan, and they almost sold out. What's funny was about the Budokan is that a couple of months ago, if you'd said the first match ever with Toshiaki Kawada and Keiichi Muto, my feeling was that if it drew any less than about 45,000 people, you'd be disappointed. And here they don't even sell Budokan, and things have gotten so bad that I'm considering that a success. They did, almost 14,000 people or whatever the real number was. They claimed 15.8, but it was a little bit less than that. But it was a pretty packed building, and Muto won. And I guess the deal is that Kawada is going to get his forearm rested for a couple of months and then come back. So that's why he lost three big matches in a row. And I think that on June the 8th they're going to do the tag champions from each side against each other. Taioki and Johnny Smith of All Japan against Satoshi Kojima and Hiroyoshi Tenzan at Budokan. And actually
What about Muto and Tenryu?
And Muto and Tenryu will probably be the main event for the Triple Crown, which Muto and Tenryu, you get two crippled up guys. So that one may be tough, but they've had great matches in the past. But that tag team match is going to be fantastic. Because those guys, Kojima and Tenzan are a great team, and Taioki is really, really good. And Johnny Smith's one of those, good workers that's really underrated, doesn't get the, you know what I mean? In a situation like that, in a big match, I think they're, plus interpromotional on All Japan Turf. I think that match I think will be very, very good.
Cool.
Okay.
Saturday night I decided, I'm going to find out the results of the Kawada-Muto match. And so I found this thing on the internet that translates web pages that are in another language.
Really?
And so, really, yeah. And I went up to the page and everything, and it translated it out. And the good news was there was some English on the page, but the bad news was I still couldn't read one damn thing on the whole page.
Didn't translate well enough, huh?
Did not translate very well at all. But it was a good idea.
Okay, let's see what we got here. We'll start with some emails. Let's see. Since becoming a fan of pro wrestling in Japan, I've always wondered why American companies don't try to work to the All and New Japan prototypes. The fact is, when there's compelling ring action, people like watching it. The catch is the ring work has to really be smoking. Without that, you have nothing. There's nothing wrong with good ring work, but you need more than that. Here's another thing. When I was at that show, I'm talking to different guys and thinking about this, and I was watching this three-way, okay? And, you work independent shows. Every single independent show I get a result of has three-ways and four-ways, okay? Now, the match was not particularly good because three-ways and four-ways, 80% of the time make for bad matches unless you've got, great workers in there. And because it's more difficult to work the match. Now, Paul Heyman popularized these things, but I don't think that they draw any extra money. When you have green guys doing it, they usually make for terrible matches. How come, I started to have this thing, where everyone in wrestling, it's like monkey see, monkey do. And if you do something, a big promotion does something really good. I mean, wrestling's all about copying, right? But one thing that I've always thought, and I never could understand, and this has to do with the Japanese and as well as the independents here, is that if there's something that, say, WCW does, really stupid, like that one-finger title push, right? Yeah. Someone on the independent, as stupid as that is, it was going to do it. Or, not to say three-ways when ECW popularized them were a dumb idea. They were sort of an ECW innovation, the three-way tag team dance, so to speak. And then, I guess they kind of got put on the map with that three-way with Sabu and Shane Douglas and Terry Funk years and years ago. But it's if you don't have guys who know how to do it, why don't they just do singles matches? Why do they always have to, the idea that you got to do a three-way or a four-way tag match, and then you've got these guys trying not to step on each other's toes because it's so much more difficult to navigate around the ring in. I don't know, Brian, what's...
I think part of it is, on a lot of independent shows, sometimes you'll get an extra guy there or whatever, a couple of extra guys, and they don't really think the whole thing through, and it's not like they're writing WWF TV. It's just well, we'll put you in this match, you guys can do a three-way. It's not even something they really think about. And I think that, a lot of the things that you see on TV, a lot of wrestlers and promoters, even though they're actually in the wrestling business, don't really follow it enough to know that one-finger punch helped kill World Championship Wrestling. It was just Kevin Nash and Hulk Hogan did this deal. They're two huge stars. They did it on Nitro. The fans threw garbage in the ring, so, it must have been over. Let's do something like that. So I don't think that, it's just you watch we're just talking about the tournament with the DQs and the countouts, and it's why would Nasawa book a match with a countout and a DQ in a tournament when those things don't get over in the U.S.? But the fact is, they don't get over, but they're still being done in the WWF, which is the place to be. So I just think that's why they do. I mean, it's not they're just going let's get a three-way here, let's get a tag match, let's get a hardcore match. I don't think promoters really think like that. I think it's just they see what guys they have, and
I think they do on independent shows. You always have to have it just seems like you have to have hardcore. That's another one too. The hardcore. I think that. I don't know. I mean, hardcore is something that I think that it's it's a change of pace. If you have 9 matches on a show, having one match
and one's hardcore.
Having different matches, that's okay. But I don't know. It's just the three-way thing because I see so few good ones. Especially at the independent level, I'm just thinking, why do you even do them? And instead of, say, in a tag situation doing a three-way, why don't you just put two guys in a singles match and have the other two guys do a tag team match and then make for probably less bad matches, so to speak.
Yeah.
A less bad match.
Those matches are so hard to do, those three-ways.
I know. Well, they're hard to do for, stars. Because, most of the time with stars, when they do the three-ways, they're usually not that good unless you got, Hunter and Rock and Kurt Angle out there doing it because they do it. They work so often and they're awesome workers. But for, the mid-card guys doing, I don't know.
That's why I was so impressed with that 4-way at the No Way Out show. That was like a miracle to me.
Yeah.
Another thing I was just thinking about, too, if you look at, like, posters from the old days, a poster could be made with, like, a main event at the top, and then underneath there'd just be a listing of, blank versus blank. And because it was like territories, it was a bunch of names that people would recognize. Whereas nowadays, with indie wrestling, shows are run maybe once a month, maybe once every 3 months, different venues. It's not like a weekly deal. So if you make a poster with just blank versus blank, nobody knows who any of those people are. And so I think the idea is, we'll put triple threat match here in big letters, and we'll put hardcore match here in big letters, and we'll put midget match or whatever, because those are things that people can at least relate to because they've seen it on TV. Whereas if they just saw a poster filled with random names, they just go, yeah, okay, great. AAA, minor league wrestling or whatever. Why go?
Interesting. Yeah, that actually makes some sense. But then you got to watch them anyway.
Well, that's true.
And the guys have to do them. I mean, it's like, if they're ready to do them and can pull it off, it's one thing. But when you watch, it's harder. And some guys, it makes for I don't know. Anyway, this is from Bruce. It goes, back in the late 60s and early 70s, there's a wrestler called Batman. I heard he was a friend of Bruno Sammartino's who was going nowhere, and asked Bruno if he could help get him over with a gimmick. Bruno was not into those gimmicks, but went along with it to help out his friend. I was wondering if this is a true story. We're actually going to have Bruno here Wednesday, and I think the story's true, and it's Tony Marino was the guy, but we can talk to Bruno about Batman in Pittsburgh. Bruno was the booker, in fact, when he did that. New possible taglines for the new WCW. WCW, the new home of Billy Gunn. It's Daisy-astic. Season premiere June the 9th. It's either this or the XFL, and damn it, you've got to watch one of them. New owners, new time slot, new network, same old wrestling. And WCW Saturday Nitro Live starring Shane McMahon and featuring the not ready for Monday Night players. I don't think that's...
I watched Heat last night and Billy Gunn worked a match, and he seriously is Sean Stasiak, like 10 years older.
Well, they could do the feud.
Looks just like him, works just like him. Oh.
He's a little more over, though. Like, a lot more over.
That's true.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I got this. Will most of the light heavyweights that WWF signs from now on be sent to WCW? When it comes to this, a lot of this talent stuff, believe me when I tell you this. Believe me, because I know most of the people who are involved. Most of these decisions have not fully even been made. I think it would be, it's an interesting idea for WCW to be like the light heavyweight promotion, so to speak, because they could have quicker ring action and things like that. I just don't know in that time slot. The time slot is very tough. I'll tell you what, booking that time slot, I was talking with somebody about laying out that time slot. And it's like, the traditional thing would be, you build for an hour and a half or hour and 45 to a main event match. But in this case, the main event's going to be 12:45, and by then you're going to lose some of your audience, and we don't know how much, because until you look at the quarter hours, you really don't know.
It's like those old Saturday night main events.
Well, Saturday night main events, I was actually earlier
today.
The
main event first.
Earlier today, I was looking up those old Saturday night main events, and generally speaking, they put the main event either first or second. And then they usually ended with kind of like a nothing match, because the feeling is that, by 12:45 a.m., people are going to sleep, or a lot of people.
Yeah, but if you really look at when Raw is preempted, and it's moved to like 11 o'clock on Monday, I don't really think there was a huge drop throughout. I actually should look back at this, but I don't think there was like a huge drop to the main event.
There was a drop, but there was not a huge drop, you're right. But the thing is, that's Monday night where people are tuned in, and it was when WWF did good numbers on Monday night from 11 to 1, that was a very hot product. You can, believe me, if your product's super hot, you'll draw 11 to 1. It's not a death time slot for a hot product. It's a death time slot for a cold product.
I mean, why would you stay up till 11 o'clock to watch wrestling and not have enough to stay up till 1? I mean, if little children are staying up till 1 o'clock on a Monday night when Raw is preempted, I'm sure they can do it Saturday night.
That'd be really interesting to look up the demographics for those weeks to see how many little children were still up at
I think you did that once, and I think there were a lot of little kids still up at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, there were. Like hundreds of thousands, actually.
Yes.
Let's see. Antoine, where in the world is D'Lo Brown? It looks like he's going to be shipped to WCW. That's another decision that has not been made, although it could very well happen. Is Jerry Lynn still young enough to have a productive WWF career? I hear he's 38 years old. I think he's right about 38. That sounds like his age to me. I mean, if they want to give him a productive career, he can, because he's a good enough wrestler. But it'll be tough, and my gut feeling is that he's not going to get that break.
What do you mean by, like, a productive career?
That's a good question.
I mean, look at Dallas Page. I mean, they're talking about bringing him in because he's a hard worker, and he's a lot older than Jerry Lynn. And everyone's talking about Jerry Lynn's having these great matches, you know, on the road and in the dark matches. If he goes out there, it doesn't matter if he's 38. They're not going to have a shirt on him that says, I'm 38. If he looks good and he has good matches, I think he can go well.
Yeah, I think he's got the size thing working against him and the lack of interviewability working against him.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter his age. You know what? When it comes to his age is probably not even a factor. It's those other things that are the factor.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly how much does Tony Mamaluke really weigh? Most sites, including ECW, give bogus weights. I saw one match where he slid between the two bars and the guardrail. I don't know. What do you think?
He did do that.
What do you think, 140?
I was reading somewhere he was listed at like 150. And if weights in wrestling are usually, I'd say probably about 130.
130? Wow. Yeah, I was thinking maybe 140. But you might be right. He's not that tall.
He can't be much taller than me. And when I was 140, I was not as skinny as Tony Mamaluke.
Okay. So, Guido... What do you think Guido really is?
Guido, I bet, is probably about...
160 tops.
160.
And he's a lot lighter than Guido. He could be 135, 135 maybe.
Yeah.
He's very thin. Let's see.
I don't think I would have ever made it through a guardrail.
The WWF's purchase of WCW was the second most important wrestling story of the last 30 years. The first was the demise of the JWA and the rise of All Japan and New Japan from 1971 to early 1973. I know Inoki was fired in December 71. Why did Baba leave? Because the company was about to go under, and both Baba and Inoki wanted more power from the old company. And then Inoki left, and Baba basically, wanted to go out on his own because Baba was really, in that era, actually a bigger star than Inoki. And, he was the number one guy, and it was kind of one of those things he wanted to go at it, and he wanted to be a promoter, so he started up his own company. And once he left, and this was after Inoki left, and the company was starting to fall in financial problems because a lot of the owners had really bad gambling problems. It wasn't that the business was necessarily so bad. I think maybe that's another reason why Baba wanted to leave, was, maybe he didn't want to be owned by those guys and figured he could do it himself, and obviously he made millions doing it. So anyway, that was the story back then. Just want you to know that the Backseat Boys, Trent Acid and Johnny Cashmere, were on Heat last night as the Backseat Dudleys, and Albert put them through a table on the WF New York stage. Do you think they'll be kept around for a while?
No.
Probably not, no. Who would you think is the best wrestler in New Japan right now? I don't know, Yuji Nagata or Koji Kanemoto when he's healthy, Minoru Tanaka as junior heavyweight and heavyweight Yuji Nagata. Will Raw move to a pre-taped format now that the Monday Night Wars are over? No, they will not. What was the final tally for Monday Night Wars? Like who won most weeks? I don't know. What's the deal with Canyon? I heard his contract was up this month.
WWF won, but I don't know the numbers, so.
As far as Canyon goes, WWF would like to have him, same deal as everybody else that we talk about. I mean, there's no, everyone's deal is pretty much the same except for the ones that they really don't want. Is there anyone in CCW or XPW you think is talented enough to compete in the WWF right now? I have not seen enough of those different guys. Trent Acid, I think is the one that I saw who I thought was pretty damn talented. And there may be others.
There's got to be something on the XPW website, or there's got to be something passed out at XPW shows that asks people to send you questions about XPW. Because for the amount of people that they draw, we get a lot of emails. More than you would expect. Just notice that last couple of weeks.
Only because just it's someone wants to talk about something besides WWF. And they want to talk about wrestlers coming to WWF, and those are the independents that get the most play, CCW and XPW. They're just the ones that have the most attention right now. I don't know, the only thing I can think of. Is it legal for Eric Bischoff to tell guys not under contract to sit home until he and Hogan form their company, or is it considered contract tampering? Well, if they don't have a contract, how could it be tampering? So the answer to that is no. It is. No, I mean, the answer is that is yes, it is legal. Totally legal. I know this topic has been beaten to death, but in regards to Jerry Lawler firing, believe it or not, Jerry Lawler was not fired. Jerry Lawler quit. He quit on his own because he thought that he would be able to get a job in WCW and get his wife a job in WCW, and if all things had gone the way everyone expected, he would have. But it didn't happen. And so it turned out, in hindsight, that walking out may not have been the right decision. But as far as he wasn't fired, and it was not, I do not believe that it was a plot to get rid of him. I mean, a lot of people attribute, not that Vince McMahon hasn't done plots before, but I think that it was just as simple as they wanted Stacey Carter out for whatever reason. And,
I think there may have been a plot to get Stacey out, but nothing with Lawler.
Well, I'm sure, I'm sure that there was something there. I mean, I don't know so much a plot as much as, people complained about her in mass. Many complaints in one day. If you really look back at the timing of all this, Vince had just come back from a weekend of the XFL, okay, and he had the pay-per-view. And, hey, the guy, you saw him on Costas. I mean, the XFL is tough. It's a tough deal. When you go in there and you're told for 2 straight years by everyone in the world, and you're just making nothing but money, and then you do this IPO and you make, $186 million in cash. You're just swimming in money. You can do no wrong. Your enemies are just like, looking real bad at every turn because you're making so much money, right? Your ratings are down a little bit, but so what? They're still the highest rated show on cable. And then you go in there and you think that, you are the promotional genius and you can beat the NFL because the NFL's got this tired old product and they're ready for the taking. And then you go in there and you're in a game that you don't know and the end result is this. And it's kind of like that rude awakening and he probably was not in a pretty good mood. And then people come up one after the other and go, that woman is this and that and look at what she did on that pay-per-view, and all this. And he's probably just like, what do I, screw this. She's got no talent anyway. Let's get rid. Really, I'm sure that's what he was thinking. We have 1 million women. She's not the most over. She's got no special talent other than she happens to be. The only reason she's here in the first place is because she's Jerry Lawler's wife. And that is the only reason she was there. So it's just, well, we don't need this. We fired Sable. She was a superstar. Or actually, she quit. I shouldn't say they fired her, but the same thing. We lost Sable. We lost Steve Austin. God knows we can lose any. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Who cares? And I don't think he thought about, the idea of Lawler leaving. And then when Lawler left, it was just like, screw you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care. I'll just put somebody else there. And he called up Heyman, put Heyman there, and that's what happened. And, if it had been, if it had been handled differently, Lawler could have been back, but, it doesn't look like it right now.
As far as considering, the NFL a tired old product or whatever, I was writing up that Costas deal over the weekend, and Vince was talking about you cannot build a brand in 1 year. The NFL's been around for 75 years. And right then I thought, why didn't Vince think about that before he even started? I mean, there's a reason that thing's been around for 75 years. If it was a tired old product and nobody cared, it wouldn't be around, or it would have changed. Well, been around for 75 years. That's like Vince should have thought, if this thing's around for 75 years and we claim to be around for 50, how would someone start up and compete with me? What would they be able to do? But he didn't think that. He thought, well, I can do it. I can beat these guys. Yeah.
The other thing now, now they're thinking that I don't want to get too much into XFL because obviously not that many people care about it, but, the other day I saw, they had a full page ad in, the San Francisco Chronicle for, to watch the games, the 2 playoff games. And they're listing, all the stars on each team. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, they're trying to get over these stars for this game, and I'm thinking every single one of these guys is going to be in an NFL camp next year. And they're and some of the people who are bragging about the XFL go, there's going to be a lot of guys in the XFL in camp next year. And before the season ever started, Brian knows nothing about football, self-admitted, okay? But we were talking about, every star is going to end up in the XFL next season, and that's the problem ECW had, and that's not how you build a league by creating a star and then losing it to the rival league.
Yeah. And the whole thing was, Vince is talking about it in the interview as well. He goes, the NFL's already talking about stealing some of our production ideas. And I'm just thinking, wait till they steal that first player. Just wait.
Yeah, but
go
here's
insane.
The thing. Steal the production ideas. Brian, didn't we say before the very first game was played that if they have any good ideas, they're going to be in the NFL next season? Any good ideas or great players, they're all going to be in the NFL next year, just like ECW. And can Vince handle being the ECW of football? Well, the ECW didn't make any money either, obviously, as we've seen by the bankruptcy papers.
Look where they are today.
Look where and it's unfortunately, that's, whatever. This is from Harry Simon, who goes, the deal with John Tenta, this is John Tenta thing, was that Big Bubba and the Dungeon of Doom shaved half of John Tenta's head and angle. I actually read somewhere that the premise was that John Tenta himself reshaved the half of his head every morning to remind him of hatred towards Bubba. I remember that interview because it made no sense. Why did the head of hair always stay like that? And that was the reason that was given when they asked about that. What do you think was the greatest match ever? I will not even attempt to answer that question. There's just too many. Just too many. Let's see. More WCW shows. Watch us now because we'll be dead in a year. WCW Jacked. I think they already have that name. WCW No Star Power. Late Night with Shane McMahon. And the following is a paid commercial for World Championship Wrestling. Let's see. I was watching the first In Your House and I was wondering who was Jerry Lawler's mom. Probably a model. I don't know. Do you know? Was that anyone special?
Who was Jerry Lawler's? Oh, that's
Don't
right.
remember they had Mother's Day and they had some girl who was like 25 years old be Jerry Lawler's mom?
Probably just some model.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've just seen an incredible match with Kawada against Steve Williams. Hopefully it was. I don't think it was a match the other day, but in the past, in the 90s, God, they had great matches. What other Kawada matches would you recommend? Any Budokan Hall main event. There's hundreds of them. Kawada with Kobashi, Akiyama, Misawa, Taue, Steve Williams, even Stan Hansen if you go back far enough. Pretty much any Kawada main event. Kensuke Sasaki, the guy's just awesome. Is the plan still for Backlash a one-on-one match with Benoit and Angle? As of about a week ago, it was not. It was a tag match, but until it's announced, they constantly change these lineups. And I have not talked to anyone. Regarding like the lineup for Backlash since Tuesday. So tonight they may restructure everything because again, even the main event hasn't been officially announced. So they could still change and put the Hardys in, depending on what they do tonight. Brian, you told me you're almost done with the issue already? That's amazing.
I know, this weekend I just started writing, and I think most of it was that Bob Costas thing, which I think subliminally I kept telling myself unconsciously to not write that article because it was going to be so damn long, and it ended up being like 2 or 3 pages long. And last night at 1 o'clock, I went back and checked, and the entire issue is almost done. And I haven't even put in the TV reports yet. There's today, tomorrow, all the news, and I don't know what I'm going to do. And no WCW.
Yeah. What was I going to say? With the, it took me a good 2-3 pages to go over that thing. Bob Costas thing. Let's see. What are the best matches on the Wrestling Gold DVDs? Any 5-star matches on it? There are no 5-star matches on that tape. The best matches, I think Randy Savage and Lanny Poffo against Rock and Roll Express matches were pretty good. I think there was a pretty good Tully Blanchard, Manny Fernandez match. No, Nick Bockwinkel, Manny Fernandez. There might have been a good Tully Blanchard, Manny Fernandez as well. It's 80s stuff. It's very different. When I watched it, and I lived through all that and had seen almost virtually every one of those matches before, and actually, between Cornette and I, we'd actually been live at about half of them. It's a different style. That's all I could say. But for the style, a lot of them were good, and a lot of it, there was. I'll tell you what the worst match was. I think actually there might have been some really short matches, like a Sheik match or something that was just dreadfully horrible. But as far as a long match, there was a match with Bob Sweetan and Jerry Lawler that went 20 minutes, and they never locked up. It was so ungodly horrible. Cornette loves Jerry Lawler, but by the end of that match, even he had to admit that this match was atrocious, and we were just
on
the whole
commentary?
time. I think that he admitted it on commentary by the end, yeah. Because I think there was a point about 10 minutes.
How could you watch a horrible match and do commentary and be praising it or whatever? How could you not go, my God, this is horrible? When are they going to lock up?
I think about 10 minutes in, I think I was going well, now we know why Southwest Championship Wrestling died as a territory. Poor Bob Sweetan, when you see him, he was looking bad. Because the other thing about that match was, he really did nothing, because what little was done in that match was done by Lawler. He did everything. And that wasn't much. It wasn't one of Lawler's great performances.
Yeah.
Let's see.
As much as I used to make fun of Tony Schiavone and some of the other commentators for WCW, some days I would sit there watching Thunder, and I would think to myself, if I were hired to do announcing for this show, I would be fired the next day. I could not do it. I could not sit there and try to pretend like Van Hammer versus Sean Stasiak was a good match. It would just be completely impossible for me.
Let's see. Mike from Pennsylvania asks, what is Kevin Von Erich up to now? I just know he's living in Texas. Have you heard anything about I hear his name every now and then, but I don't know what he's doing. Ever since World Class closed up shop, I haven't heard anything about him. Is he active in any phase of wrestling? No, he's not in any phase. Would you ever get him on the show? Oh, I would say no. I don't see any point. What happened on Piper's Pit with Rocky Johnson? Piper seemed to be uncharacteristically stiff with his shots. I think that's just, because the cameras were up close. I don't think there was anything like that. Did this turn into a shoot since Piper made a racial comment like you should be shining your shoes? That's just, again, as bad as that looks now, when you look back, that was just what people did in wrestling. And I'm not defending it because I didn't like it when they did it in the 80s, the racial stuff. But they did do it. And, Rocky Johnson lived with that, being a wrestler in many territories. So, he's not going to lose his temper over that. That was just what was known as building heat in those days, and they just did it. And he's got a list of ECW wrestlers and wants to know what their chances of getting a shot in the WWF. Let's see, Danny Doring, not good right now. Guido, I know Heyman wants to get him into WCW. We'll see. The decision hasn't been made. Tony Mamaluke, same thing. Mikey Whipwreck, just don't see it.
It's going to be a tough one.
That's a tough one. Sinister Minister, don't see. Shetty, he's worked some dark matches. They may give him a developmental. Tom Marquez, I don't think so. Roadkill. He's kind of talented for a big guy. Just doesn't have the look that they like. Red Dog, I don't know enough about. Michael Shane. I
was reading an interview with Roadkill, and he's talking about Al Snow came up with his gimmick. And I thought, that is an Al Snow gimmick if I've ever heard one.
Yeah. Steve Corino, I think, I have not heard anything. He left on bad terms with Paul Lee, so that may not help. And he was
what happened there?
I think, I don't know all the details other than, it's the whole money thing, you saw, they were saying stuff about each other, especially Paul. Actually, probably both sides. Simon Diamond, probably good shot at developmental deal. Francine, I wouldn't. Dawn Marie, again, good shot at developmental. Chili Willie, I don't see. Sandman, I don't see. Matthews in New York already got a developmental. And Dreamer, I expect will be in WWF in some form. Hey, what are you going to do if you were writing, booking? The Jeff Hardy Hunter match tonight. What do you do? Just a question.
God, that's a tough one. I don't think that Jeff should lose the belt tonight, and I hate run-ins and lame things like that. But I think what's going to happen is it's probably going to be Jeff versus Hunter, and Austin runs in and they just kill the kid. If I were doing it, I seriously would put Jeff Hardy over him again.
It's a possibility that they may do that.
If they are serious about building people up, then they really need to build people up. If you look back, look at Shawn Michaels when he gave the belt to Austin. It was clean in the middle with the stunner, and it was over. And
okay,
they really are trying to put people over.
That was
they
good.
put him over clean.
Brian, I got to tell you something about that.
Yeah, I know. It was his last match, everything like that.
It was his last match, and you know about what Undertaker and everything, don't you? Do you know the story about that?
As far as
that night?
No.
With Undertaker and everything with Shawn Michaels? On that night in Boston? You know the story? Oh, okay. Well, Shawn was complaining. He didn't want to do the job, even though it was going to be his last match. Everyone knew it was his last match. All of a sudden, he was complaining about dropping the title, felt Austin hadn't deserved it, hadn't paid his dues, things like that. And, it was a pretty big issue. So anyway, what happened was the night of the show, as Shawn went through, and he was supposed to lose, okay, Undertaker taped up his fist. He went up to Shawn and starts taping up his fists. And, going what's this all about? And it's just you're doing the job. That's
okay, maybe that was a bad example. But in general...
No, the end result was the right thing.
The end result was the right thing. But I'm just saying in general, when they want to put over a star, when they want to make somebody, they make somebody by giving them a clean win over a superstar. If you look back... I'm trying to think of a good example, because now I'm just totally screwed up because I got the Shawn Michaels deal. But if they really want to make Jeff Hardy, if they really want to make him and they think he's going to be the next Shawn Michaels or wherever, they want to give him this big push towards the top, he's got to beat Hunter clean. Otherwise, they're not doing all they can.
There's different ways to do it. I just want to watch how they do it tonight because I don't know. Hunter could win and it could still elevate Jeff depending on how Hunter does it and the way it's done. And
yeah,
Jeff
but you know what?
Win.
We were thinking that exact same thing with the Last Man Standing match with Chris Jericho.
But that was okay. You know what killed that? That was not that match. Did not hurt Jericho.
It was the follow-up.
It was the follow-up, and it's the same thing with this. If Jeff Hardy loses to Hunter, it could either be bad or not bad, and it's not what happens tonight. It's what they do afterwards. If Jeff Hardy loses, it's a fluke loss, and the next main event on the pay-per-view involves Jeff Hardy, and he gets a win back, and he's, from this point forward, in that mix of the top guys, then it was benefit. If he falls back to the exact same spot in 3 weeks that he was in 2 weeks ago, then this whole Intercontinental thing did absolutely nothing for anyone. So it just depends on its future booking as more than what they exactly do for results. Anyway,
I mean, let's look at like Goldberg and Hogan when Goldberg beat him for the title, and then they kind of buried Goldberg, and he was always like maybe second match from the top, and Hogan was pushed as the top guy. And that win over Hogan still helped Goldberg a lot, but I think that if they would have done that exact same follow-up, but Goldberg had not beat him clean, and like 50 men ran in, and Goldberg got a total fluke, I don't think he would have been as big as he managed to still be after they did the follow-up.
Right, but if they had booked Goldberg as the new superstar from that win and made that win and not made Hogan the top star, Goldberg would not have cooled off, even while continuing to win matches, because he was cooling off while continuing to win at that point.
Yeah.
It's you got it. But anyway, let's start with Brandon in West Virginia. Brandon, what's going on?
Hey. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. Just a few quick. I was listening to the show and you were talking about the independents, how they always throw in triple threat and tag teams and stuff like that.
Yes.
I've been noticing a lot up here in college. We get a lot of the Smoky Mountain runoffs, like Tony Nardo and Justin Case wrestling around. I was at an MDW show, and every single time I go to any of those shows up there, there's always a battle royal.
That's from a different era.
Huh?
That's another thing out here.
Yeah.
They run a lot of battle royals because in the 70s, battle royals were a big draw in Northern California, and the fact is they haven't been in 15 years. But it's like, it's actually another example of the same thing. In the battle royals, battle royals usually stink. I mean, almost always. And I think that's just like one of those things where, because there was a period, at least with the battle royals, there was a period in like the 70s and even up through the early 80s where battle royals were traditionally a huge drawing card. And then people realized how bad they were and stopped being a big drawing card. But with three-ways, three-ways are just some gimmick that started being done on TV, so everyone thought they could copy them. And I just don't know what they add to a show, at least at an independent level.
Well, from the ones I've seen, I'd rather have the 5 worst workers in a battle royal than in single matches all through the card, personally.
I mean, as far as but if they're not, you're just telling me that guys aren't ready to work.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they're not ready.
Yeah. What's the deal with Stampede going with the WWF again as a territory? I've been hearing rumors about that.
I don't think there's anything to that at all.
Really?
I don't think there's anything to that.
Okay.
They've already got 2 developmental territories. They got 3 developmental territories. They got Puerto Rico, they got Ohio Valley, and they got Memphis. They don't really need another one.
Yeah, I think I read on some site that someone's reporting that Bruce has been in talks with Shane, I think, or something like that.
Oh, I'm sure that's what Bruce has been wanting for years. I mean, Bruce has wanted that thing for 20 years, and for a time in the 80s, they were sort of an unofficial developmental territory. Vince sent guys, like Outback Jack and Ted Arcidi and people like that to learn to wrestle to Bruce. And, it's funny, the ones who Bruce taught to wrestle never ended up in the WWF, except for, I guess, Owen. But, and Benoit 15 years later. But, I'm sure he wants that. Every independent promoter wants an affiliation with WWF right now because because of the money involved. And, for someone else to pay the talent, that's a great thing to have if you're an independent promoter. But I don't know. I will say this. I would be absolutely stunned if the WWF works, and I could be wrong, but I would be stunned if the WWF works any kind of a deal in Calgary with Bruce Hart, even though Bruce would like it.
Yeah. Also, I haven't heard the story behind it, but what's really the deal between the Michaels Bulldog match and In Your House 8, where Michaels basically throws a tantrum mid-match?
That's about it. That was it.
Michaels threw tantrums in a lot of matches.
Yeah, it was just
remember
like
Bulldog with Vader. He threw a tantrum.
Bulldog had him in a chin lock, and he's just sitting there whining to Earl the entire time he's in the chin lock.
Yeah, it was something about that was the one in Charleston, right? Beware of Dog, where they had all the screw-ups.
Yeah.
And I think Sean and Bulldog both were in a really bad mood because the show was already killed by the power failure, and they felt that they should probably not even do the match. They should just do the match on Tuesday and kill the show. But they brought them out after all this, and it was just a bad situation. And then plus, they got off on the wrong foot in the match, and both of them blamed the other one. And Shawn was a perfectionist, and when things didn't go his way, he complained long and loud. That's another one of the reasons why he's not a main eventer today. If he could work a match, he's not. That's one of the why they're predisposed negatively towards him. But yeah, that was it. Because both of them thought that why don't we just can this match and do it on Tuesday. And the decision was no, go out there and do the match. And then when there was I don't remember what the screw ups were, but there were. And then once there were, they never really recovered from them, both of them.
Shawn must have been so confident with where he was on the card and that nothing would ever happen to him. Because I remember he threw a tantrum in his match with Vader when he was coming off the top to do something. And Vader was supposed to move and he didn't. And Shawn just starts yelling at him and kicking his head. And I thought to myself, if there was one man that I would never throw a tantrum in the ring with, that man would be Vader, because he would kill me. But Shawn knew nothing was going to happen to him.
Is there something you were bringing up, Sinister Minister, with that one guy? There's a question on the email. I heard that a fireball, a fire gig messed up, and he got really bad burns all over him.
Oh, he blew off his finger?
Yeah, he lost part of his hand. Is he still recovering or coming back to wrestling after that, or?
He came back to wrestling very quickly after that. He was on ECW pay-per-views, and
the next show.
Yeah, he's just if he's just waiting for someone to pick him up, and if he can get something going, But he was back pretty quick from it, actually.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. Well, that's all I got. So thanks for your time.
Okay, cool. Real quick, I'm gonna go to a break right after this. This is a question about the top 10 pay-per-views of all time in terms of buys. And I don't know them off the top of my head, but as far as this is of everything, boxing, wrestling, concerts, there's no concert that is anywhere in the ballpark of the big wrestling and boxing ones. Now, the biggest buy rates were Tyson and Holyfield. This last WrestleMania was the biggest buy rate ever for a wrestling show. I think there's probably been, I would say, a half a dozen, maybe a little bit more boxing. The biggest ones are all boxing shows. And then the next rung are all WWF wrestling shows, like the last couple of years of WrestleManias. And then you've got a million wrestling shows and boxing shows kind of in a mix, between, let's say, 300,000 and 700,000 buys. This is from Wendell, who goes, whatever happened to Dick Togo? I think he's just started back a couple weeks ago with Michinoku Pro Wrestling. He'd been working for Osaka Pro, but they had money problems, and he stopped working there. This is from JP in San Francisco. The Jeff Hardy push reminds me of the Ricky Morton singles push against Ric Flair in the mid-'80s. The reason it does is because that is exactly what it's based on. That match, the tag team match was supposed to be Ric Flair and Arn Anderson against the Rock and Roll Express, the one with Hunter and Austin against the Hardy Boys, and then the singles push is supposed to be Ric Flair and Ricky Morton. That's exactly it. It goes, I remember.
So what did Ric Flair say in his first promo after losing the belt? Because I want to compare it to Hunter's last night.
He never lost to Ricky Morton. He always beat him. So he did better interviews too.
Hunter got a good interview last night.
On Thursday?
I think the thing about it was he was just enraged, and the fact that he was so angry about it kind of put over Jeff and the belt as being more than it's been portrayed as being lately. So I thought it was cool.
I thought that he was very good in his interview, and then I thought when Austin grabbed the mic, he was so amazing that all of a sudden I didn't think Hunter was all that good anymore.
Oh, on SmackDown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve Austin, what a great... Oh, anyway.
I mean, the thing about Austin lately is that, Hunter cuts a good promo, but he cuts those promos where it's one of those things where I'll write down, Hunter could have said what he said in 10 seconds, and it took him 15 minutes. And with Austin, I don't feel like that. It's like, I could watch this for 15 minutes, and it stays good for 15 minutes.
There's some... I don't know. He's just something about him. It's like...
And then running down the crowd one at a time, that was great.
I think he's a more believable character.
Yeah.
Not that Hunter's not believable, but just, I don't know, some Austins are just
you kind of know that Hunter is, I think a lot of it is just the way that they've really protected Austin from, outside, they always say for the Wrestling with Shadows, you can't get Austin out of character, you can't get Undertaker out of character. We see Hunter on Conan O'Brien being a geek, and we've seen him in DX acting like a goof, and Austin has just always been this angry redneck in the WWF. and he does the same persona when he goes on Conan O'Brien or whatever. So it's more believable that, this is just a guy that, he hates everybody.
Okay, anyway, he goes, I remember the Morton-Flair matches being very good. Actually, some of them were awesome. But there was a believability problem with the feud. Bill Watts told me that, too, by the way. They had a match at the Superdome, and it didn't draw a great crowd, although I don't remember what the crowd was offhand. It was a good crowd. And he just goes, damn, they had an awesome match, and there's nobody who believed that Ricky Morton can beat Ric Flair, and damn it, that's why the crowd was so bad. And he might have been right, too. But anyway,
Ricky should have beat him.
What? Ricky should have won?
Ricky should have beat him.
Okay, they slowly built up Morton. He wasn't ready for the world title. People would have turned on him. At that period, they would have turned on Ricky Morton in a heartbeat if he'd won the title from Flair. Because the guys were waiting to turn on him anyway, which they eventually did, because the girls liked him so much. They slowly built up Morton by showing close matches on TV and gradually turned him into a somewhat believable contender. I happened to be at one of the Great American Bash stops that summer that had a Flair-Morton title match, and the crowd reaction during the match showed that Morton's push was pretty effective. After watching the SmackDown Thursday and finding out that a Triple H Jeff Hardy rematch would be taking place on Raw, it seems like Jeff scoring the win so early in the feud was a mistake. Actually, I disagree, because Jeff needed the win. Whereas Ricky Morton was so over in that realm that he didn't need the win for the feud. But you see, the difference is Ricky Morton went on TV and tore Ric Flair's pants off and did all that humiliating stuff to Ric Flair, so he didn't pin him. I mean, if Jeff Hardy stripped Triple H to his underwear, but then, or did something like, poured maple syrup in his hair, he wouldn't need the win either. But with Ricky Morton, it wasn't the one. Since everybody would beat Ric Flair 1, 2, 3, they instead concentrate on humiliating Ric Flair. With Hunter, since you don't beat him, by beating him, it's something. So it's actually the same thing, even though the end result of the matches was different. If they're serious about a push for Jeff, they should put him in a chase situation where they could build the credibility around the top level guy. I think the whole thing with Jeff is where they go from here. He had to be
built up to where it would be a believable chase, first off.
Yeah, because nobody would have believed.
You can't really have a chase if nobody believes that the guy who's chasing is ever going to get, just like David was just talking about.
Yeah. The other thing with Flair is that Flair was so believable and that the fans believed that everyone could beat him to an extent. I guess in New Orleans they didn't believe about Ricky because that's what Watts said. But with Hunter's portrayed so strong that really, unless Jeff beats him, nobody really believes he can. Because Hunter never did jobs, or almost never did jobs.
Looking back also, I was thinking of some wins that would have helped elevate people. Remember SummerSlam where they'd been, hyping up forever that Hunter was going to go for his world title, and this was the only thing he cared about, and he lived his life for it. And it ended up being like that three-way with Austin, Foley, and Hunter. And ended up with Foley getting the title there, because I guess they wanted to swerve people and everything like that. But
that's what I was all about, to swerve people.
Kind of took the steam off Hunter, and even though he got the title the next night, I mean, he wasn't really looked at by a lot of fans as like the top guy. And it took a bunch of clean wins over Foley, just beating him match after match after match clean, with the pedigree to get him up there. So, I just think
you know what the big mistake they made with Hunter was? And that was when Russo was writing. During that chase period, if you remember the build-up of that SummerSlam, because I was so mad at that build-up. Because remember, they had Hunter do a job for China, and then China was going to be against Austin in the singles match. And then they switched it to a three-way. I mean,
oh, yeah.
They kept changing the main event every single week instead of just going with Hunter and Austin and building it up hard. And that changing of it, I think, just, weakened it greatly. Because that was the year that they had Jesse as referee, and they did more buys for SummerSlam the year before without Jesse. And remember all the pub that Jesse got, being the sitting governor and everything. And, afterwards, it was like, your build-up for the main event couldn't touch the year before because you had Austin and Undertaker. Everyone knew what the match was, and you focused on it. This one, you throw, for a couple of weeks there, it was like China's in the main event. Who wants to buy that, against Steve Austin?
They were going all out because there were radio commercials up here during that period that were actually billing China as going for the title at SummerSlam, and I couldn't even believe listening to it on the radio. What kind of a draw? Even if that's not going to be the match in the end, why would you air a commercial for a match that no one in their right mind could really want to see?
Well, they did have China really over at that time, but still,
not over enough to headline against Steve Austin for the title.
Oh, you're right. This is from Scott Foy. I got the perfect idea how they should promote WCW. Raw goes to a commercial, and there's Shane McMahon sitting against his black backdrop. He starts off by saying everywhere he goes, people come up to him and ask, "Where's my wrestling?" I bet we all see where this one's going. He then goes on to talk about how WF wrestlers wear panties and how WCW is returning good old-fashioned smash mouth wrestling. He then goes on a rant about how the WCW wrestlers aren't overpaid like the WWF wrestlers, and the WCW wrestlers have more heart and are really in it not for the money but for the love of the game. It concludes with WCW uttering the phrase, WCW, it's real wrestling. Future commercials will feature Arn Anderson walking around an empty arena reminiscing about the old days of pro wrestling, and Stacy Keibler inside the locker room talking about what it's like to work in a man's business while stripping down to her bra and panties. Sounds familiar. Let's go to one more and then we'll start going back to the calls. From Joe Hamilton. This is a show that we heard a lot about, boy. Saturday night CCW in Smyrna, Delaware. It was definitely the sickest thing I have seen live in 20-plus years of watching wrestling. Jun Kasai was powerbombed from the ring.
Wasn't he the same guy that jumped off the building?
Yeah, last week.
Okay.
Same guy. Jun Kasai is attempting to make his name. I'm really interested to see those pictures in the Japanese magazines in the next couple of weeks of him, because clearly that's what he's doing this for. I'm going to have a tape of this, hopefully by the end of the week, of that CCW thing, but I've been told that, I was told that it's something that you have to see. It's the bloodiest match in the history of wrestling. And by people who, by people who've seen, every bloody match in the history of wrestling. Not by someone who's, Anyway, Jun Kasai was powerbombed from the ring to a bunch of chairs that had fluorescent light bulbs laid across them. When Kasai got up from that bump, his back was shredded. He had a huge chunk of skin flapping off his elbow. Yeah, they have close-ups of his bone sticking out and his tricep muscle sticking out. Earlier in the show, Rick Blade did a swanton off of a huge Ryder truck through Trent Acid, who was on a table outside the hall. Both landed on the concrete. The funniest thing I've ever seen also happened at the show. We were waiting on one of the boys to give him a ride back to Baltimore, and the crew had just started taking the ring down when there was a loud siren that was sent off. It turned out a fire alarm, and a bunch of guys from the neighborhood started running down the street at midnight. They were volunteers for the fire department where the show was held at. And so you have guys like Nick Mondo and Man Pondo walking around covered in blood, and you have guys getting their fire gear running past them. I guess, wow, that's pretty strange. Let's see. On behalf of my hometown, Crawfordsville, Indiana, I apologize to the wrestling world for Jim Hellwig. Oh, my God. Nice. Let's go to Phil. Phil, what's going on today, Phil?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Watched a lot of wrestling this weekend, so I was going to talk to you guys a little about it. Okay. Man, I heard about Muto beating Kawada, and it's just so disheartening because I watched that Muto-Murakami match from the 0-1 pay-per-view. Right, I guess
that was Otani and Murakami.
No, I'm talking about Murakami Muto from New Japan pay-per-view. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that one.
Such a horrible match. Muto's so bad now. I mean, he did nothing. And then the knee strike he won with was the weakest looking thing.
Oh, it's so bad. That's such a bad finisher.
6 inches. And then he just pins him, and I just looked at it, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And you know what Muto looks amazingly like now is the Dragon Master from the JTEX Corporation. You get the bald head, the little staff.
Yeah, Sakurada.
He wrestles like him too. It's like, oh. So I mean, the fact that he beat Kawada with that same knee smash, it's just.
Yeah, but it's Kawada, so maybe he just laid into him with it.
I hope so. Well, it's Murakami. I mean, have you seen any Murakami, Brian? If you're going to lay into anybody, you'll lay into Murakami. I mean,
Murakami for a guy who's gone into wrestling from shoot fighting, he's tremendous.
Oh, he's awesome. He's he's not the greatest wrestler in the world, but he's really my favorite wrestler to watch at this point.
He's great. So he's great in angles.
Yeah, and he's so surly and always looks pissed off, and he beats the hell out of people. It's just a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
You were talking about Jun Kasai. Have you seen any Jun Kasai in Big Japan?
Yes, I have.
He's not afraid to die. I mean, I remember he had one match against Matsunaga, where Matsunaga put a fluorescent light bulb, a tube in his mouth, then punched him, and broke it in his mouth.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, he started spitting out blood, and it was just He's like, what am I watching?
That's just sick.
So he's just Jun Kasai is, yeah. I mean, I remember the first time I saw him, I was like,
see, I don't understand the point of doing that to make a name, because, okay, you make a name as somebody that will bleed and have your arm ripped so the tricep shows, and where's that name going to get you?
Well, I mean, look at you just brought up the name Matsunaga. I mean, I remember, Matsunaga was the first guy to dive off a balcony. And he sort of got a cult following, but, I mean, he messed up his knees so bad that he never could do anything anyway.
Did he light his head on fire?
Yeah, Pogo lit his head on fire.
Oh, I saw that.
Where did that get him?
Well, got him main eventing garbage leagues in Japan until he's 1,000 years old.
Great.
Well, it's a foreign country, guys. I mean, there's plenty of people doing it.
I understand trying to make a name for yourself, like Jeff Hardy in the WWF, killing himself night after night because he hopes that someday he'll beat Hunter, which he ended up doing. But, to do that and not really have anywhere to go except, top of the card in a garbage.
To the top of Big Japan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Brian, I saw Jeff Hardy take the same sort of stupid bumps in Armories in front of 75 people in North Carolina before he was even, and he thought about him beating Hunter in the WWF.
And look at the stuff Mick Foley did early in his career. I mean, he did the same stuff for $1 million, but he did it for $50 too.
Yeah,
But I mean, at least when Jeff Hardy was doing it, you had Mick Foley there at the top, and so he's going, well, I take these bumps, Mick Foley takes these bumps, Mick Foley's at the top. But, I mean, right now, what guy in a major promotion is making a ton of money is just absolutely, get his tricep ripped out.
But, it's like you have the whole the master-student relationship in Japanese wrestling that's different from anything in America. I mean, I think, probably somebody like Jun Kasai or somebody like Tomokai Hanma, that their goal is to be the top of Big Japan as something meaningful, rather than headline New. I mean, Jun Kasai's a tiny guy. I mean, he's never going to headline New Japan. I mean, he's smaller than most of the New Japan juniors. But I mean, in a weird way, I bet that he wants to be Matsunaga because maybe that's who he grew up idolizing, and it's just something different than America.
Well, it's just something. It's just the proving he can take. It's the same reason why a lot of the guys that do the hardcore stuff in the United States. I mean, how many of them really think that they're going to end up? I mean, even though they idolize Mick Foley, do they really think they're going to end up in Mick Foley's spot? It's just one of those things. It's if you can it's a way to be somebody. I mean, that's, a lot of the guys, that go to wrestling school. I mean, how many of them really think they're going to go to the WWF? But they can be somebody.
I think you'd be surprised.
Well, you're around them more than me, so.
You would be surprised.
And, switching, gears a little bit from, indie garbage wrestling to indie teen bop wrestling, I watched some Mat Rats the other day. And have you seen the Evans brothers wrestle that match on the Mat Rats, Dave?
I don't know if I have.
They're identical twins, or very close to identical twins.
And they wrestle each other. You know what? They're not even related.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they look
in fact, they came down here, they worked for us, and everyone thought that they were brothers. They talked like they were brothers. They were billed as brothers. And then one day, Jake comes up to me and goes, "This guy's not my brother. Don't tell Tim." They're not even related.
Oh, so you wrestled them? Because I was really impressed by the match they had on there. They were moving it, as far as the speed and actual, specific work rate, the amount of moves they were doing a minute. It was, about as fast as, All Japan Women from 95 or some, British stuff that I've seen. I mean, they were, counters and things like that were just really fast. The promotion's booked horribly. It's his booked.
In fact, I wrestled Jake, 3 months ago, and it was, his fifth match. If that tells anything.
Oh, really? I mean, I was really impressed. I was and I've watched the other stuff, and I wasn't that impressed by any of the other guys, but that was they were doing some stuff where they were just, doing all these crazy flip outs and just moving at a really fast speed. So those are some guys that, when that promotion folds, which I assume it will eventually, they seem to be
unfortunately.
Yeah, that seems to be those guys had some promise. So how was the match you had with him, Brian?
Oh, he did good. I mean, it was afterwards, he came up to me and he goes, "That was my sixth match," and it was wow, you're awesome.
Oh, really? Yeah, I think I have to get a tape of that. Do you have that on tape?
Yeah, I have it on tape.
Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. And I guess I'll talk a little about the WWF because I actually watched it the last couple of weeks, which is rare for me. You're talking about Hunter and the character, and I think the problem that I have with him is I don't buy the vest. The fringe vest he's wearing now. I'm sorry, I don't know.
I don't like it either
with that, but that's my big problem.
The funniest line you had in the Observer, Dave, was a couple of months ago. Just out of nowhere, you wrote, "The jean jacket over the leather jacket was a real hot style in the '70s." And I thought, that
when I was in high school, that's what they would. You know why they would wear it? Because it was actually, you know what? I don't know why they would wear it. People, I used to think it was ridiculous then too. Yeah, because it's but I think that what it was one of the styles they had then was these guys that lifted weights, and I don't think too many of them did steroids in those days, but they would wear these thick jackets, but they would still want to show their arms on these really freezing nights, and I would always think great, I lift weights too, but it's freezing out, and I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't need to show I have big arms in 35-degree weather, but that's how I remember the jeans jacket, and then afterwards, then you start doing the jacket underneath that sleeveless jacket, and I'm just thinking, what the hell is this?
But I mean, with that particular look he's got going with him, is the backwards leather cap and the whole like weird homoerotic thing Austin's doing with Rock. It's like they're doing a Midnight Cowboy tag team gimmick or something like that.
You know what I mean? They need to get heat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because you've got him going.
I don't think that you should tell them they're doing that because then they'll stop it right away. I somehow do not think that that's their plan.
That's what it comes off to us, man. It's like, this weird, creepy, top, like a cruising, or something like a cruising gimmick. And
I thought it was just like these two like guys like bullies that were all together on the same side. That it's just sort of like, oh my God, now they're on the same side.
Well, they're so tough and manly, and but because the Ross thing had to be. There's no way that was unintentional. The thing with him,
what do you mean?
Stroking Ross's head and talking about a pretty hat he has.
Yeah. That was meant to be creepy, but that was more to I don't think I know it was out of Deliverance and everything like that, some of those lines, but I think that it was more to just like mess with Raw. Everyone knew what he was doing, but it wasn't meant. I don't think that anyone has any. What's the word I'm looking for?
It was more mind games than Austin actually thinking that Ross had a cute hat on.
Yeah, I don't think they want to portray the idea that Steve Austin is actually homosexual or anything like that. I think that's the farthest thing from their mind. It's just one of those things where they just wanted to, really harass Ross because Ross couldn't physically do anything about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I think they're coming. That's the way it's coming off to me, at least. I don't know. I think that they should. But I think it's kind of an interesting angle. It's a different way.
You're thinking more about their product than they are now.
Yeah, well, it's wrestling.
We were all guilty of that, actually.
And I had one other quick question. I watched the 0-1 pay-per-view. I watched in the New Japan, both of them. A couple comments on that. I think Silver King looked so awesome in that six-man tag. The junior six-man tag was him.
Guess
Doc
what?
Wagner.
The tape I got started with the second match. I've never seen that match yet.
Oh man, you got to get your hands on that, because the parts where Silver King wrestles Minoru Tanaka, they're in there together. It's just so great. Silver King looks like he did back before he looks like he lost a little weight. He looks a lot more cut, and the stuff with him and Minoru Tanaka was just so great. They were so fast and countering each other's stuff. Like Minoru Tanaka would do the shoot style takedowns, and then Silver King would spin around in some weird lucha dos caras thing. It was just great. I mean, Silver King looked like he was the top 15, top 20 worker in the world, which I thought he always was, but never could do anything like that in WCW.
Every time you see those guys somewhere else, oh my God, it's like you shake my head.
Yeah, you get sad.
All the great things Silver King could have done in those 3 years. The 3-year vacation he had. I was like, he might as well had a blown out knee or something like that. And I was wondering, where's Hoshikawa now? Because he had that.
Now Hiro Hoshikawa, he was trying to get a job with 0-1. Didn't he was working for Osaka Pro, and then they left over money, and he just hadn't gotten a job anywhere else. But yeah, he had a hell of a match on that 0-1.
Oh man, that match against Mirufuji, how many stars did you give that?
4.
Yeah, I mean that's about. I don't do star ratings, but that was about what I thought it was about.
Marufuji, they were both real. I mean, that's like an opening match, and you're going like, man, what an opener.
Right. I mean, I think Hoshikawa looked really good in his end run, like the last maybe 4 or 5 months he was in Osaka Pro too. But I mean, that match was just out of control good, and by far better than anything I've ever seen Mirufuji in.
Well, Mirufuji's stuff lately though he's gotten really good lately.
Yeah, it's hard for me to watch that Noah because it's just such, I don't know. I haven't really enjoyed a single Noah show I've watched. I don't think.
Really? Some of them have been okay.
Some of them okay.
I gotta get.
Look so bad. All right.
Phil, I gotta get running, okay? Because we're late on break.
All right. See you guys later.
Let's see. What have you heard about Triple H Jeff Hardy match tonight? I have not asked anyone because I just don't want to know. That's the truth. And will Triple H allow Jeff to go over? It's not. Put it this way: if the bookers want Jeff to win clean, Triple H is not going to say no. I'm sure Triple H himself is actually the one who's putting this program together in many ways. So it's not like you got to understand.
So he'll come out on top in the end somehow.
Well, he'll come out on top on the end, but that doesn't mean he may lose tonight. I mean, I mean, the thing is, it's not the result of tonight's match that's really important. It's does Jeff Hardy get elevated from this point? And I kind of heard an angle that they might do, in which case it might be a surprise. And it'll probably make no sense if they do it. We'll see. Let's see. We'll find out tonight what they do. I have a question.
Oh, no.
What? Oh, you figured it out already? Okay. Then you probably got it then. It's been bugging me for a long time. What was the name of the fictitious Global World Championship that Joe Pedicino mentioned on a broadcast of GWF Wrestling in 1991? God, I don't remember. I don't know. I thought, this is from Carl, I thought the one-finger push pin with Hogan and Nash was a potentially good idea, but it was poorly thought out and executed. Do you think there was any way that angle could have been pulled off successfully? Not without killing the title. Let's see. No WCW, no ECW, only the WWF. The wrestling scene here in the UK is now officially dead. This is from Jay Thompson. I love how the XFL has changed the name of the championship game to the $1 Million game, representing the amount of money that will be split among the winners. Given the well-known salaries of NFL and other athletes, it's like starting a game show going, who wants to win a few $1,000? My question is, You have said that WoW can't succeed. Is that because it's women's wrestling or because it's David McLean? It's because of the economics.
There's a lot of different reasons that WoW cannot survive.
Of how they were operating. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of different reasons. Dave McLean, I'm sure, is one of them. The fact that it's, it's kind of the audience that they're searching for, I don't even know what it is, if it's young men or whatever, but I don't think that, like, hardcore wrestling fans who are watching Raw and Nitro, or formerly Nitro, are going to be interested in Glow. Just, production problems, so much money that has to go into it. I think there's, like, a million different reasons.
What is the status of Tajiri? Tajiri's under contract with WWF. They're just waiting to figure out what to do with him. Let's see. Do you think
watching Kai get crushed by Undertaker and Kane, I think everyone should be happy that he's sitting home and getting paid and not on TV. When
I watched Kai on SmackDown, you know what popped into my head? Was like, oh my God, this is what happens when they sign Rey Mysterio Jr.
Yep.
Except they
can speak English.
They do Mexican jokes instead of... Yeah, but maybe this character can't, because Taka can too. Yeah. Let's see. Do you think Shane Helms will get a top spot in WCW? I think he'll get a good position. I don't know about with Taka. I don't know.
The thing with Taka, though, is when he first came in, it was like, here's this guy that no one in this country has seen. He doesn't speak English at the time, so it really wouldn't make sense I guess it wouldn't make sense if Kane started talking either, but he did. But, with Ray... Everyone's seen Ray talk. They know he can talk. They know he can speak English. So I don't think that they would take him down that many notches and debut him as a mute or someone who can't speak English.
Okay, just in the 1970s and 60s, George Steele did great interviews, and then later in his career, he couldn't talk English. So anyway, Andy Rapada. Earlier you mentioned midgets. How come we don't get great midget matches in the U.S. like we did in the 70s? Watch back on tape. They weren't that great. I saw many of them. I thought midgets were hilarious and quite entertaining. They were, for a sideshow thing, and they actually drew in some places and things like that, like a once-a-year gimmick thing for kids. I got a kick out of the midget gimmick the first time I saw it, or the first few times. After a while, it's the exact same match every time out, same joke, so whatever. Because I know Vince Russo tried when he brought in Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice was not a midget wrestler, guys. But other than the Al Snow campaign, we seldom see the world-famous midgets. The Al Snow campaign was not good either. Remember when he wrestled those four? Oh, that was horrible.
That was funny when Regal got a hold of the midgets, though.
Yeah. Let's see. I grew up in Toronto and used to watch wrestling on Saturday mornings at a local wrestling school that was filmed in a cheap gym featuring such talent as the Mongolian who wore a sheepskin vest and ate goldfish. Could you please tell me the name of the federation? I suspect it was not Maple Leaf Wrestling. I don't know. Local thing. How old is Bradshaw? Let's see. He was about 31 when I saw him on a certain day. And what year was that? I'm thinking it was 1994.
How do you remember these things?
So I'm guessing 37, 38. He's older than you think. Okay, here's a note on Batman. Tony Marino and Bruno Sammartino won the now-defunct WWF International Tag Team titles, the predecessor to the WWF World Tag Team titles.
It's now defunct?
The International is defunct, yeah. Yeah, they've been defunct for since probably 72.
I was kidding.
Okay, and then Victor Rivera replaced Sammartino. Maybe you could ask Bruno the reason behind the title change and replacements. I think Bruno was the world champion. They probably didn't want him to hold both belts, but we can ask Bruno. He'll be here. There was a report on 4Wrestling.com saying that Vincent Jr. told Shawn Michaels to lose his attitude, he would never come back, but now they said we could see him as early as a month. Is this true? I don't know. The last I asked about Shawn was a week ago, and they said that he wasn't even, that no one even mentions his name, as far as, like, they haven't even brought up considering bringing him back. But, things change. I can't imagine.
I'm sure he was told to lose the attitude.
Yeah.
Probably about 100 times.
Yeah. Let's see. Who has received the single largest payday for one performance in the history of wrestling? I would guess Hogan and Andre, $750 at WrestleMania in 1987. Have you ever heard of them? Because I didn't hear what like Austin made. Well, he wouldn't. I think Austin Rock may make more this year, but that's the biggest. There may have been someone. Oh, I take that back. That's wrong. That's wrong.
What about Inoki?
No, but that's still wrong. The most that anyone has made for a performance in the history of wrestling was Mike Tyson, $3.5 million at that WrestleMania. And the second was Dennis Rodman, which was $2.25 million for that Bash at the Beach match. The most that any wrestler has ever made were Hogan and Andre at $750. Let's go to Scott in Connecticut.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, got a lot of things out of my mind. One is, do you guys think Jeff Hardy needs a new name if they're going to push him?
No.
No? You think they can go with just Jeff Hardy?
He's good, yeah. Well, I think gimmick names are so overrated in this day and age. Doesn't matter.
Maybe just a nickname like the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, you know?
Oh, they could give him Shawn Michaels. They could give him a nickname, but I don't think they need to change the Jeff Hardy part.
Yeah, I mean, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then most people call him Stone Cold, you know?
Well, they could give him a nickname, sure, but...
Yeah, that's what I think they're going to need to do, because, I mean, when they first gave them the gimmick to Hardy Boys, is that kind of like a rib, you think?
No, that's their name.
That's their name.
The last name is Hardy?
Yeah, they're Matt Jeff Hardy. That's their real name.
Because I remember when the first time I saw them on WWF a long time ago, and they came out and they were in those god-awful plaid tights. It was just like the Hardy Boys. And I remember I was at the arena, and this woman was there with her kids, and she goes, "Don't we have some of their books?" and I was like, oh no. But, I mean, and then another thing is, is with some WCW guys. I've heard a lot of guys like, Canyon, Billy Kidman, Rey Mysterio, guys they want, but since they're getting paid so much, the only way they're going to get them is if, there's such a mark for the business that they'll wrestle for less just to wrestle,
Well, it depends.
I don't know if you could so much call it a mark for the business, just wanting to have a career.
I mean, I can understand that. I mean, personally, if I was in a position which, it's hard to, I mean, you can't really think, well, if I could have $800,000 to sit at home, what would I do? But I mean, I'm thinking if I was Billy Kidman, the guy at his age, what could happen is if he gets over in WWF, his contract could get raised, or, he could make money on merch, So, I mean,
the other thing is, when you're that age, you have to realize, okay, maybe I'm making $800,000 a year for 2 years, but in 2 years, I'm going to be making $0 a year.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be out of the spotlight for 2 years, and, it may be a lot harder for me to get a job there at that point.
Or it may be easier. Because if you're gone for a while, you can be brought in as a fresh face.
If you're a bigger name, it's something like in 2 years, people might really be wanting to see me again, and I can come back and, get a big raise.
Mm-hmm. And,
you just never know you never know what's going to happen 6 months from now in wrestling. I mean, it's just one of those things where, you just got to make a decision and then go with it, and it very well could be the wrong one.
Question I had is Nick, can you name some other people that fall into that category or get around paid that amount of money?
Everyone.
All the mid-carders.
Basically everyone in the company except for the 24 guys and the guys that they don't, and the few guys that they don't want.
Well, I mean, the guys that they are interested in, like Canyon, Billy Kidman. Is there anyone else that?
Scott Steiner, Ric Flair, Bill Goldberg.
Well, yeah, I know that. I mean, what about guys that could really get mentioned a lot, like Conan and stuff?
I don't know what their status is. Wall, I haven't heard any interest in the Wall, but I don't know. I mean, he's a big guy. Sometimes they like big guys. I don't know.
I think it's generally guys that you would not want to bring in, probably would not be brought in.
Yeah.
Well, just want to mention, because I talked to someone who's involved in this. These decisions have not been made at all. Okay, I mean, this week they are actually doing fact finding. Jim Ross is actually going to be meeting with a lot of people in WCW. And he's asked a lot of people for their input, and then he's going to look at it, and then they're going to start making these decisions. Although, I mean, vaguely, on a lot of the guys, I think they've got a pretty darn good idea of who they want and who they don't want. But, I mean, they haven't offered anyone contracts as far as the guys.
The beauty of this thing is, where they're the only game in town. They get an idea. One of the bookers has an idea with a guy. They say they come up with a character for a guy like maybe the Wall or Crowbar or something like that. It doesn't work. They don't even have to put him under contract till it starts working.
No, but they're going to sign it. They're not going to put someone on TV without a contract.
Well, I mean, why not, though? There's not that risk anymore.
There's not a why not. They are not going to put someone on television without a contract.
And did you guys know Bret Hart's doing an independent tour?
He's doing autograph signings and stuff. He's not wrestling.
Well, he's going to be at some shows.
He's not wrestling at the shows, but he's doing autograph signings. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just found out about that. He's coming over here. And then, did you guys?
I heard he's got a new commercial out too.
Did you guys hear X Factor's music?
Oh, yes, what's up with that?
How god-awful is that music?
It doesn't fit the guys at all.
It doesn't fit wrestling at all. It's like a country western. First, all right, maybe for someone with that character, a song that has that type of feel to it, but just the way it starts off like a regular radio tune, and then it kicks into a wrestling theme, It's so weird.
If you put Billy Gunn and X-Pac together, it might work, but...
Billy Gunn, I don't know about him, and I'm hearing he's going to WCW, and,
that decision hasn't been made, but they certainly are leaning, certainly wanting people to think that, and they probably will do it, too.
If they want to kill WCW, literally kill, because he's going to drop someone and they're going to die, put Billy Kidman in WCW.
You mean Billy Gunn?
Billy Gunn?
Yeah. I said Billy Kidman, sorry, Billy Gunn. Yeah, when I saw him wrestle Benoit, and he almost killed him on Raw, I was like, no. And then you know what happened the next week? He won the belt. So.
Yeah, well, he hasn't won it since, so.
And don't you think Austin should get some new music too?
No, I love his music.
Well, I mean, you know, it's that music that makes you want to pop, you know? I mean, character or not, you just
I know, it's babyface music.
Well, he did take away the standing on the corner and raising his hands in the air. Now he just stands there, so.
Yeah.
They've done something.
Yeah, and you think Shane McMahon's going to have an on-air role?
Yes, absolutely. For sure.
You think, yeah. So you think?
Well, I mean, wait a minute. Of course, the whole thing's gonna be built around him.
Yeah.
Of course, he's gonna have an on-air role.
He already has an on-air role. The thing hasn't even started yet.
I know what.
He's the only guy they've signed with an on-air role.
Yeah, I liked an idea that someone had. I don't remember if it was on the Law last night or it was on your show today. Was that Goldberg? How they should get him over is that he's not in WCW nor is he in WWF, and he shows up on both shows. Kind of like wandering in the back and stuff.
First they have to sign Goldberg.
Like he's lost.
And both Vince and yeah, like he shows up in the desert. How about that? But both Vince and Shane are going for him, and he's kind of like I don't want.
He's the free agent they're both bidding for. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I like that idea because then it's more like that can go for a long time. Then you eventually put him in one of the promotions. To do the feud with the other one. That's a good way to draw it out.
Didn't they do that with like Sid Vicious, whether he's going to be a babyface or a heel one of those years?
Mm-hmm.
Both sides go, and then I ended up.
Yeah, but I really the worst thing.
For somebody.
I'm just thinking of that promo they had. The promo they had for that pay-per-view where the ad was Goldberg didn't follow the script. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
That was in the dark days. Remember that match where Kevin Nash did like 6 moves? And they were playing it up. This has got to be a shoot. He only does 3 moves.
And then they did the thing where Bill Goldberg doesn't follow the script, but everyone else on the card does, so they don't matter. But Goldberg does. And I was just saying
that whole period was death. It was horrible.
Definitely.
It couldn't have been done more. One of the things I was with the indie show I was at, I was just talking to regular fans, and I mean it was just amazing because I started. We were talking about WCW, and it was just like. Well, you know that they went in there that they got sabotaged, right? And I go, believe it or not, I don't believe they did. I think it was like someone actually thought he knew what he was doing. No. That was total sabotage on that company.
I don't think they should do that, but I like the idea of him, being a free agent,
No, Goldberg is a free agent, yeah, but they got to get off the dime and sign him if
Why don't they? I don't understand. I think they should.
They don't want to upset their salary structure. At least that's what they're saying.
I mean, how much does The Rock get a year?
The Rock's like Rock's guarantee may only be like $500,000 or $1 million, but he's probably making $5 million plus.
Oh, because of merch and because of outside stuff like movies. Right?
No, just from wrestling. But merchandise helps too, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, just payoffs and everything.
So I don't understand how it's upsetting your salary structure. If you got Goldberg's going to be an instant top guy and is going to make a lot of money for you in the long run, why is it upsetting it to put some money as a down payment on this guy?
I think that same thing, especially since Big Show got what he got.
Oh well, Big Show was probably the worst mistake WWF made in the last 2 years.
It didn't seem like a bad mistake at the time, though.
Well, they did their own mistake. It wasn't Big Show. Because, all right, a guy that size, there's only a certain amount of talent you can have at that size, And Big Show has the amount of talent where you could create a character where he's useful. But WWF killed it. I think WWF, that's their own fault.
They beat him and turned him too many times. That didn't help. Let's see. Balls Mahoney was banned for life in Maryland, and this is from WoodenWrestling.com. He's got Balls Mahoney told his side of the story as it pertains to being banned for life from wrestling in the state of Maryland in an interview with Gabe Sapolsky at rfvideo.com. He noted that he's had problems with the commission before. He's been suspended twice. The blood was accidental when Van Dam struck him reopening a cut from a previous match he had in Michigan. Mahoney said that he immediately called for a towel to wipe his face off. You're not allowed to bleed in Maryland, by the way, or blade in Maryland. And then he continued with the match rather than go to the finish, as he didn't want to cheat the fans out of their main event. When he returned to the locker room, Mahoney was disciplined by the commission's representative, who said he should have never gone to the ring if he thought he was going to end up bleeding.
Which was funny because someone else on the show ended up bleeding, but it wasn't profuse, so they let it slide.
Well, maybe the second one got him mad because the first one did it. You know what I mean? Just going, okay, now you're out of control. In regards to being banned, Mahoney said, F-U-C-K Maryland. and suggested fans write to the commission if they don't like the rule regarding blood. Oh, that's going to do a lot of good. Wrestling fans saying we need more blood.
Yeah, writing campaign.
That's going to do great for that. That'll do great in that state. It's from Mike, who says,
send them to the WWF while you're at it.
Yeah. The XFL wants the NFL to take concepts and the players from them because if the NFL does that, then it will give the XFL the credibility as a sports franchise. Especially
just like it gave ECW credibility.
That's right. The XFL is an exciting football league, and I enjoy the games. The XFL is a hardcore football fan's dream. It's the second pro football league in the States. It's like when a hardcore wrestling fan watches all the promotions, just the WWF. The hardcore wrestling fan likes Japanese, Mexican, and indie wrestling. The same goes for a hardcore football fan who wants to see the NFL, college, CFL, Arena League, and XFL. I know you two guys, this is what I'm going to get mad at.
The hardcore fans were unable to keep ECW in business.
Yes. Okay, he goes, I know you two guys are
hardcore football fans to make the XFL viable.
Okay, I'm going to get really mad at this sentence right here. He goes, I know that you two guys are against the league, but as a diehard football fan, I love it. I am not against this league. I have never said, when I give a rating and say the rating isn't good, I am not against this league. When I give an attendance figure and say it isn't good, like when we did with WCW, I was not against WCW. I was trying to explain this company is on its way to going out of business because they are not taking in nearly as much money as they are spending. Therefore, they need to adjust what they do or they will be gone. Now they are gone. The XFL is in the same bracket. It's losing as much money as WCW. It's the WCW of football. All those things we say, anyway. Oh, God. It's like I got mad the other day, too. Someone was going like, well, you love Japanese wrestling so much. And it's like, I love good Japanese wrestling. I hate bad Japanese wrestling. I love good WF wrestling. I hate bad WF wrestling. I love good Mexican wrestling. I hate bad Mexican wrestling. It's not the country. I think we got it like the day, all you do is say good things about New Japan. And it was actually the day we got this email, was the day of the Osaka Dome show. And I'm going like, please. So please listen to the show.
We sure praise that show.
Yeah, anyway. Let's see. So anyway. Just, when giving numbers is not being against the league, saying that the league is losing tons of money is not being against the league. Personally, I enjoyed the league and watched a lot of the games, but it's not economically making it. Will they make it? Maybe. Is it a good idea in my mind for them to do a second season? No, I think it's a really bad idea. That doesn't mean I don't want them to do it, or I will be glad when they fold. I will not be glad when they fold because people will lose their job. Let's see. Did Jim Cornette really have a mother in Louisville that he talked about in the 80s? Yes, but she wasn't rich. And was Dennis Condrey fired and replaced by Stan Lane? No, Dennis just walked out. He just disappeared. And they had all these matches booked, and Jim Cornette, the story was Jim Cornette actually, he needed to find a partner real quick because Dennis just disappeared and went home. And so they actually tried to get Tom Pritchard for 3 or 4 days, couldn't find him, so then they called up Stan Lane, he came to TV, or else Tom Pritchard would have had that spot. So anyway, that's the story there. And why did Cornette leave WCW? He was just fed up with management at the time and just walked out and got mad. It's from Kobe Anderson, who notes, you shouldn't leave the listeners hanging and let them know that John Tenta got his revenge on Bubba by shaving half of his beard off after beating him in a pay-per-view match. Let's see. Where were we? Let's go to Robert in Maryland. Robert, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing really good.
I guess the better way to ask it is, how good do handicap matches do as far as ratings go?
It depends on the match
and who's in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like it's necessarily good or bad. I mean,
if they had Al Snow versus Bull Buchanan versus Billy Gunn, I'm sure it wouldn't do too hot. But if it were like Hunter, Austin, Rock.
He's talking about handicap, like 2-on-1s.
Hunter and Austin versus Rock.
But and in that case, what if Rock almost single-handedly defeats them? I'm just saying, it just takes away from the whole competition. I mean, again, of course it's fake, it's choreographed or
it's fake.
Right, but I mean, do you think that's something good to do, or do fans not mind for the most part, or?
I think it really depends on how it's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't mind the Benoit Angle Regal match so much because it was done pretty believable. I know Dave didn't like it too much, but I mean, just the way that they had the whole match set up, it wasn't like Benoit was being a Superman. It was just, well, he was, but Angle screwed up, Regal screwed up. He took advantage of it and made a good match out of it, but he lost in the end.
Okay, and I guess a history question. Back when, way back when I guess Kerry Von Erich, when he lost the lower part of his leg, how I actually had a tape, and they had the it was kind of sad to see the hospital interview where he has to say, oh, okay, the doctors managed to get save the leg and everything, and he continues wrestling. How common was the knowledge that he actually lost a leg in Texas, and I guess among the wrestlers?
It wasn't his leg. He lost part of his foot. As far as there were rumors among a few people that lived in Texas. But like literally like maybe a dozen people knew. They thought nobody knew, but I just remember like Matt Bourne or somebody saw, like carry a swimming pool and he jumped in. He wouldn't take his shoes off, which they thought was really weird. And when they came out, there was he went in with a boot, and there was so much water coming out of the boot. They thought that was really strange. So that sort of got some rumors started. What really got it was there was a match in Las Vegas, and he was wrestling Colonel De Beers, and accidentally Colonel De Beers took his boot off, and people actually saw that he didn't have a foot. And it was so funny afterwards because after that happened, people didn't. It's like it happened in Vegas in front of a couple hundred people. And afterwards, everyone involved denied that it actually had happened. It's like, no, that never happened. And like I talked to people who were like in the front row, and like everyone's going like, it never happened, the boot never came off. They were like in such denial. So from that point, I think, I wrote about it in the Observer after that. So if you read the Observer, you would know about it. But it was never acknowledged on TV, and it became an issue at the what was that pay-per-view they did with the three groups to the pay-per-view in Chicago when WWF actually went to the commission and tried to get the match stopped because it was like a handicapped guy and it was against commission regulations. So, it ended up like I don't know why the commission didn't stop it, but they had a match, and it actually was a pretty decent match too with Lawler and Carey.
You talked about Marufuji earlier and how good he is. And I agree, but why is he seems to have to job in every match. I mean, I understand he's a newer guy, and I guess they're trying to groom him, but do you think
and he's smaller and he's working with bigger guys, and that's how they do it in Japan. I mean, he'll get his time. He'll be a junior heavyweight superstar someday.
Do you see him being? Do you think he's as good as Shima or Magnum Tokyo right now? Or
I think he's better than Magnum Tokyo. I don't think he's as good as Shima.
And actually, I've only seen one Torimon tape. It was like a best of 4-hour thingy, and it was pretty much, I guess, the same 6 people in the matches. I guess they're 6 top stars: Magnum, Suwa, Shima, etc. Dragon Kid, who was awesome. My God! But the thing about Shima, I know you compared him to Eddie Guerrero at one point, and I mean the high spots were awesome. But do you think he's as good as Eddie on the ground, like his mat wrestling? I don't see
At the same stage of his career, he's better than Eddie. He's not as good as Eddie was on Eddie's best day as far as the ground wrestling, but he's pretty awesome.
Okay, and last question, I guess. I think you had once compared, what's his name? Nakanishi, Manabu. There you go.
Lex Luger.
Thank you.
Now, that's because they do the same. They both do the torture rack, and they're both not very good. Although Nakanishi has gotten better
now, but there was a time when
he was horrible for a long time.
Yeah,
dance.
But I think he has more than the 3 moves with the 3 clotheslines, and then the torture rack.
No, it's spear and torture rack.
Right. Oh, okay. and actually, one more question. Yuji Nagata's brother, I guess, New Japan, is that official that New Japan signed him on?
I don't know if it's official. I heard it last night. It was in the Tokyo Sports, which sometimes is accurate and sometimes isn't. So I know he left his job at the police force, and the assumption was he was going to sign with New Japan. I haven't heard 100% that he signed the contract yet.
But and is that bad news? Is that bad news for Nagata, or Yuji Nagata?
I don't think it's good news or bad news. I think, I don't think it's going to affect him one way or the other.
Okay.
Or, maybe they'll form a tag team. I mean, it would make sense.
Okay. Well, that's it. Thanks.
Okay.
Probably be like if Eric Angle came in. Wouldn't necessarily be a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. Hopefully Yuji Nagata's brother will do better than Eric Angle, just because, as an Olympic silver medalist, you're almost
expected, yeah.
Well, in Japan, you almost have to be pushed because you're real. And then if you're pushed too much, well, I hope he's good because it'll be real noticeable if he's not. Let's go to Heath in St. Louis.
Hey guys, I have a couple of things I just wanted to ask real quick, and actually just a comment or two. When you guys were talking about SmackDown earlier, and actually within the week earlier, I thought it was not a very good show overall with wrestling action and whatnot, but one of the big things that I came to a conclusion of, and after reading the Big Show interview, I think somewhere in it was talked about how Big Show talks about, he doesn't really have like a gimmick or whatnot. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, are they not basically saying his gimmick is that he's fat and everybody doesn't want to team with him and he's a joke? Mainly like, everybody else does.
That is this week.
And the one thing that came off what I got the most out of was where they did that little clip with with Brian Christopher and Blackman. And he comes in there and talks and he acts like he's getting ready to fight Christopher. When Blackman walks in, he's just, oh hey, he plays it really well, just being a big dumb animal, which I think that's really what he is.
Yeah, I think his acting isn't too bad, and he's kind of funny. You just don't necessarily want to see him do much in the ring.
And that's probably where he's probably, that's most profitable he can be, is just little things like that. I mean, that's what I draw from it. I mean, I think that's probably the only, route that they can take with it. And then just two other little things, like with Austin being a heel, like you said with his interview, he comes off, he's trying to, get the crowd to hate him. He's a good heel overall because that's what he was the majority of his career. But how I'm noticing it now is like when he's in the ring, like on Raw especially, like after the Hardy, or SmackDown or whatnot, when Jeff Hardy came down to him with the chairs and whatnot, he just reminded me a lot of Pillman of old, like the loose cannon. How he climbs into the ropes and dangles on the ropes and he jumps up and down, still, screams and whatnot. Basically comes off that whole, loose cannon again. And it reminds me a lot of Brian Pillman. I don't know if there's anything to that, of course, but, it's just something,
I mean, maybe subconsciously. Because, they were together a lot and they were really good friends, so they're,
right
there.
And then finally, with Michaels, I mean, we talked about with his attitude and whatnot, but I don't know if you've watched the shoot interview with Shawn Michaels, and I haven't had the chance to watch Bret Hart's, and the big fight of '97, when Shawn, just quit. Was it basically, I heard Shawn's, reasoning behind it, basically how he said, Bret, boink Sonny or whatnot, and it just went from there. And is that really the truth to that, or,
I don't know.
You don't know?
I wasn't there. No one called me up and had the phone running when it was going on, which has happened in the past.
Well, what's your take on that?
What? I don't know. I don't know because it's like I said, I don't care. I mean, honestly,
Bret and Sonny were good friends, and Shawn had a big mouth, and that's how things started. I mean, it may have been the case, it may not have been the case, but
it may also not be true. It may also not be true. Yeah.
I'm sure that's what led to the fight.
Oh, it is what led to the fight. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dave.
Okay, let's go to Dan in Chicago. Dan, what's up?
Hi. How you guys doing?
Doing really good.
Dan.
Good. Hey, listen, I just wanted to let you guys know that, this weekend I was heavily into the whole Bret Hart, Vince McMahon deal, with the documentary, and then I went ahead and listened to your show from last year, and as I was listening to it, you guys said that Bret Hart had a meeting with Vince McMahon. When was that? Was that like after Owen died?
Which one?
Oh, the one that was not on the bridge?
The one on the bridge?
No, the one that he said that he was afraid that Bret Hart was going to kill him.
Yeah, that was on the bridge in Calgary. Would have been.
Or it was in the park.
It's on the bridge at the park the day before. It was in the park that Bret Hart would ride his bicycle at. It was I think it was the day before the day of Owen's funeral.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did that
Vince
come about?
didn't want to go to the bridge, so.
Who approached who?
What?
Who approached who?
I think it was mutual.
Okay, my belief is that Carl DeMarco tried to work as a peacemaker, and he told Vince that Bret wanted it, and he told Bret that Vince wanted it, and and when they both got there, it didn't, they didn't make peace when all was said and done. That's my feeling, because I know that both Bret and Vince both claimed the other one wanted it, and it could have been that Vince wanted it, because I'm sure Bret wasn't lying in that situation, so that's, but I got this feeling that it was Carl DeMarco who told both of them the other one wanted it. Okay. Trying to because Carl DeMarco forever is trying to get Bret Hart into the WWF because he thinks, it's good for Canadian business, and that there's so much money in Bret Hart. I mean, he's still trying to this day, he still wants Bret Hart in there to do the Bret Hart Vince McMahon feud.
Yeah, now, my question is, what's Bret Hart's contract is involving WCW? Is he still under contract?
He was fired.
No, he was fired some time back.
Oh, he was, because of his injury, right?
Because of his injury, right.
Why did they, because it was so long for him to come back that he didn't know when he was going to come back.
And then he retired a couple of days later.
Okay, now I emailed you, I don't know, the other day, because he had said that he wanted to come on your show and say it. He never did. So what's up with that?
Bret came on the show right after that. He did his retirement thing. Okay, I think he actually went on the law on a Sunday and then retired here on a Monday, if I recall. But I mean, he retired. He sent out a thing on his website probably on that Friday of that week.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, he was on the show like just a couple days later.
Was it archived? I don't see it archived. I just saw that. I just heard that one with the Vince McMahon stuff. I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I don't know if that one is, but I mean, yeah, he was on.
Can you get him again on the show, maybe?
I would like to get him again. I don't know if he wants to do it again. I mean, I actually sent the word a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't heard him wanting to do it. So,
I'm sure when his book comes out, he'll probably want to come on.
When he will come on the show when his book comes out. Right now, he's trying to actually not do things like this.
Okay.
If you notice, there are not a lot of Bret Hart radio interviews out there.
Yeah.
And he's trying to concentrate on his book right now.
He's one of my favorite wrestlers, and I really admire him and his family and what they've been through. And I don't know. I was just into that this weekend, and I don't know. I think it'd be good to have him on the show again.
I'd love to have him on. He's welcome to come on anytime. We are totally out of time.
Bye-bye.
Okay, tomorrow on this show we are scheduled to have Ken Shamrock, and I say scheduled. Wednesday we're supposed to. I'm sure we'll have Bruno Sammartino. What Al?
We will have Bruno. That's confirmed. I spoke to him earlier today.
Okay, good. So that's really good. So Wednesday will be really tomorrow, and we'll be able to talk also about Raw tonight and more stuff about what's been going on in wrestling. So anyway, we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and today will be the only day that we do not have a guest this week. We will be on the road Wednesday in Santa Ana. Tomorrow we'll have Dan Severin. Thursday we're going to have Rick Bassman of UPW and Don Callis, Friday Superstar Billy Graham, and of course talking about all the pro wrestling news. Brian, how was your weekend?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Kind of hectic, but did the 2 wrestling shows. Didn't get a lot of work done on the newsletter, but I think that hopefully tonight and tomorrow I'll be able to do that. So it was good.
Actually, I would say that this was the slowest weekend for wrestling news that I can remember. I mean, at any time.
Ever?
There was some. I don't know about ever, but I mean, there was a couple. WWF ran house shows, but there was nothing really. I couldn't say there's anything really newsworthy. WWF kind of does pattern house shows now. They do something with Undertaker and Kane and Austin and Triple H. The baby faces go over. Then they usually put that on before intermission. They come back at the end of the show with something, usually with the Hardy Boys. They put them on last and put them over. And, that's kind of what they did actually over the weekend. Tonight, which will be the first of 2 straight nights in Denver for television tapings by the WWF. There is a blizzard in Denver, by the way. They're going to announce stipulations for the Steve Austin and Triple H against Undertaker and Kane 4-way title match. I think I don't know what the stipulations that are going to be added will be, but there'll be something. Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho take on Kurt Angle and William Regal in a submission tag team match, which is the pay-per-view match you were going to do. Actually, this is the pay-per-view match that they were going to do originally. And
rush things along.
Well, I'm not going to complain because Benoit and Angle doing a submission match on the pay-per-view for 30 minutes, guaranteed 30-minute match, might be a real classic match. Hopefully it will be because they're going to need it on this show. Then Rhino against Spike Dudley. I think we kind of all know what's going to happen there for the hardcore title. Right to Censor against Kai and Tai, which of course means Kai and Tai is going over because Right to Censor is doing the losing streak gimmick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Kai and Tai's getting the big push
to get ready for when they send him to WCW, right? And then Malenko Saturn and Eddie Guerrero against Grandmaster Sexay, Steve Blackman, and Raven. So it's more of a probably building up Raven and Eddie Guerrero for the pay-per-view, which is coming up on Sunday. And we only know, how many matches do we know? We know Big Show and Shane McMahon. We know Jericho and Regal, Benoit and Angle, the tag team title match. All 4 belts at stake. And I think I'm missing one match. Or am I missing a match?
I think that's it.
Well, they better, so we've got nothing with the Hardys. Nothing with the Hardys, Edge and Christian Dudleys so far? Dudleys are going to be in there with the X Factor in some sort of match. I would figure it's 6-man. Dudleys and Spike against the 3 members of the X Factor.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been announced, but I'm pretty sure that's where the TV's been leading. So I guess we'll probably have a couple more matches announced tonight as well. Weekend poll results is, what did you think of
they
Thursday's?
did announce all titles on the line for the Heat show last night, and it was like the absolute only thing of value on that show. And I remember when I started watching Heat, because there was nothing else to watch, it was like the first week I thought, this is kind of fun. I haven't watched wrestling in a couple of days. It's an hour show. It's kind of laid back, everything like that. But after last night, I will never watch Heat again. It was horrible.
That bad, huh?
just pointless. Pointless. They did the stupid
How was the dating game thing? I heard that was horrible.
Oh my God, you wouldn't even have believed it. It was so bad. There wasn't even like a payoff at the end. It was like they do this whole dating game thing. They have the 3 biggest geeks you ever saw trying to get a date with Trish. And it ends up with the punchline is she chooses everybody as the winner, which just meant that all 3 guys and Trish blew a kiss to the audience, and the word smack appeared on the screen, and that was it. That was all.
Oh, like the old
build up.
Like the whole dating game show used to be. Did you ever watch a dating game when you were young?
I did not.
You did not. You didn't do anything except for
I didn't do
gymnastics.
anything when I was young that involved television.
You didn't watch TV. You didn't watch sports. Did you go to the movies?
I went to the movies every now and then.
Okay. This is a question for the weekend is, what did you think of SmackDown? 5% thought the show was excellent, 32% good, 35% average, 14% bad, 14% awful. Today's question, with the demise of WCW and ECW, would you say your interest in wrestling in general has A, declined greatly, B, declined somewhat, C, stayed the same, D, increased somewhat by following other companies, E, increased greatly by following other companies? So that's what's going on there. Today's Wall Street Journal has a front-page article on the XFL. Just read it about an hour or two ago. Very well-written article. Just, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of articles actually today, kind of, now that the thing is actually over, kind of like wrapping the year up and everything like that. And, there was like a sentence in that, which actually, the funny thing is when I read it, it's sort of like, I remember writing like a big 2 or 3 page thing about, I think it was about a month or 2 before the XFL season started. And it was basically, just analyzing, what was going to happen. I should read it back because it was probably pretty accurate. But the main gist of what I said, and the main gist of what everybody said, was the main gist of what everyone's saying now, which is that the major miscalculation was that they felt that they could somehow get the audience that likes fixed pro wrestling matches interested in a real sport, just because Vince McMahon was doing it, and clearly that didn't work. So anyway, XFL ended. The LA Extreme ended up winning the championship in the $1 Million game. It was a blowout of a game, which no one's fault. It's how sports sometimes are. And, pretty much everyone's acknowledged that NBC won't be back for next year. Vince McMahon was at the game saying, that we'll be back next year. They had 24,000 at the game, which, for a league championship game, I think that's pretty disappointing, especially because a great deal of that was papered. And they gave the programs away for free. So,
I could have said that company like $70 million that they just would have asked me. Could have just said, would you ever watch a football game promoted by Vince McMahon? I would have said no. I'm a wrestling fan.
You ended up not watching one game, did you?
Didn't watch one.
Okay. You're the only one who didn't watch the first week. Let's see. As far as, FCC, of course, was last week, voted. A lot of stuff on the status of UPN. The FCC voted that Viacom, which owns CBS, would also be able to own UPN, so they wouldn't have to sell it off, which basically saves the network, at least temporarily. But then the network got some bad news in Media Week today. There was an article about the the pre-sale of ads for next season. Upfront dollars in advertising was going very poorly for UPN, and they were talking about how they were the only wrestling thing in it is that the SmackDown numbers have declined. Although when you actually look at it,
they took one rating.
No, they didn't take one rating. But if you look at from this season, which is from September on, they're 2% down from last season, which, it is a decline, but, when it comes to ratings, 2% means like nothing.
Yeah.
But the ratings have declined. Actually, they would be up through February. From September through February, the SmackDown numbers were up from September through February the first year because SmackDown, if you remember, started in the high 3s and gradually built up to almost consistent high 4s. Last year at that point was the building period. What happened, it was pretty much, staying in the high 4s, pretty consistent, mid to high 4s consistently through February when Survivor got put head to head with it. And then since then, it's kind of been in the low 4s. And then at 1 week did a 3-7, 2 weeks ago with a Jeff Hardy Triple H match. So anyway, that's what's, that's what's kind of going on there. Let's see. Any other news to get to? Any other big news over the weekend that I missed?
No.
Small news? Very slow. very slow. As far as WCW relaunch, which everyone seems to ask about, there's nothing new. I'm going to try to see if I can find out more tomorrow, but as of the weekend, it was up in the air. I think that they would like it to be mid-June or July, but it's all, as far as I know, as of the weekend, it was still...
Mid-June?
Mid-June, yeah.
Isn't June 9th kind of mid-June?
Well, the original date was June 9th, yeah.
Okay. You got to push it back a little farther.
Not necessarily. I don't know. It depends on how meetings go and things like that. But, the basic gist is because of the XFL, the pressure on WWF to make this one work is probably it's absolutely far greater than it has ever been. And I think that they learned their lesson from the XFL that you never get a second chance to make a first impression.
Hey, if they learn one thing from XFL, and if it helps them with this WCW deal, then it wasn't a total loss.
Well, it's not a total loss. There's so much to learn from it. But if they come back next season, then they didn't learn a whole hell of a lot, did they?
No.
Okay. We'll hit some emails here. Let's see. Have you read the book, Pinfall's the School of Hard Knocks? Have you ever heard of that book?
Nope. Never.
Neither have I. Okay. Well, I haven't read it or heard of it. Let's see. I love the WCW Cruiserweight division recently, especially the 10-man Contenders Countdown match. Yeah, on that Thunder. That was a good show. I think it was on Thunder. Do you think the new WCW will carry on this great division?
No.
I think based on who they have on the roster at the beginning, they're pretty much going to be forced to. Over the long run, I think that they...
Yeah, but if there's 24 guys and, 23 of them are cruiserweights, they can't really call it the cruiserweight division, or they'll have, one heavyweight. I think it'll just be, more of a cruiserweight company.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What do we have here? First, I don't think anyone realizes what's going to happen when Triple H wins the tag team title. God, I think he's losing that match. But anyway, if I'm not mistaken, this will make him the second person ever to get the Grand Slam, World, Intercontinental, Tag Team, and European titles. It's only been done by Shawn Michaels. Isn't it ironic that he happens to be the second person? Well, it wouldn't be. And it doesn't really mean anything because realistically, that's a nice trivia question, but it doesn't, mean anything. Nobody goes around and brags. I was the only WWF Grand Slam champion, and anyone says, you're a mark away. You know what I mean? It's not a...
Are you sure about that?
I'm never... maybe Shawn Michaels does, but no, nobody takes that seriously anyway.
Yeah.
What did you think of the great Sasuke?
I got the impression last night when they did the angle on Heat that they may lose. It was something like Vince, he's talking throughout the show about this is the most difficult decision or announcement I'm ever going to have to make to these two guys, and calls them into the office, and he basically says, I had to make some concessions to Linda because, she's crazy and back in charge or whatever, and I have to do what she says. And the belts are on the line. And they're like, oh, great, we want to win the tag titles. And he goes, no, actually, your belts are on the line, too. And it was they did 5 seconds of complaining about it, and then it was well, we'll just take the belts from them. And they kind of blew it off and walked out of the room like it was no big deal. So I was kind of thinking they might do a deal where Hunter loses his title only and maybe turns babyface as a result of it or something like that. But then how do you do a Kane-Hunter feud?
That was the plan was a Kane-Hunter feud. The plan for the next pay-per-view has always been Undertaker and Austin for the WWF title and Kane and Triple H for the Intercontinental. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the finish. Although, again, they may change that. It's not like these things are done well in advance. Second, what did you think of the Sasuke Jushin Liger match from the Super J Cup in 1995? I think that was actually around 1990. I think it was 1995. I think it was before that, 93 or 94. But that was a awesome match. It was a great match. I want to bring to your attention the striking resemblance between Perry Saturn and superstar Billy Graham. Oh, I notice that every single time I see Perry Saturn on television. I was wondering if you could tell me where Mike Sharp is. I think he's living in the Northeast, and I don't know if he still got a school, but didn't Crowbar come from his school? Mike Sharp's school?
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, with Jerry Toot. They were talking about that. This is from Jason Campbell, who says, is Gotch versus Hackenschmidt on film? While looking up some information, I found an article, Gotch and Hackenschmidt. Anyway, which was sent out as part of J. Michael Kenyon's Wowley Papers. It's taken from an unnamed Chicago newspaper. For the first time in the history of moving pictures industry, pictures were taken of an event and displayed to the public the same day when films of the Gotch-Hackenschmidt match held yesterday afternoon were shown at the Majestic Theater at the close of the performance.
I think Vern Gagne taped over him.
No, I remember, in fact, I saw, actually it was in this week's Observer, believe it or not, was it? Yeah, the one that just came out. I actually had mentioned that the reason that George Hackenschmidt made, I think it was $74,000 or $73,000 in 1911 for that match, which is an incredible amount of money, was because his managers had signed a contract which would have given him, I believe, 25% of the moving pictures revenue, and it ended up being like a huge hit in movies because they were
that's
like.
Right. I remember that. You wrote something about film rights, and I thought, what the hell is Dave talking about here? Film rights?
Yeah, because it was one of the first sporting events that they ever did that for, and he made a killing off of that. That's why he made so much money off of that match. Now, I have never heard. I don't know of anyone who has any tape of professional wrestling going back further than 1920. There's a Joe Stecker Earl Caddick match, which I have seen, and in fact, I think that the tape is available at the Wrestling Museum in Newton, Iowa, which is believed to be the oldest professional wrestling match on tape. And I know I've seen some of the Strangler-Lewis matches from the 30s. I don't think I've seen anything else from the 20s, but I saw a Strangler-Lewis Dick Sheekat match from 34, which kind of boring, but I guess you would think it would be because I don't know. Speaking of
style.
Yeah. It looked like, they try to work it to look like amateur wrestling, but they still, if you watch it, though, even though they try to work it like a shoot, there's no way that you could take the way that they did escapes and things like that and nip-ups as a shoot if you've ever watched any amateur wrestling in your life. Now, I don't know about the Caddick-Stecker match. I think the Caddick-Stecker match in 20 had no flaws because a lot of amateur people watch that and believe it to be a shoot. And for all I know, maybe it was. I don't know. But anyway, this is from Greg Sterner, who said, I have a very vague memory of a tape I saw when I was a kid. It was a compilation tape of Andre the Giant. In one of the segments, Andre boxed Gorilla Monsoon in a ring that was full of puddles from a rainstorm in an open stadium. At the end, Andre knocked Gorilla into a huge puddle outside the ring. Can you shed some light on this match if you remember it? And the date and location and any backstory? Well, it was in, I believe, Puerto Rico. I saw this match, and speaking of that, that match was really, really horrible. Could you imagine Gorilla Monsoon in a boxing match weighing, probably well over 400 pounds? It was just, and plus they're in the pouring rain, okay? And, so, you could imagine.
Must have been a hell of a puddle for Gorilla to take a bump into.
Yeah. I remember it. I remember that much of it because it was just, you wouldn't forget it. It was on tape. If you watch a tape, it was a whole bunch of really old Andre matches, mostly from the 70s, and most of it was really, really bad. And then there's also a tape of him doing a handicap match from the old Olympic in L.A. Well, it's still around, I guess. They refurbished it, but from the Olympic Auditorium in L.A. against Black Gordman and Goliath. And that's the only, when you watch that, Gordman and Goliath are like the only guys on the whole tape that actually hold up. If you're watching it by, I wouldn't say they would hold up today, but in the 80s when I watched it, they held up. And I was watching them going man, these guys are good workers. And everybody else that Andre was wrestling in the 70s, you're just looking at him going, God, but it doesn't matter what it looked like today because it mattered how it played then when it happened. Let me see, what do we have here? Do you feel
Giant Silver really does look like a young Andre the Giant.
You watched him on EMLL?
I sure did. It's like cross between Andre the Giant, Van Hammer, and Kevin Nash.
Van Hammer?
With the talent of all three rolled into one.
Van Hammer, where'd you get that one?
It's just about a long face.
Yeah, I guess he's got the long face. He's got a very, very weird resemblance to Andre facially to me.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Weird.
And just that side. Now, how's it? I haven't seen him on EMLL because he wasn't on the pay-per-view. Is he passable or?
Well, he's just like a really big guy, and he gets in there for a second, and he does a spot, and he gets back out, and he's the kind of guy that looks. It's kind of like he looks athletic for being as tall as he is, but the stuff that he does doesn't necessarily look very athletic, you know what I mean? He kind of moves fast, and it's not like, you'd see Andre when he got older and he'd just stand there and move really slow. He can do something.
Yeah.
Very impressive, but...
But he couldn't make it in this he couldn't make it in this country, could he?
Oh, no.
Okay. We're going to go
ahead is the size.
Yeah, and the thing is, in this country, when you've got... in Mexico, he can get that because everyone's 5'7". So he can be a total giant because he's legit 7'3.5". In our country, when you've got Paul White and these other guys, he's not that much taller than people that are already here.
Mm-hmm. How about a slightly more athletic Kevin Nash with no charisma?
He's more athletic than Kevin Nash?
A little bit. Sometimes you see Nash walking around and you think that all of a sudden his legs are just going to break out from underneath him and he'll just collapse. I didn't think about that with Silva.
Yeah. I just saw, speaking of Kevin Nash, a couple of weeks back, they had the show where Scott Hall and Kevin Nash worked with John Tenta, and Mark and Rena Merrill were at it, and I just got my Japanese magazine today. And by the way, the Noah rating, for those of you who were scared about Noah, their rating the second week was actually pretty damn great. The first week rating was not good at all. They were on, this would have been, not this past Friday, but the Friday the 13th. They're on it from 1:55 to 2:25 a.m. on Friday nights, and they did a 2.8, so that's not bad. I think we talked about this before, but the Fukuoka Dome is going to be airing in prime time on May the 5th, so they'll get a pretty huge audience for that, although maybe not as huge as they expect because it's a pretty weak card except for the Choshu match with Naoya Ogawa and the tag team. Let's see. I was wondering who was responsible for the WCW booking during 1996 to 1998. Was it Kevin Sullivan, Eric Bischoff, Hulk Hogan? Wouldn't they be the main people? Yeah. Also, after watching Raw and SmackDown, I thought the business of wrestling is about building up your opponents and putting new people over. Little do you know.
Go on now.
The business of wrestling is being as selfish as you can and keeping your position and not caring about the future of the business. Speaking of which, I watched, on Friday we talked about that Jun Kasai match, the one from Smyrna, Smyrna, Delaware, with the blood and everything, okay? I saw the match already before. On Saturday night after watching the Lennox Lewis fight, I had some friends over and we actually watched a bunch of K1 after that, but then we watched the tape of the backstage, and also we watched tape, at the beginning of that tape actually, it's an RF videotape. They have like all these highlight bumps that have been done in Combat Zone Wrestling, and I just showed it to my friends who were, not what I would call big wrestling fans, but they are pretty somewhat fans. And I mean, they just shook their heads and they thought that like if wrestling goes in this direction, it's going to die. And if it does, then it will. Then it will. I mean, I don't expect it will go in that direction completely, but between that and just the Gallipol thing that came out and everything, I'm so depressed because the people who were involved in wrestling need to take stock in something, or this business is really going to be in trouble, because if you keep feeding this perception of wrestling, that wrestling is only for, lunatic fans, sponsors are going to run so far from it, and this thing cannot survive at any level without sponsors. Unless, your idea of wrestling is, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
public
like,
access.
it's WWF and nothing else, and and public access TV, exactly. I mean, it can have it can be some cult underground thing like, Underground Fight Club or something like that. But I mean, to be at the level, that it was in, it's going to have to reverse what it is, to the point where advertisers are going to, think that mainstream people are interested in it, which is going to be really, really hard to convince them now that they're convinced that they're not. And number two, and obviously still maintains popularity and ratings, or a decent amount of their ratings, but also, where was I going with all that, Brian?
That's a good question. Wrestling might die.
I'm not going to say wrestling might die, but wrestling will be in a lot of trouble in 2 years if it does not put on a product that mainstream advertisers are willing to not be embarrassed to be associated with, even with big ratings. Because there is no question that Fox or USA Network today could put on a wrestling show and it would draw above average ratings. But you know what? They couldn't sell ads for it, so they don't care, and that's why they don't want it. That thing, the Gallipol thing spelled out so scary about, like, when you compare tennis or ice hockey or something, and we'll go like, God, like wrestling, look at how bad hockey's ratings are, look at how bad basketball's ratings are. And you know what? It doesn't matter, because advertisers love that audience because they think that they're getting an affluent, middle-class audience watching, and they think when they're getting wrestling that they're not getting that. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that Gallup poll reinforced it. It was the worst time possible for that thing to come out. I actually wrote a bunch about that in this week's Observer. Anyway.
I got depressed because I was reading a bunch of stuff like that over the weekend, and on Sunday night, I'm looking through all these tapes, and remember that St. Louis wrestling special that you sent me a long time ago?
Oh, with the suits and ties?
Yeah, I'd lost it. And here I am looking at these tapes, and there it is. And I popped it in, and I watched it, And, by the way, I just want to mention to all of you out there that Bob Costas did, in fact, host this television show. And I just watched it, and it was like, wow, this was really great. And,
It was really different.
Yeah.
It was really different.
Just, they're just talking about how, we get all these big stars coming in from around the country. And I'm thinking about all the territories, and it was just wrestling everywhere. And then now, today, it's like the WWF.
Okay. Let's see. What's your opinion of Bill Goldberg's contract and the rumors about Time Warner and WF contacting him about his contract? I mean, there's nothing new on it. The odds are very great against Bill Goldberg going to the WF unless they offer him $2 million a year or more to go. And there'd be no reason for him to go for any less than that. And the ball's in their court. It's the ball's in the WF's court. This is from Scott Gibson, who says Elizabeth is still married.
What if he gets bought out for 50 cents on the dollar, which would be $3 million? And then they gave him $1 million a year, like they.
But then he's only breaking even going on the road 200 days a year. Why doesn't he just sit home and enjoy the money and concentrate on trying to be making and acting, which he likes more?
Yeah.
I mean, they'd have to make it worth his while, not just to break even, but to
But
make
the one
more
thing
money.
they can tell him is, look, you can try and get into movies on your own if you want to, or you can have our machine behind you. Look at The Rock.
Great, that's one example. But the other thing is then they own you, and they keep you from projects you may want to take. The other way, you own yourself. So there's a flip side to that too. I mean, there's no doubt that certainly for selling books and certainly for getting a name out there, if you want to get your name out there through wrestling, the WWF is very, very valuable. But if you think you can get your name out there and you don't need wrestling, it can be an albatross too, because a lot of companies may not, they may not want to deal through the WWF in being your agent, and may just want to deal with you personally or through your own agents, So anyway, from Scott Gibson, who says Elizabeth is still married, not to Luger. I thought that she was getting divorced. Anyway, says Ken Shamrock is not with Ryan Shamrock. Little do you know. He is married to a woman named Tina. Ken Shamrock is married to.
Email us and give us the whole story, please.
Yes. Ken Shamrock, Tina Shamrock is actually one of my best friends. Let's see. And they are married. Is WOW in financial trouble? Yes. Another Elizabeth question. I was wondering if you've heard anything about Miss Elizabeth. Will she be returning to wrestling soon? If she can get a job and someone will take her and there's another company, yes, not with WWF. I would seriously doubt it. I just don't see where she would fit in. Please talk about Leviathan. JR has confirmed his unlimited potential, and Jim Cornette said he'll be a main eventer in WrestleMania in the next few years. He has a great looking build, and wonder what you've heard about him. I watch Leviathan almost every week. He's, what's funny about him is that in Ohio Valley Wrestling, they make him out to be this big monster, and he's probably 6'6", and maybe about 300 pounds. And he's got a really impressive physique in that he's got this unusually tiny waist, big thighs, huge back and shoulders, good-sized arms, kind of like a Goldberg. He doesn't look as powerful as Goldberg, but his waist is so tiny that his proportions are just phenomenal. When you look at him, it's really, and he's got great muscle definition. So, as a physical package, he's impressive as hell. As a worker, he's still learning, and, there's no one's fooling themselves that he's a great worker. The thing is, with Ohio Valley, they have him just basically do Monster Man spots, kind of like, No Cell and like what Undertaker does and Kane did when they first started, where they don't sell anything.
It's the whole Rhino thing with, you put him in context with all the smaller guys, yet when you bring him to the WWF, he'd be smaller than Bradshaw.
He would be smaller.
Bradshaw's this giant killer.
Yeah, what was weird is like at the last OVW show. When they brought the Big Show in and they did a program with Leviathan and the Big Show, and the Big Show was much, much bigger than Leviathan, but he's bigger than everyone. And the fact is Big Show sold for him and everything. Then they brought Kane in, and Kane was a lot bigger than Leviathan, and that I thought really hurt him. And then like this last show, they brought in Bull Buchanan, and Bull Buchanan was like the same size or bigger than Leviathan too. And then I started realizing, if he goes to the WWF, he's just slightly bigger than Billy Gunn, and he's got a lot better physique. But, hell, Billy Gunn's a better worker than he is. So it's like, I'm not saying that he won't make it. He's got a great, great look. He may make it really big if he turns out to be a good worker, he will make it because he's got a great look, but he can't make it as a pure monster like he's making it now. So that's what he's going to have to learn to be a complete wrestler. And even, look at the Big Shows. The Big Show doesn't even make it as a monster in the WWF. I don't know
that they would have him do those monster matches as opposed to, trying to get him to learn how to work now.
Well, they do try to get him to learn how to work. Just in the ring, he does the monster style.
Yeah.
When they're doing the training, he does the same thing everybody else does.
But you still got to do it in the ring.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. For training that monster stuff, well, maybe they think that he's going to be another Kane, and they'll put lifts in his shoes.
Yeah.
I don't know. He really does have. He's got a really genetically gifted physique. Guys that big just don't have that small a waist. And that's got nothing to do. That part, drugs can't give you a small waist. Drugs can give you a lot, but they can't give you what genetics didn't give you first.
Unless they rot your insides and you have no internal organs.
This is from Jeff Clanton, who says, please see if it's possible to get Vince McMahon to add Bruno Sammartino to the Hall of Fame. There is nothing that I can do about that. That is all going to be Vince McMahon.
Write-in campaign.
Yes, yeah. I understand there has been a misunderstanding. Listen to this. This is actually kind of funny. I understand there has been a misunderstanding between the two some years ago. How's that for an understatement? Sammartino put years and years in and gave wrestling a good name. He kind of did. Please see if you can start a drive to get this man inducted. Anyway, the thought is good. Let's see.
As much as I make fun of those write-in campaigns, there have been some campaigns that actually have worked. I don't think this one will, but
no, that one.
You can try if you want.
What was it? It was a write-in. It was
a Blue one, didn't it?
Yeah, it got him his job back, but then they had no intention of doing anything with him, so they just basically, it got him one more year of income. They sent him to Memphis and then they fired him. But no, they listen. No, if there was like this giant campaign of people saying, please put Bruno in the Hall of Fame, they would have, JR or somebody ask him. Obviously if Vince asked him, he would say no, but JR asked him. JR's got a way of smoothing things over. And Bruno likes JR. But he still, I don't know that Bruno would go to the banquet though. I would think he wouldn't. So it's a tough one. But that Hall of Fame, let's just face it, the WWF Hall of Fame, we never talk about it because it's such a joke because, how do you not have Billy Graham, Bruno Sammartino, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Roddy Piper, Bret Hart? None of these guys are in, and most of them will never be in, so what does it matter? And, and those are like the biggest stars they ever had.
Yeah.
This is from Benjamin, who says, if the tables were turned, what do you think might happen if WCW purchased the WWF?
Maybe after they pass away, they'll be put in. You think Vince would do that? If Hogan died?
Yes. Yes, I think he would. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, or Bruno, too. I think he would then, too. Because then you would no longer have the embarrassment of this guy, not showing up to the banquet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If the tables were turned, what do you think would happen if WCW had purchased the WWF? That I got to tell you that I never have thought about that for 1 second in my entire life. So I don't know.
Well, let's see. If they would have purchased them in 1996, the NWO angle would have been bigger than ever, and they probably would have crashed harder than ever.
Yeah, because they still would have screwed up, and they still wouldn't have elevated guys. And that poor Rock, he would have been like Prince Iaukea. And where is that anyway?
He'd be a tag team with Prince Iaukea. The Island Boys.
And he'd be going nowhere. And he would probably be, I don't know what he'd be doing. He'd probably find a way to be successful at something else, but it probably wouldn't be wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. I was listening to your show Friday about Ming taking a guy's eye out. What is it about wrestlers that go after people's eyes? Actually, there's actually an answer to that one. When you're a wrestler at that level, it's certainly in the old days, wrestlers were taught very early on that to protect the business, if you're ever in a fight, like in a bar or something, you better win the fight, and the first way to do that is to go for a guy's eye. And I always hear that from, that's the first thing you do is you take a guy down and you go right for his eye. And so that's what it is. That's why. Were there ever any thoughts about turning Hogan heel in the WWF? I'm sure it was thought. I'm sure there's thoughts of anything, but never serious. No, absolutely never serious thought to that one. This is an interesting one. It's also from Jason Campbell. I've actually read an email from him a little while ago. I've been interested in the pro wrestling versus not pro wrestling debate of the last few weeks, and I feel the need to comment. Let me start by saying I enjoy mixed martial arts. I'm glad they're covered in The Observer and Figure 4. I even put UFC and Pride results on my website, Wrestling Supercards and Tournament. However, they are not pro wrestling. Pro wrestling, by my definition and many others, is worked. Okay, now I totally disagree with that. I think pro wrestling is whatever is marketed under the term pro wrestling to wrestling fans is pro wrestling. If some promoter came up and started and got like
what
said
about
like
Brawl for All? Was that considered pro wrestling?
well then it would not be under those. I considered it part of pro wrestling. It was on a pro wrestling TV show, but it wasn't worked. What about?
And they never differentiated it as something that was actually. I mean, they vaguely, we're talking about, Actually, I don't even know how they worded it, but they kind of tried to get the impression out there that this was not fake without actually saying those words. But, it was on a pro wrestling show, in a pro wrestling ring, with pro wrestling performers.
It was at
Pro wrestling
WrestleMania.
crowd.
Yeah. But, the same thing in Japan. I mean, there have been real matches in the history of New Japan. I mean, there have been, not a lot of them, but Ali Inoki, just as an example. Which was actually the most famous match in the history of the company. In fact, it's the most famous match in the history of Japanese wrestling, as a matter of fact. Was not a work match. Although it was supposed to be, it just didn't end up that way. Let me finish this. But anyway, if you got a promoter who, and this has been tried many times before and it's always flopped, and it'll probably be tried again at some point, and they started like an organization where they took like guys like Hale Sanderson or whatever, and they promoted professional wrestling. These guys are wrestlers; they're paid to wrestle, and they did not predetermine the matches, and they did freestyle rules. And if they actually were marketable and could make money at it, why would that not be professional wrestling? I mean, I couldn't even you couldn't give me a reason why it wouldn't be. Now, and quite frankly, it would probably be more successful than WOW. Or some of the groups that have done pro wrestling, but it wouldn't be, but they would fail just as quickly as, all those other groups. But, because they're real, they're not pro wrestling. I mean, it's, like we talked about with Brawl for All, there've been, then Gotch and Hackenschmidt weren't pro wrestling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, let me finish this because this is a good letter.
I can understand the thought process. In fact, I think a better argument for those people would be, a real fight in a promotion that does primarily worked matches would still be considered pro wrestling.
Well, what if you're split? What about rings? Although rings isn't split anymore, but rings for years was rings would do 6-match shows, and they'd have 3 work matches and 3 shoot matches. So what were they? And they weren't, they were in the wrestling magazines. They were, I consider them pro wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, however, I think the name of your show, people take the name of your show and newsletter and the name of the newsletters to literally. The overwhelmingly majority of the coverage is pro wrestling, hence the name. Do the same people complain when USA Today covers international news? So what is pro wrestling? I suppose some pride matches would qualify. Well, certainly Fujita and Takayama. How could it not be?
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 pro wrestlers. The number 1 contender for the GHC title against the IWGP title, right? How could it not be pro wrestling? Most likely in a work match, although we won't know until it's over. So do old shoot-style promotions, UWF rings. Lucha's pro wrestling, UFC is not, UWFI is. Pride matches, most pride matches are not. K1 isn't even close. Now, K1 is not pro wrestling, but it is sports entertainment. Many years ago, in a Supreme Court definition, a justice says, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it in regard to pornography. That's the best answer I can give about pro wrestling. We'll start with phone calls right now. We're going to start with Dan. Dan, what's going on? Hello.
Dan does not appear to be there.
Dan is not there. Is Zag there? Zag?
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, who's this?
This is Zach.
Okay.
Zach. Well, that's close enough.
Yeah.
What's going on, Zach?
Not much. I've got a couple of stupid questions for you. First of all, the talk of Inoki versus Baba as far as who was more respected and who was more loved last week got me wondering. Did Baba ever wrestle under the Great Zebra Mask?
I don't think so, but the zebra guy was supposed to be Baba.
Right, I know, and that's why I was asking.
I don't know that he ever wrestled under as the giant zebra. Okay. Whenever the giant zebra wrestled, as far as I know, it was always Shinji Takano.
Ah. Because I knew that the Tiger Mask comic and television show had ended by the time Misawa was Tiger Mask.
Oh, years, even by the time Sayama was, I think.
Ah. And also, oh shoot, what was it? I had another question. Let me think just a moment.
It was stupid.
Yes, it was. Although not as stupid as some of them. Just close.
We don't get many stupid questions on this show.
Oh, come on.
He was being sarcastic.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
God, I had another one. Now I remember what it was. What's Tanaka up to? Masato Tanaka.
Masato Tanaka is going to be the top guy when Atsushi Onita starts his new company. in July, and he's been working various independent shows in Japan. I think he just worked for IWA Japan in the last few years. I think it was IWA. Wait, I just one of the independent groups he worked. He worked him, Geto, and Jado just worked for.
Just for whoever, since FMW. That has to be the dumbest move that FMW has made any time since deciding to be the WWF.
Well, all of their moves since deciding to be the WWF have been like dumb. I mean, like the thing is,
same with every company.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think in their mind they decided they wanted to be like WWF, but the truth is that they were really more like WCW because they did a whole bunch of stipulation matches they never adhered to. WWF has great in-ring wrestling. They forgot their in-ring wrestling and concentrated on these, stupid gimmicks. I mean, and stupid storylines. I mean,
my favorite is still Koto Fuyuki threatening to blow up Ricky Fuji. They had.
I mean, to me, it's like all these things where loser has to get married and divorced and things like that, and it's like, come on. Yeah.
Now I remember what the other question was. It was in relation to you're saying that they had never even considered the notion of Hulk Hogan turning heel. What was the deal with the Orndorff angle then? Because watching it now, everything they did looks like it was testing the waters for a heel turn that the fans wouldn't buy.
No, they were definitely supposed to be turning Orndorff heel. I mean, I know that was the plan. By 85, believe me, they were building that whole thing around Hogan as a babyface. The thought of going heel with Hogan, I mean, in 85, 86, this was 86 actually, right? Was it? No, August of 85, it'd have been 85, end of 85. But anyway,
hell of a funny way of doing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know the build-up and everything like that, but actually I remember when that happened, we used to joke about, like, that, in some ways Orndorff was justified, but you know what, they used to do that in the old days, is actually give the heels certain justification anyway, but ultimately what would piss the fans off is that, they would start acting like babies and things like that over it, and he would align himself with the heels. So, like, at the beginning, you didn't know which one you were siding with, and then the guy did the big move and just goes, well, screw him, the other guy was the one who was right, rather than just, like, quick break.
Yeah. I mean, all I've seen is the big matches, stuff that made it onto video, like the big event, and a couple of the sketches, and it always looked like Hogan was being an ass.
Well, he always was.
His whole career.
Yeah, that's true. All right, gentlemen, love your show. You guys have a good day.
Okay, let's go to George. George, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
I was just wondering about the whole Undertaker and Kane thing. That I was wondering how.
Don't ask us to explain the storyline from the beginning. That's the hardest one of all.
Yeah.
Remember when Kane chokeslammed Undertaker on his mother's bones?
Yeah, and then later we found out that Undertaker was the one who burned everything down and blamed it on Kane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long does the Undertaker actually have on his contract? I mean, I know that Jericho and Benoit, I guess it's less of an Undertaker and Kane question versus a why. Well, I understand why, but how long will it take, or will it ever happen for Jericho and Benoit to be put in that spot? Because it's obvious. It's obvious who's supposed to be there. But
well, do you want to know the straight answer is? Whenever business goes down enough to where Vince McMahon realizes he has to make a change, he will then make the change. Until he sees that, he will probably make the change too late as opposed to too early. Because if he was going to do it too early, he'd already done it. Yeah. So it'll be too late, but when the business starts going down, he'll realize. And unfortunately, when ratings are low, is a much harder time to create a new star.
When did they ever really change direction, though, when things are starting to go down? Or before they start to go down?
Yeah, I guess that's...
Well, his change of direction before things went down was to turn Austin heel, as opposed to elevate a new guy.
And that's another question I wanted to ask. I am a very big Triple H fan, and as far as Austin went, other than his ring work, I mean, I liked his character and his ring work and things like that, but I don't understand why it seems like on Raw, I think another caller said this to you earlier last week or something, it looked like Triple H was pushing Austin around. I mean, it looked like
Austin was his lackey.
Yeah.
Wasn't that interesting?
And
wasn't it interesting that like at the end of was it SmackDown when they played Triple H's music and not Austin's music?
Mm-hmm.
They probably did that so the fans wouldn't share.
I'm trying to remember. I think SmackDown at the end, they did play Austin's music, but like at the beginning of the show, the beatdown, they played Hunter's.
Okay.
So the fans would know to boo instead of the cheer, you think? So they
No. I think that there's a lot of subtle things that are going on that we will have to watch for the next couple of months. I mean, ultimately, I guess it really doesn't matter because Triple H is going to be the babyface and Austin's going to be the heel, and they are going to feud with each other. So it doesn't matter like who sort of is presented as the leader because the ultimate thing is they're going and that's where they're going to end up anyway.
Do you think that degrades your world title though? If your world champion's taking orders from somebody?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it degrades your world title when it's put up in a tag team match, too, but they're doing it.
Yeah, you're right. Well, thanks a lot for answering my question, guys. You guys have a great show, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Tony. Tony, what's going on?
Hey, Dave. Hey, Brian. My computer sucks. I listen to the show often, but I'm a long-time Observer reader. I just wanted to talk a little nostalgia about Ric Flair.
Okay.
Some of my favorite stuff to watch on tape are highlights of his stops in different territories in the 80s, and I was wondering if you guys had a favorite match angle or memory from that Flair era. I think my favorite was the DiBiase turn in Mid-South back in '85.
That was awesome. I mean, I would say maybe the Christmas 1982 match at Dallas Reunion Arena with Flair and Kerry in the cage match where the Freebirds turned heel.
Oh, yeah, with Michael Hayes, the referee, I think.
Yeah, that lit the territory on fire. That was an unbelievable piece of. I mean, think about one match going from like every Friday night they went from drawing say 1,500 people to drawing 4,000 people for like 2 years, literally based on the finish of one match. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I guess WWF sort of did that with Survivor Series. So those would be the two. But
well, the thing about it is, Flair's great, but the thing he did with some of the stuff when he came into territories was he set up another heel and a face, like that Von Erich Freebird thing and the Ted DiBiase face turn. I mean, think about all the heat Ted DiBiase had been getting there. For him to be the top face after that, it's just amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I used to love his stuff when he would wrestle Barry Windham in Florida. It didn't even matter the program, just the match. The match quality itself was just unbelievable.
And then later in '87, they had some great matches.
In the Carolina territory.
Right.
Yeah, the TV match from Fayetteville. I mean, I still remember that when they did the 1 hour. That 1 hour, the 1 hour worldwide show where it's just the whole show is the Flair Barry Windham match and it goes to a draw. Yeah. I mean, what an incredible television show. I don't know why. I don't know why people don't do that now because I'm sorry, but the last time that we had a long match on television, which I guess would be Benoit and Bret Hart, the rating grew minute by minute all the way through. I mean, it did not do a good rating. But the company was doing a horrible rating at the time. But I mean, and when they've done long matches, I mean, I remember Jim Herd when he was running the company. It was like, nobody wants to see anyone, even the people they like, more than 20 minutes. And you know what? Most times you're right. However, when Flair and Sting did the 45-minute match, they ended up at the end having the biggest audience that company ever had up to that point in history and the highest rating.
And it made Sting's career forever.
And it made Sting's career forever. And that's the other thing. It's like it became a match that because it went so long, it had so much impact. That's right. So to do a long match every now and then, as opposed to this, the style of TV they do. I mean, I think doing something different every now and then would probably, benefit because you'll remember it. And people aren't going to turn off a great match like that, I don't think.
Yeah,
but maybe
and why
they will.
even worry about it now? I can imagine, I can believe 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, the concern was, if this thing goes past a certain amount of time, everyone's just going to turn to the other show and see what's on over there. Nothing to worry about now. There's only one show.
Well, I guess times have changed.
And if you got two guys that are over going for 30 minutes or whatever, or even an hour, they'll stay for the whole show.
Well, I mean, the pay-per-view matches have been, you get some really great long matches on pay-per-view. I guess the thinking now is if you use the soap opera to set up a great match.
Yeah, but did anyone ever complain after that 45-minute match that Austin and Triple H had the 3-fall match a couple of months ago? That thing was too long? I mean, nobody, or even, we were scared to death when Rock and Triple H did the 60 going in, but you know what? The crowd was with that too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, another thing I wanted to ask
watch Benoit and Angle prove us wrong,
No, they won't. Not those.
I hope not. I sure hope they don't.
Another thing I wanted to ask you was, I think a lot of us would rather, remember Flair as the wrestling symbol for the 80s than Hogan, but I was thinking about something interesting. What do you think Flair's career winning percentage is? I mean,
it's very low. He always lost.
It's got to be real low.
Yeah, Ric Flair and Terry Funk, I mean, those guys never won matches.
Oh, no.
Unless they were in Japan, then they would win. But, in this country, they never won.
But it's amazing that somebody could generate that amount of heat over all these years. And Ric Flair, 15-20% of his matches over the years you think he's won? I mean, Hogan's won 90-something.
Well, it depends on like it depends on like when he was babyface. Because when he was babyface, he probably won a lot.
Yeah.
But, he probably won like 25%. I don't know.
I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, someone's going to do like they have like Bruno's record book. And I mean, like in Bruno.
I think they do have like the Ric Flair record book.
Oh, yeah, they do. Steve Williams has actually. Yeah, I actually could look it up. It was up to date through like the mid to late 90s anyway. Yeah, I could actually look it up. But the Bruno record book, I mean, Bruno, like that guy never lost. You know what I mean? But Rick lost a lot. But when Rick was champion, it was usually on a DQ.
Well, yeah. But then a lot of times there would be non-title matches, like I was talking about before, he'd come into a territory and he'd do the job to Butch Reed or something to set up another big match where he might lose by a DQ or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he did a lot of non-title jobs, too.
A decent amount. Not at the arenas, though. I mean, like, he would do that on TV, but at the arenas, he didn't do that many non-titles.
Right.
Yeah.
And one other thing, what are your guys' favorite promotions ever to watch on tape? Like, if you could watch anything right now, what would it be?
Right now?
WWF right now, but...
Yeah.
Well, that's because it's new, but anything
I really like
ever...
WWF, and I even really like the EMLL and the AAA minis. Those minis are awesome.
Yeah, they are. WWF in 1997, even though it wasn't that popular and the work rate wasn't close to what it is now, I thought the storylines were incredible.
Oh, I love it then, too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember those TVs so fondly. And if you watch, like, Wrestling with Shadows, I mean, it just drives the point in your head, like, wow, they really had good storylines that year. For the main event, I've seen the Bret Hart-Austin thing.
Oh, yeah, the Bret Hart stuff was great. I think my favorite stuff is, I'm a big Southern guy. I love 80s Memphis, 80s Mid-South.
Oh, yeah, I love that stuff, too. Yeah, the Mid-South around 1984, 85 was really good. The Last Stampede, that was like the peak of the company pretty much, was the Last Stampede. I always liked the Memphis for the interviews more than the work rate, although sometimes the work was really good, too. But the Memphis television show was very much actually the forerunner to Raw, really, if you think about it. Short matches and lots of talking.
Right.
I loved the Carolinas when it was really hot, when the Rock and Roll Express was there, like the first time. And, Dusty and Flair and Magnum TA, Arn and Tully, that was a really great period. New Japan Pro Wrestling in the early 80s was so light years ahead of everybody else as far as product. And then New Japan had, many other periods that were really, really good. Mid-90s was really good. All Japan main events during the 90s. I mean, my God, those are the best matches in the history of wrestling. Yeah. Yeah, so, that would be some of the stuff.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, guys.
It's from Terry Blackburn. Brian, you're going to have to answer this one because I want to watch the steam come out of your ears as I read this.
Oh, no.
What does Vince McMahon see in William Regal? He doesn't get any heat. It's almost like a morgue when he comes to the ring. He has maybe 5 moves in his repertoire, an awful-looking physique, and this, most importantly, poor mic skills. Hell, Benoit has forgotten more moves than Regal knows. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a lack of reaction from the crowd impair a wrestler's chance of getting a push? Then again, X-Pac's been in the same situation for 18 months, and he's still around.
I have no comment.
Okay.
This couldn't even be a serious email anyway.
I know. This is from Andrew
Sometimes
McMahon.
you get emails and it's like, how could someone really even think this?
Yes. Well, the truth is that when Regal first came in, he did not get great crowd reactions to his wrestling. In fact, the crowd was really quiet, and they did push him, unlike Taz, who got great crowd reactions when he first showed up, and they didn't push him. But that was because Austin wanted to work with him, and then once he got to where he is, he ended up being like an incredibly great performer in the role. As far as his interviews, I mean, I personally think he's the best actor in all of wrestling on the television shows. I think everyone else looks like they were bad actors. I don't know, he just cracks me up. This is from Andrew McMahon. It goes, I know you're probably getting sick of hearing about this, but Fire Pro D, which is a video game, has kept me happy for days. I've been doing classic half-hour matches with Miss Kawada and Misawa, and had a Legend Battle Royal. Ric Flair was eliminating everybody left and right. Oh, you can have so many great classics on this game. I've always been a fan of the Von Erichs. Your comment about Kevin Von Erich last week has me confused. Can you explain why you feel he's a waste of time? It's just a hunch. It sounds like you had a personal problem. I have no personal problem with I don't know if I have a personal problem with anyone in wrestling. There are people who think they're in wrestling that I may have a personal problem with, but they're not. But, and I don't really have personal problems with them either. But, I just think that it would be, what can I say? I mean, it's like I don't want to do a show in Fantasyland.
The fact that we're dancing around the answer to this question should answer the question for you.
I'm not dancing around it. I don't want to do a show with someone in Fantasyland. I know we've done them before, but I try to avoid them at all costs. When I know going in it's going to be, why do it? Is that a good answer?
That's pretty good.
Okay, this from Dan in Iowa.
It was a good answer the first time you said it, but a lot of people didn't get it.
Okay. I plan on rebelling. The only way that Vince is going to understand what's happening on TV is to not buy the pay-per-view. Just because there's no competition, he needs to still have a good product. You know, the problem is that if the pay-per-view buy rate is down, everyone's just going to say, well, it was 4 weeks since WrestleMania. No one will attribute it to what it is. That's the truth. Even though last year, 4 weeks after...
The whole thing is this, too. I mean, you can do your write-in campaigns because your voice actually will be heard. But if there's a pay-per-view that's going to do 640,000 buys, and you think that your one buy is going to mean anything, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, just because...
it may feel good inside that you rebelled and didn't buy Vince's pay-per-view. It's like my friend Brent does this all the time. He goes, I hate Vince McMahon, I think he's a devil, I will never buy his pay-per-views. And I just think to myself, okay, great, you're the one not getting the pay-per-view. It's not affecting him in the slightest. It's not hurting his buy rate.
Well, no, it takes, $15 out of his, billion dollar net worth. Yeah, I know, like
This is $15 poorer today.
Yeah, he can afford it. Goes, also, from what I saw at the 2000 NCAA championships in St. Louis, if Brock Lesnar can work a lick, he's the real deal. Oh, he's the real deal, all right. At the championships, he played a tremendous heel in front of us Iowa fans, and he was a total face in front of the Minnesota fans. K.L. Sanderson may be the best wrestler, but Brock owned the place. He's got a ways to go, though, but he's the real deal. Let's see. What's really beginning to worry me about the WWF is they seem to be under the impression they don't have to think about their future. Unless you're Austin, Rock, Triple H, or Undertaker, it seems that anyone who starts to catch fire suddenly gets their wings clipped. Sure, Kurt Angle managed to get to the top tier, but it's clear he's been yanked from the main events and been brought back to the mid-card. There seems to be an attitude that when the time comes, they can instantly create a star that the people will automatically accept as a main eventer, so there's no need to plan ahead and build and begin laying the foundation day. This is a very arrogant and very dangerous attitude that I unfortunately suspect may come back to haunt them in the very near future. Don't think that there are not people in that company who are aware of this. It's a very political game going on there, and sooner or later, something's got to give. This is from Chad, who goes, how did you rate the 6-man Japanese tag team match from the barely legal pay-per-view? I don't know, 4.5, 4 3/4? Remember that match?
Mm-hmm.
For the Michinoku guys?
That was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great. Who is the best non-Japanese, non-Mexican junior heavyweight in the world? Who'd you say? Kidman?
Non-Japanese, non-Mexican?
Eddie Guerrero. If we consider Eddie Guerrero Mexican and Rey Mysterio Mexican, even though they're both kind of American.
Yeah. You consider Benoit junior heavyweight?
Probably not anymore. He's right on the border. I would say no. Billy Kidman, Shane Helms.
Yeah, those guys are awesome.
Trying to think who else. I don't know. So we'll get a lot of answers to this one soon. This guy. Let's see. I can see the main event being titles versus titles in order to draw some interest, but do you think it's wise to consolidate all the major belts in one place? I just don't like the world title. I don't mind the Intercontinental because no one takes it seriously anyway, but I don't like the world title being put up in a tag match the month after WrestleMania, especially because they've put so much, prestige into that belt. Austin and Rock on the biggest show fought for it, and now you're putting it up in some tag match. I wouldn't.
And the other thing is that the other titles are on the line. I mean, look at how many times those tag titles have changed hands. It was like they did it 2 times on one show before Mania. Intercontinental title changes hands all the time. I mean, those belts, all of them mean nothing except the world title. And, that's the one that's also being put up for grabs in that match. Why do it?
Yeah. How old is Trish? What about 26?
I think so.
I may have it upstairs.
Maybe a little bit younger.
I can check. I'll check during the break, maybe. Let me bring this one here. How did Inoki's legend start? Wow, where do we start on this one?
In Brazil, at a very young age.
Throwing the shot put, yeah. But, in the 60s when wrestling, in the late 60s, I guess would probably be where it really shot up. Wrestling in Japan was huge on primetime television, and the two big stars were Inoki and Baba, and actually two different networks covered the wrestling in the late 60s. And one network would put Inoki in the main event, and one network would put Baba in the main event. I think one was Friday night, one was Saturday night. So, they were both like, superstars. Kind of like if you had a deal where you had Raw and SmackDown, but the same, but Rock only appeared on SmackDown, and Austin only appeared on Raw. So that's kind of like where they started from a wrestling standpoint. And then when Inoki started his own company in the 70s, where the thing really grew was when he started fighting the guys that weren't pro wrestlers, like Muhammad Ali and Willem Ruska, the judo guy, and that era. And then after a while, he just became such a cultural icon, and he's been in the public eye for so many years that he's like, Bob Hope or, somebody, you know what I mean? Just some guy, I don't know who, Bob Hope, Arnold Palmer, I don't know. Someone who's just been around forever that everyone knows that's like bigger than the current stars in their own sport. Although Arnold Palmer's not bigger than Tiger Woods, but, except for Tiger Woods, he's probably gets more money in endorsements than almost anyone, right?
I think of who you could even compare him to.
I don't know. Arnold Palmer actually is not bad. Although Arnold Palmer never won senator. I don't know. Anyway, if Onita in his prime fought Triple H, hey, it'd still stink, but that's another story. No, actually Triple H might be able to carry him. How much plunder would be used? Quite a bit. Do you think FMW can survive with the complete players leaving and Fuyuki's terrible booking? I don't know. It's horrible. Why doesn't the WWF hire Steve Corino? I can answer that. They don't like his physique. He's got heat with Paul E. Those are two reasons. A lot of people say he's a bad worker, and I'll agree he was a bad worker compared to most of the ECW guys, but he's tall and he's good on the mic. Yeah, he's good on the mic. I don't think he's a bad worker at all. I think he's a good worker with The Rock. He's not, but even if he was, there's so many intangibles that you can't compare him to The Rock.
Yes.
And he can do a comparable promo. Even if he did a better promo than The Rock, the fact is The Rock has so much presence that it really doesn't matter. All his old
I
school
kind of thought that a lot of Carino's promos were overrated.
Really?
I just thought it was just like the monotone got me.
Okay. I liked his promos. So, when is Tajiri going to start? Don't know.
Don't hold your breath.
Yeah. Why'd you protect
all
the
you
identity?
people that are waiting for Ray Jr. and all these guys to get started, just wait. Just wait.
Yeah. Why'd you protect the identities of wrestlers who use steroids? Because I don't see them use the steroids, and there's no point in being wrong. Although, we all got the same set of eyes, pretty much. Except when Brian got the new glasses, and then you could see, oh my God, they're really on steroids, huh?
They're really big.
Yeah, these guys got really big. Let's go to Greg. Greg, what's going on?
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Good. Listen, I saw the Raw after WrestleMania. Ironically, I don't get the national network at school here, so I have to watch it on the internet. And they showed when Austin first showed up with Vince McMahon, and how when Austin was saying, "Who wants to see me stomp Vince McMahon's ass? Give me a hell yeah." And I also saw the part where he goes, "Well, it's not going to happen tonight." Now, what I'm thinking is, instead of, I know how everyone has like the version of like an Austin Triple H feud with Triple H as the face, but I kind of I'm thinking maybe they're trying to swerve the public and they're saying that Austin's going to be the face in this one, maybe, because like I heard how you said before, always look for subtleties. Mm-hmm. And
they may do that just because the feeling might be that, maybe Austin's not selling as much merchandise. I mean, they can change their plan, but the plan was definitely for Triple H to go heel. I mean, to go babyface on Austin. I mean, that was the plan.
I mean, the whole thing is they wouldn't have tried so damn hard doing everything that they have been doing to get Austin over as a heel, only to make it a swerve at the end. Though? Unless it was Vince Russo.
No. I could tell you it's not a swerve because I kind of know what's going on there right now.
Okay.
But the fact that they may end up they may sit, Vince McMahon may come into a meeting, today at TV and just go, you know what? TV ratings are down. Our merchandise sales are down. Our merchandise sales are down, which, by the way, they're not. But I'm just saying, like, he may just go, you know what? There's something missing.
Let's make Austin a face again.
Let's make Austin a face again. We'll just have him beat me up and go on our merry way. Yeah. I mean, like, the whole reason I think that Austin is a heel is ultimately because they want to do Austin and The Rock again next year at WrestleMania. And that's just the way to do it in their minds. But they may, between now and a year from now, so many things are going to happen. And I don't know, has there ever been a year where they've had a WrestleMania match and they've actually gone through with it for the whole year? I mean, like in the I'm not talking about Hogan and Andre. I think this year actually probably was as close as they came.
What about Hogan and Savage?
Hogan and Savage, that's right. They had a whole year on that one. Yeah, definitely. But most of the time they would have a WrestleMania match and change it like 4 times, during the course of the year.
Right. My other question is, I remember when I guess it was like about 97, 98. I think it was at the In Your House, and I think it was the Canadian Stampede where they had Taka Michinoku first come out.
Yeah.
Now after that, like how they made him like how they were. I think like at first he had like a monster push because everyone was loving him. They had all these segments with him and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden when he joined Kaientai, even after that, he was just buried. Why did they do that? I mean, he was so over it.
I think the thing was that Vince just saw the success of like the WCW Cruiserweight division, and everybody loved the matches, and he thought to himself, I am going to make my own division like this, and he gave it the big push that he always does at the beginning, and then just one week he morphed back into Vince McMahon and just thought, what the hell am I doing with these Cruiserweights? They don't draw, nobody cares, and it was just dead.
Right, but the people though, like how, I mean, like he couldn't take the reaction into account, because I went to a couple of Raws when he was there, and he wrestled like, I think it was like Shotgun or whatever, but still like everyone was popping for him like crazy.
I think you just saw them as like small guys, and it was like, these guys
you gotta
never
remember,
really drawn in the past. I got these big guys on top. I need to put my focus on them. Why make a big deal out of this?
Yeah.
You got to remember, like Vince is like 6'2", 6'2.5", and he's probably 245 pounds.
That guy is jacked. I gotta say, he's huge.
Well, yeah, he is. No, he's huge. He's a huge man, and when he sees a guy that comes up to his navel, like he laughs.
Yeah.
I mean, Bischoff,
I can beat this guy up.
Yeah, Bischoff was the same way. I'll tell you, even though Bischoff wasn't a big guy, Bischoff was a kickboxer. And, I mean, there was something in the mind of Bischoff and then in the mind of Vince, and they're thinking, like, I could take this guy, and they will never, if they have that in their mind, that I could kick this guy's ass, they will never push that guy past a certain level. I mean, that's the reality of it, and that's why Vince has always pushed big guys. And, I mean, I think that's the thing. It's like with Vern Gagne and African Americans. I remember, the story we told once on the show. Tony Atlas came in to work for Vern Gagne. And he got this incredible pop. This is when Tony Atlas was actually, still a big star.
Right.
And while he got this incredible pop, Vern went to someone next to him and goes, yeah, it's just too bad. Here in Minnesota, the fans just won't get behind an African American. I mean, it's like, it doesn't matter what they hear. Their minds have already made the, made the answer.
Yeah, and once they've got that idea in their mind, that's the way they're going to book.
And especially whenever things get tight. It's like when business gets bad. It's like that year, when Vince's business was at rock bottom. Instead of, the panic move was to go to Undertaker and Sid rather than Brett and Shawn as your top program for WrestleMania, because he panicked and he figured, business is bad. I got this. The small guy stuff doesn't work. I got to go with the big guy rather than like the promotion was behind the times and we got to change the promotion style, which they did eventually do. But
it doesn't really have to be like that though. All they got to do is just throw like everything. I mean, whatever they sell, the public will buy. For the most part.
I think the whole thing is part of the problem is that the promoters are back there with these guys, and like Dave was talking about earlier, Vince sees these guys in real life and what their real size is, whereas on TV it's like a total illusion.
But they
if I were backstage and I looked up at Big Show, like I'd have to look straight up. I'd go, my God, this guy, let's make him the world champion. He's enormous.
Yeah.
But then you watch him on TV, and if you only watch him on TV, it's just here's this big fat guy that's not very good. Why the hell is this guy getting a push?
Yeah, well, he sucks basically. But anyways. But one other question I have is, what happened to Del Wilkes?
Tore his tricep so many times that pretty much had to get out of wrestling. Although I think he does into indies every now and then, very rarely.
Because the last
time I guy or
the real Del Wilkes. I mean, I know Del Wilkes wanted to write a book, but I haven't heard anything about that in months. I know he wanted to write a book about his life in wrestling. He was arrested He was arrested a couple of times, or at least once that I know of, maybe twice.
Because the last time I saw him was when Rick Rude threw the coffee in his face, and that was the last you ever saw of him. One other question I have really fast is, in your opinion, do you think Chris Jericho is being buried?
Buried is not the word, but being manipulated into mid card. Yes.
Okay. Do you think he'll ever come out of that and be a main eventer?
Hopefully, it depends on the power of people on the booking committee and what their minds are, and since there's so many different people on the booking committee now, It just depends on who gets their way on which
But how
day.
did Triple H get so much power? I don't understand that.
He's a really, really smart guy, and he's got Vince's ear, and he's made he has a lot of, he's a student of the game. He lives it 24 hours a day. He's very, very dedicated.
Well, Austin doesn't have as much as him, or?
Austin's got a lot of pull too, but Austin doesn't exert it in the same way.
You
Austin
wouldn't
kind of
necessarily use it, just like Rock.
Right. Yeah, like Rock. But I mean, Austin kind of just cares about his own program. Triple H overviews the whole thing.
Yeah.
You whisper in Vince's ear enough times, and got to remember, Jericho's probably only 5'9" also, and Vince is like 6'2", and it's easy to convince him that hey, he's got everything to size, and
So why did he lay down for him that one time on Raw when he won the title and he got stripped?
It was a fast count, and he won it back immediately after.
It was to further Triple H's feud and to set up the Earl Hebner thing for the main event on the pay-per-view when Earl Hebner screwed Triple H out of the title, right?
So that wasn't just a test for him to see what kind of a pop he'd get?
Well, if it was, Jericho got an incredible pop.
Yeah, Jericho
so he should have passed that test. I would say he passed the test then.
Yeah, that's true, too. All right, Dave. Well, hey, thanks for taking my call. Good talking to you. See you guys later.
Okay, let's go to David. David, what's going on? Hello.
Okay, hey. Got a couple questions. First, Dave, have you ever considered writing a book about the Von Erichs?
Not just about the Von Erichs, no. It's too,
How about Kevin?
There have been so many people who've wanted to do movies, and I guess you have to get Kevin's, approval or permission, and that's where they always fall apart because, Kevin, the only movie that Kevin would ever approve of would be saying that, like, it was just a series of random freak accidents as opposed to like four of your brothers died, in short period of time, and they just happened to, it's just some weird 1,000,000,000 coincidence as opposed to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, it could be written based on what is public knowledge.
Yeah. Somebody did a screenplay, that never went anywhere, that sent it to me to read, which was based on, it was kind of a cross between, it was really based on the Von Erich family, but there were some elements of other wrestling families thrown in there as well, but it was really a Von Erich family thing, and it was an incredible screenplay, and I knew it would never go anywhere because you'd almost have to be a wrestling fan and know the Von Erichs, the history of the Von Erichs, or else you'd think this thing is so ridiculously far-fetched that you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe a father could actually be like this in real life.
I'd love to read that. Do you still have that laying around or anything?
I don't know where it is, but it was the guy who did it was one of the readers of the Observer, and what a job he did, and it never went anywhere, and it was like, it was just too bad, it was too wrestling oriented and too 70s wrestling, it had to be done in kind of like a regional, small territory to make, as a setting to make it work, and I think that people in Hollywood just don't get that.
Okay. Next question. I was looking through some old All Japan results. There was a guy named The V. I think he was an American.
I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell.
Okay.
The V?
The V. Yeah, I know.
Remember.
It doesn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a Von Erich.
No, I don't think so.
My big question is, why is it that throughout the 80s that the general smart fan community didn't really, I don't know, they weren't really high on Jumbo Tsuruda's work, that it took that it didn't really take till the beginning of the 90s that people started seeing how great a worker he was?
Because he got really late. He got really lazy in the mid-'80s. In the 70s, Jumbo Tsuruda was phenomenal. And he was still very good through... he was always very good, don't get me wrong, but there was a period when Riki Choshu jumped over, so this is like 1980, end of 84.
Yeah.
During that Choshu period, the work rate of All Japan, they did this kind of slow, big man style, very technically good. And then Choshu and Hamaguchi and Yatsu came in there, and, Kobayashi and these guys, and they just sped up the work rate. So Tenryu sped up, but Jumbo was so used to just kind of doing things at his own pace that not that he was ever bad and he was good, but Tenryu and those guys, they just surpassed him for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden, one day Jumbo woke up and just goes, hey, you know what? They've surpassed, someone must have told him they're surpassing him, and since he was such a good athlete, he picked it up and ended up being better than any of them. But that's the real reason. He just kind of got caught behind the times for about a 2-year period there, or 3-year period.
Yeah, but even his better work just seemed to go unrecognized. like Jeff Bowdrin's best matches of the 80s list doesn't really represent him well.
Really? Okay. Well, I mean, his matches with Tenryu were incredible.
Yeah.
I remember when Jumbo died, they did that special on TV, and, they showed a bunch of his matches, and, the 70s stuff, doesn't necessarily hold up, although it was better than anybody else in the 70s, except for a few, a handful of people.
Weird. I actually like Jumbo 70s stuff. I think I like watching it better than any of his other work.
Well, during its time period, he was so ahead of his time because nobody was doing the suplexes like he was, but when they showed one of his 89 matches with Tenryu, so in this match, I'm watching this going like, this is a better match than any match I've seen this whole year. I mean, it was just so good. And, so many different moves and near falls, and the people bought it. Shrewd and Tenryu had a great series of bouts.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that's about it.
Okay,
actually,
David,
just on a related note.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that the Funks trained, like they trained Jumbo in that era?
Bob Backlund, Stan Hansen, and Jumbo were all trained together.
Backlund wasn't as good as the other two, though.
No. Although he ended up being pretty successful, too, but no, he wasn't.
He was successful.
Wasn't the caliber of those two, no. Anyway, you mentioned last week that China doesn't have the political clout she once had. Is that due to her actions behind the scenes or comments she's made on camera, or because she no longer dates Triple H? The latter, because she no longer dates Triple H. Let's see. With a pretty full WF roster, obviously there must be some reliable veterans available that are not too pricey. Speculating, who do you think they would want to bring in as a familiar face? Whoever they want. I mean, as far as outside guys, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what that.
Who's out there?
Yeah, who's out there? The guys who they would be bringing in would be guys from Memphis and Ohio Valley that they're training. As far as new guys, I don't think they're going to be looking for. If they liked outside guys, they'd already be under contract.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything about Shima's knee injury and how serious it is? No, I have not heard any more about that. Just I know that that happened. Could you please explain to me what happened during the Muhammad Ali Antonio Inoki match when this took place? If in fact it did. It did. It was June 25th, 1976, and they were supposed to do a match, a pro wrestling match, and Antonio Inoki was supposed to win with the enziguri. After he was all bloodied up, they had a finish worked out, and then Ali came to Japan and decided.
How did they even agree to that in the first place?
I don't know. Because Ali was going to get $6 million. Well, here's the story that they were going with, okay? They had a finish to pacify the Americans. What it would be was that Ali would be punching Inoki, and Inoki would blade. He'd be bleeding all over the place, and he'd be pounding him and pounding him. And Ali, one of the things that he was known for in boxing in that period was oftentimes when he was ready to knock a guy out, he would tell the referee, stop the fight. I don't want, the guy's like, the guy would be finished. He would tell the referee to stop the fight rather than give him those last couple punches. He was actually like very... for a boxer, he didn't want to kill the guy, you know what I mean, or hurt the guy bad. So Ali, he'd step back, tell the ref the guy's done, and the referee would wave it off. Ali won a lot of fights that way. So the idea was he would do the same thing to Inoki. The referee, he'd go step back, tell the referee he's done. The referee wouldn't call for the bell because it'd be a Japanese referee. Actually, I take that back because it was Eugene LaBelle. But anyway. Gene LaBelle was the ref. But anyway, the thing is that the referee wouldn't stop it because it was a wrestling referee, Gene LaBelle. And then Inoki would kind of get up and give him the enziguri from behind and pin him. So to the Japanese, hey, it's a clean win. That's how Inoki, Inoki used to take the punishment the whole match, come back with the enziguri and win. So it's typical pro wrestling finish. And for the boxing fans and the Americans who didn't know Inoki, it was like Ali had him beat and the dirty Jap attacked him from behind with some, karate move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that was the storyline that they were going to go with. Well, Ali got there and basically decided that he didn't feel right about throwing a match, which is a boxing terminology for doing a job. And so he wouldn't do it. And there was so much money at stake, the match nearly fell apart, and they ended up trying to negotiate. And what they ended up doing was they both went in the ring. They had no idea what they were going to do other than it was going to be a shoot, and they had changed all these rules. I wish I remembered all the rules. But basically, Inoki had almost like no chance to do anything at all, and they ended up going to a draw. And if you actually were to watch the fight now, you would realize that Inoki actually should have won the fight, but it's 17 years later, and people didn't understand low kicks. Because, Inoki did tremendous damage to Ali's legs in that match with his low kicks. But people, what's he doing kicking the leg? Why doesn't he punch to his face? Which he wasn't allowed to do. He never pinned him. A couple of times Inoki would get Ali down, but Ali always got to the ropes right away because Inoki really wasn't that great of a ground wrestler to where he could, keep him in the center and turn him over and pin him. And I don't even know if he was allowed to use submissions in that fight. I don't know. I don't remember what the rules were. But anyway, that's what happened. It was it was a horrible, horrible show. It was a terrible match. It really hurt wrestling in Japan for a while. I can't say it hurt wrestling in this country for a while because people kind of just, but it was not a big business success outside of the Northeast. And really the reason it was a success in the Northeast was because of Bruno and Stan Hansen, who were on the same card. And that was like a big feud because Stan Hansen really broke Bruno's neck. So anyway, that's the story there. What's been up with Kurt Hennigan? Do you think he'll be working for WCW, WWF in the future? I can't imagine. I don't know why they would take him because they're looking for younger guys, not older guys.
I think he's coming in for a Portland show next month.
Yeah, for Piper. That's right.
Yeah.
We know Raw is in Denver tonight. Why has WWF shied away from holding Raw in Denver until now? Does it have to do with WCW as they had Nitro in Denver almost every year? No, it just happened to be due with routing. Denver's like in the middle of nowhere, and there's no city that's within driving distance that they wanted to run like two shows. Like WCW would run Colorado Springs, but WWF didn't want to run a taping out of Colorado Springs. So what they ended up doing is they've been out of Denver for a long time, and they're running Monday and Tuesday both in Denver, on the same night. So that's how they kind of got around the routing problem.
Remember that UFC in Denver where everyone was just dying because of the altitude?
I was at a UFC in Denver, and I don't remember that. I mean, the AWA wrestlers, the older wrestlers, they used to die when like Jerry Blackwell when he used to wrestle in Denver. Uh-huh. Oh my God, he'd blow up so fast. But no, which UFC you're talking about? Because I don't remember that.
Maybe that was, I seem to remember. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it never happened.
There were the early UFCs weren't. The first UFC was in Denver.
Or maybe somebody used that as an excuse, and that's why I remember it.
Tank Abbott in Casper, Wyoming.
I remember Denver.
Okay, Tank Abbott fought Oleg Taktarov in Casper, Wyoming. They went 18 minutes, and Tank just ran out of gas, and so did Oleg. But Oleg, got the choke on at the end. That was a really famous match there.
Mm-hmm.
Casper had pretty good altitude. I remember Casper. I ran up this hill, which is where that event center was in Casper, and you're running up like about 100 yards. And I'm going like, this altitude is so overrated, doesn't mean shit. And then all of a sudden, it's not like it's a gradual thing. It just hits you all at once. And then it's like, oh my God. And then you're like dead.
Yep.
So, yeah. Because I was not trained in that altitude. I think that may have been what happened to Lennox Lewis over the weekend, too.
What were you running up the hill for, by the way?
Because everybody was complaining about the altitude, and I just wanted to find out if they were like full of it or not. And they weren't full of it. Let's see. Has the WWF ever expressed interest in you for a position within the company with all of your wrestling knowledge? I guess I did work there one time, so I guess the answer would be yes, but not really. Let's see.
You better explain that story because I can just hear the emails being typed as we speak.
All right. I worked for the WWF for 3 months in 1987, basically providing them with Japanese information, for them trying to do some research into the Japanese market. And that's about it. Let's see. This is a great show. I have a question. With the dearth of U.S. wrestling activity, I think you should try to cover Eastern Indies closer. I see you've been attending the UPW show. You're attending the UPW show this week, but Combat Zone, Jersey All Pro, and UCW New York are putting on awesome shows recently. I just watched the Combat Zone show the other day. Rick Blade, Trent Acid, and Low Key are all incredible performers. I'd like to get your opinion of them. Trent Acid I've seen is very good. Low Key I still haven't seen. I looked for a tape of him from the Super 8, and I couldn't find where I put the tape. But, everyone's raving about Low Key, so I'm sure he is. And Rick Blade I saw on the tape, too. Rick Blade's good. The Briscoes are good. They're like high school junior and senior, I think. They're going to be real good. They're good workers. Red, Joel, and Jose Maximo, which are Mikey's guys, yeah, they do some great stuff in there. I've seen them. Have you heard about Super Dragon and Rising Sun? I heard that they had the best match on the XPW show. And as far as, I've seen Super Dragon for a while, but yeah, I heard that those guys, had the best match on the XPW show on Saturday night. Anyway, let's go to, Chris. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, Dave. I was, curious about what you thought, what promotion was like the strongest cruiserweight division ever, like Japan, Michinoku, New Japan, or like Mexico, or like old WCW, like in the late 90s, they had quite a thing. Or is it La Super
WCW in the late 90s, I think for its time period, New Japan, 1983, 84, 85 was real good. But it was, it didn't have the depth that WCW had, but it just was so new and innovative. AAA 1993, that would be another good one.
Wow. Okay. And do you think WCW will bring in any international talent just because it would be cheaper and they'd want the exposure, or do you think?
No, because WWF doesn't think in those ways. So no.
They
no,
got
not
all their
at all.
own guys to bring in that are a lot cheaper than flying anybody.
No Otani?
Oh, there's no chance of Otani. They have no interest in Japanese wrestling right now.
Such a shame.
Well, Otani hasn't looked that good lately anyway, so.
I know, but I always think back to that Ultimo Dragon Otani Super J Cup match, and that's my favorite match.
Can you imagine reading a Ross report with Jim Ross talking about Otani needing to lose weight?
And one last weird book for you to read. Have you ever heard of Professional Wrestling as a Morality Play? It was a sociology book from like 1990.
I think I've read that book.
It's funny because it goes through the late 80s wrestlers, AWA and Glow Wrestling. This guy from, it was like Wisconsin or something, and he watched. Like,
he was a professor, right?
And he was for his doctorate, I think.
Yeah, the professor thing. Oh, it was just like it was like, and it was really boring, right?
Yeah, it was bizarre. It had a really interesting bibliography in the end of like every article in the last 50 years that has mentioned pro wrestling.
Yeah, he looked at all these newspaper articles
Was it one
and
of
took
those
them
books
serious.
where they just tried to analyze it way too deeply?
Way too deeply. It's like they analyzed it so deeply they had no clue what they were. They had no clue.
But
yeah, things that like wrestling promoters and wrestlers would never think of ever in their entire lives. But
good one was Jake the Snake uses a technique known as raping his victim, where he places the snake to humiliate them, and they use how Brutus the Barber Beefcake also rapes his victim by cutting the hair and things.
I'm sure that's what Beefcake was thinking when he cut those people's hair.
Right. It was just some idea where somebody had in a booking meeting, let's just
cut his hair.
It's just a way to get a guy over,
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, I appreciate that very much. And is Terry Funk working right now, or is not since that hardcore match, or what?
He worked in Puerto Rico. He worked in Puerto Rico last week, and he's going. I think the only thing he's got in his schedule is he's going to Germany in May.
I saw a match of him and Jerry the King Lawler from 1990 on this terrible Slams and Jams show the other day, and he was terrifying. And about 10 years ago, I was just terrified of Terry Funk. He was a maniac.
Yeah, imagine what he was like in the 70s when he was in his prime.
Oh, jeez. All right, thanks a lot, guys. You have a terrific show.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Justin. Justin, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's up?
Not too much.
Oh, you guys have a great show.
Thank you.
That guy actually brought up something I wanted to talk about. Have you all got the Barely Legal DVD yet? Or checked it out?
Barely Legal DVD. ECW, no, I haven't seen. I haven't. No.
I was watching it, and I've seen the show before, but it just, now that ECW is gone, it kind of made me nostalgic, I guess, for it. I was wondering why Funk? Why Funk? I understand, but you had the you had the Dreamer Raven thing going on. I mean,
why they give the title Funk? Because Funk was by far to the nation. Because you got to remember they had no TV.
Yeah.
They had nothing but some small syndicated TV. And Funk was, had a lot of WCW exposure and WWF exposure, and he was a name that every wrestling fan knew. And the climax of the pay-per-view was that, Terry Funk, 20 years after he won the NWA World Title, was going to win one more world title. So that's why they built the show around him. And he did phenomenal promos building up that match too.
Yeah, he did. I agree with that. I just think that the Raven.
It lent some credibility to the title too.
Yeah. But
Terry Funk made that company. I mean, if you look at everybody who got over in that company, Dreamer was nothing except he was Terry Funk's tag team partner. So that's where he got, going. And a lot of the other guys like Public Enemy, who weren't even any good, got over because Terry Funk, put them over. Terry Funk made Mick Foley too. In Japan, it's like Terry Funk, Paulie and on the Beyond the Mat actually gives the speech, but that's a real deal. And they, he'll tell you anytime that. Terry Funk put them on the map because the match that put them on the map was the three-way with Sabu, Shane, and Terry Funk. And Terry Funk made Shane by selling for him and making Shane into being like a top wrestler. And he made Sabu because Sabu was just some guy on the indie scene.
Yeah.
And when he beat Terry Funk, all of a sudden it was like he became like a main player to at least some wrestling fans.
Yeah, I see. I'm not disrespecting Funk he did a great job. I'm just saying it just seemed like Paulie never seemed, I guess maybe the fans wanted him, but it just never seemed like Paulie gave the fans what they wanted. You know what I'm saying?
He tried to.
I think it was more something like he knew what they wanted, and he had like a slower idea for the build than was happening in WWF and WCW at the time. It's like the whole Rob Van Dam thing. It wasn't like he never planned on giving them what they wanted. It was that he had this plan that was going to go over a course of a couple of years, and finally Rob Van Dam would get the title.
Yeah.
But things happened, and he never got the title.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kept getting screwed. No, like, I could tell you from talking to Paulie that Paulie, when it came to Rob Van Dam as champion, he knew about it before any fan even knew that they knew about it, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, Paulie told me so far before you ever heard anyone go, Rob Van Dam should have the belt, Paulie told me, the big thing is Rob's going to have the belt, but it's got to be when I have good national television. If I give it away before I have good national television, it's not worth it. And then when he got on TNN, at first they were going to do it with Awesome, and then the whole thing was TNN sucks, so why should I do it on TNN? Wait till I have good national television, unfortunately.
He never got it.
He never got it. Times changed. Who was to know that, nobody would want TV of wrestling after, when we're talking about all this is during some big boom period where everyone wanted wrestling. Who was to think 3 years later that nobody would want wrestling on TV?
Yeah, but I'm just, like the whole, and you look at it at the end of the TNN, or not even so much the end of the TNN, but why not just give Sandman the belt at the end? I know you don't like him, but, and I know.
It's got nothing to do with me. No, he wanted to give
not
it.
you. I mean, I know Heyman didn't like him.
Well, he wanted it to Rhino because he had a reason. He thought that it would be, something to give Rhino. Now Rhino can go in as the last ECW champion when, in WWF, and it'd kind of give him something for the fact that,
Do you think he
Paulie
thought
really.
of that, though?
What?
Do you think he thought? I mean, do you think he thought
he
like
knew
that?
he knew he was done when he did that last pay-per-view. There's no question.
Oh, okay. I can just see them popping the crowd so much with Sandman having the belt though at the end. But I guess he was thinking ahead a little bit too far.
Paulie didn't like Sandman.
I know.
So that
because of the whole Todd Gordon thing, or other reasons.
The way he walked out, he walked out and he didn't come back for his farewell show when he went to WCW, and just a lot of things. I mean, they just, he would come to work drunk and everything, but he was so over Paulie, Paulie used to, remember how Paulie would always say, I'll never take him back, and then, immediately he took him back?
And then
we all knew he would.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? But, just because of I gotta believe there was money in ECW, but he just needed to get somebody else to handle the business, because looking at the bankruptcy things, I don't think he had any idea what he's doing. But,
it got out of hand, but you know what?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, all that farm club stuff at the end, I mean, you gotta know you're already big time in debt. Why keep doing this? Just, I know it's
that's probably why he ended up stopping. But, the thing is like, I mean, he might have been able to make, and there's so many things that, like today, put it this way, today he couldn't make it though, because today he couldn't get on TV.
Yeah, he wouldn't. Yeah, I can see that. And do you think any of those guys will see their money? Or any of the money?
No. They'll see some of it in the bankruptcy, when things get sold and stuff, they'll get a percentage of it, but, nowhere close to what they're owed.
But how would that work? I mean, if you're owed $5,000 and Heyman's family's owned $3 million, and you only make $1 million total selling everything, how does it get split equally?
That's for the court to decide. But Heyman's family's going to get a lot of it because they have the most debt.
I think some of those guys won't see anything.
I mean, where did they make his money? Or they make?
What do you mean? Paul Heyman's father was a lawyer.
Wow, I was very impressed by that. $3.8 million. That's a lot of cash.
I'm sure they're not happy about it.
Yeah. 2 more quick questions. I'll just let you all answer them. I'll hang up. The New Jack Brian Pillman thing. What was that all about? And
New Jack heard Brian Pillman say something, maybe out of context, maybe not out of context, and he freaked out and wanted to kill him, and they had to hold New Jack back. And Brian was in a wheelchair at the time, so it was kind of bad scene with, you get one of your wrestlers wanting to attack a guy in a wheelchair who nearly died in a car wreck, a couple weeks earlier, or a month earlier, whatever it was. This is from Scott Foy, who goes, I saw the last EML pay-per-view over the weekend, and I have to say this is clearly the best one since the first one. 2 things made me wonder. As awesome as Shocker is...
Wait a second, the best one since the first one?
Yeah.
Wasn't this the second one? Oh, wait, this was the third one.
No, it's like the fourth. It's like the fourth one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I'm behind.
Okay. 2 things made me wonder. As awesome as Shocker is, am I the only one who thought he had started to look like an Hispanic spawn of Kid Cash and Disco Inferno? The other thing that struck me as amusing was seeing the crowd react with such indifference when the Technico team won the Mexican National Trios titles. Actually, I thought they popped pretty big. It seemed that Blue Panther has become the Mexican Steve Austin in terms of a heel that everybody cheered. Well, that's because he's just so awesome. Listening to the fans boo the Technico team and chant for Blue Panther made me think that perhaps solidify Blue Panther as a Rudo. They should have him assault the ring girls with a steel chair. And there was something about seeing Perro Aguayo unconscious and being stretchered out that put a smile on my face. I don't know. That was pretty weird. Let's see. It may have been a couple weeks ago, but I thought you would. I would bring this up. I don't know if you saw it on the Daily Show a few weeks ago. Bob Costas was on. He and Jon Stewart were joking about Comedy Central and NBC competing. Jon Stewart says, well, here at Comedy Central, we have to buy our own sodas. Bob Costas comes back with, so have we ever since we started airing the XFL. Let's see. How would you like to be Lennox Lewis today? Oh, God. That's another story. Yes, he just didn't take it seriously, and he got knocked out, and now heavyweight boxing is like no one cares because they have a champion and no one knows his name. And I watched the fight, and I barely know the guy's name. Mike Sharp lives in Jersey and runs his school. He runs a promotion called Brawl in New Jersey, so that's what's going on with him.
Wait till Inoki puts the IWGP champion with some nobody at Pride and he gets knocked out.
Wait, with Fujita? That's why they put him with... I know, that's probably what would happen. It's the curse of the shoots. You know, because what happens is when you're in a shoot and you think the guy you're fighting is a nobody and you don't train as hard and you don't get as hungry, and then all of a sudden you go into the fight and it's like, man, I'm not in top shape.
The other guy had been training.
Yeah. That's, you know, when Frank Shamrock fought Jeremy Horn at the UFC, I mean, the deal was they did this thing. I mean, it was almost like a double cross, not a double cross, but what happened was John Peretti gave Frank Shamrock a list of guys, you know, and he didn't know any of the guys. And he just goes, this guy Jeremy Horn, he's like the easiest of all of them. So Frank Shamrock goes, okay, you know, because they called him like on 3 weeks' notice to get him on this show, okay? So he was not, and so he goes, okay, I'll pick him. And then it turns out, you know, Jeremy Horn was by far the toughest of all of them. And he's throwing Frank around like a rag doll for 15 minutes before, you know, Shamrock finally got the knee bar on him. And it was like, oh my God. You know, it's like, I mean, you know, if he was in top shape, I mean, I'm not saying the fight would have been different, but it was just like another example. I mean, you just can't take things for granted in a fight because when one guy's hungry in his best shape against a guy who's, you know, really more talented but not in shape, the guy in the best shape can beat him.
Yeah.
What do you think of the comments Jerry Lawler made in reference to Stephanie McMahon being wild in college and even speculated to have been sleeping with Bruce Pritchard? I actually talked to Jerry Lawler about this, and he was pretty annoyed about the way things came out on the Internet, saying that, like, you know, what happened was everyone read this thing, and then they took it out of the context he was saying. He said he was on Man Cow, and all he was doing was joking. He wasn't serious about anything. He goes, how can anyone take seriously something on Man Cow? Which, by the way, let's also keep that to Bubba the Love Sponge as well. And he's just going like, how can anyone take it seriously? And he goes, now everyone thinks I said Bruce Pritchard was sleeping with Stephanie McMahon. And, you know, it was just like...
Plus there was one about, you know, they wrote that they asked if he would care if Vince McMahon died, and he said no. And the thing was like, they asked Lawler, would you be sad if Vince died? And Lawler goes, or would you cry? And Lawler goes, I'd be sad if he died. I'd be sad if anybody died. I don't know if I would actually cry.
Because I don't know if I would actually...
taken out of context as well.
Yeah, he goes, I don't know if I would actually cry. Yeah. And I mean, the Stephanie McMahon, I think it was like a flippant remark where like, you know, like, I think they go like, well, what's, you know, I think they asked like, what's Stephanie like in bed or something? You know, and it's like, you know, how do you answer that question? But that's what you're doing on a radio show that's like, you know, a goofy show like that. And I think, you know, he and I don't know exactly what he said, but it was something to the effect of, well, why don't you ask Bruce Pritchard? You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of like an inside rib, you know, on Bruce Pritchard, but it was not an insinuation. I mean, I don't know, but it's not, you know. Okay, let's okay, who do we got? Okay, let's go to Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing really good.
I just watched Survivor Series 97. I was wondering who all knew about the Bret Hart thing.
What? What did you say?
Who all knew about Bret Hart?
Did Shawn Michaels know about that or not?
That's one of the great mysteries of life. I believe he did, but many people believe he didn't.
He just seemed like he was pretty mad at the end.
Yeah, because I think he realized that it didn't go exactly the way it was supposed to.
That was the weirdest
I seem to remember
thing I've
like
ever
3
seen.
weeks after it went down, he was telling people that he didn't know about it.
Okay. That he did know or he didn't?
That he did.
He told people in WCW that are his friends that he knew about it, but then, like, when it became a really big issue...
Him talking out of his ass or whatever.
Yeah, but then like a week later or 2 weeks later, when it became such a big issue, then he started not knowing about it again.
What did Bret Hart think? Did he?
Oh, Bret Hart thinks Shawn Michaels knew about it. Yes, I know that much.
How come Owen never left? Wasn't Owen?
He left for a month, but ultimately he had no choice. I talked to Owen during that period, and it was a big issue in that he didn't want to go back, but he had no choice. I mean, it was either that or quit wrestling because Vince owned his contract, and I mean, Bret told him to go back if he couldn't get out of his contract. I mean, it was just one of those things. I mean, he was in a real bad position, and Vince, himself, promised him the world to come back.
Okay.
He was going to be the new Bret Hart and all this, and the only thing that ruined that was that Shawn and Hunter never put him over, and he ended up not being the new Bret Hart. And then, other things happened, unfortunately.
Okay, and what's this Matt Rats thing? Where is that broadcast at?
It's not on TV yet. They just taped some stuff out of Calgary, and they're trying to shop it around. I mean,
MattRats.com.
Yeah, you could go to MattRats.com and get some info. I mean, it's a long way away. I mean, I wouldn't even say expect it on television in the September season. I mean, it's just something that they've got to tape, and they're going to shop it around and try to get funding.
They're trying to get it on national television or what?
I mean, hey, if they hit a home run, they'll get it on like some network on a Saturday morning, but no one knows. It depends. It's up to Bischoff to make those deals. That's why they hired Bischoff. Bischoff's there to make some deals.
Where are they getting their talent from?
Brian knows that better than me.
Just a lot of local independent guys. A lot of guys that did backyard wrestling that Teddy Hart trained, and I don't think there's any names you probably would have ever heard of.
Teddy Hart and Harry Smith.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow like local indies around the Northwest, you probably have heard the names, but as far as nationally, no.
Okay, my final question is, what sort of indies are in Minnesota area? That's where I live. And
I know Pro Wrestling America. I know Patera does some shows. I don't know.
Are they any good or any big names?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen tapes of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, we're pretty much out of time. I just want to answer this one real quick. It's from Tony Jones, and he goes, not the Tony Jones. He goes, who is the current OVW and UPW champions? UPW heavyweight champion.
I hope he's not the real Tony Jones.
Yeah, I know, because he's got like the UPW Southern California title. The UPW heavyweight champion is Samoa Joe, who's actually defending it Wednesday against Tommy Dreamer on the show that we'll be broadcasting from. And the OVW champion is Flash Flanagan. Actually, he's not Flanagan. He's just Flash, and he won it on the three-way with Rico Constantino and Nick Dinsmore I think it was on April the 14th, whatever the day was or April the 4th, I think, the Bluegrass Brawl.
The Bluegrass Brawl, yeah.
Right. Anyway, that is all the time that we have for today. I want to thank everyone for joining in, calling, and all the emails and everything. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll have Dan Severin, and we'll be reviewing tonight's Raw show, and also we'll be talking a little about 0-1 because I'm watching that tape after Raw tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5.